Right now on Full Custom Garage, master metalman Ian Roussel transforms a 1949 International work truck.
The other times I pulled this off, there were cars. This is Big Bertha. This is heavy duty.
As the build gets rolling, Ian's client takes him to a top-notch truck show.
After seeing the rigs at the truck show, I knew we had to take this all the way.
He's very, very ambitious, and nothing's frightening to him. It is a little frightening to me.
With the project on the line, Ian's got to get down and make it happen.
I don't think Bill really wanted to go full bore with this truck, but my kind of crazy is contagious. My friend Bill's got a new project he wants to start. I've worked with him a few times in the past, and all of his stuff has been unique. I really can't wait to see what he's got.
I have a roll-off truck I haul trash with for myself and for clients. I have several containers, boxes that I can leave at clients. They can fill them. I can then go do something else. The roll-off truck is super versatile. I can haul a tractor, whatever, on the flatbed. I can haul material if I'm building something for my property. So it's very, very versatile. I don't want to work full-time at it, but it's fun for me the time that I get to do it. I like it a lot.
Bill's into custom cars. He wants a custom rig. He wants to do something cool.
What I want with the roll-off truck is something that's modern, with all the modern conveniences that they have, the automatics, the air brakes, the power steering, all that, but looks old, the old cab. That's what I'm shooting for.
I've done a lot of body swaps. This is nothing new to me. The only thing is that it's bigger.
I've been thinking about this project since Ian did the panel truck that I have. It's a '63 Ford panel truck.
I pulled a couple ballsy moves, and I think he respected me for that. I cut the car in half lengthwise because the donor vehicle was wider than the Falcon.
He cut it right down the center, took that whole chassis down to nothing, and put the Falcon right on top of it. Basically widened the car 6 inches.
In the end, that's the trick. Nobody's got it, and that's why I did it that way.
I've been wanting to do this truck project for a bit, and I've been getting pieces here, pieces there, parts. Some are real rough, and some will be usable.
Bill wants to put together a modern roll-off truck with a 1940s cab. He said he's been collecting parts for a while, so I want to check out what he's got. He told me he had a chassis identical to this one with a good running motor in it, and he had a bunch of old trucks laying around also. He wants me to just come take a look at what he's got and make a decision to build him a cool truck. It's pretty clear that Bill's an optimist. I think that he thinks that I can do anything, and he's pretty close. But he had a few things that were too far gone. This thing's pretty rough. Everything's fixable to a point, but I don't think this is the one. He had one cab that was up here that it looked like a freaking asteroid hit it. I don't know what to say. It was completely wasted. You can see where all the panels come together. Water's been sitting in there and it's just rotted from the inside out. I nixed that. He showed me a few other things he had laying around. And I really think this 48 International, it's a KB8. I think this is a perfect candidate. This is the one we're using.
The KB8 International that I ended up with came from Montana, and a pretty straight cab for a 1948. It reminds me very much of my childhood on the chicken farm. The first one we had was a similar body style, and I remember it well. So I'm excited about it, and I think it's gonna be cool.
Got a couple dents in the roof, but there's no cancer. Only a little surface rust. Looking around, he's got this KB8. I liked it because there was no rot. Take a little hammering to get the roof back into shape, but it looks good. I think this is the one. Doors operate smoothly. Dash is there. They've usually been picked clean, but this is really sweet. It's got all the knobs, gauges. It's like super old school. It's cool. It's Pretty crazy how a truck this big would have such a tiny little cab. I mean, to have two big guys in here, you know, going to work on the farm or whatever they're doing, not much room. It's all business in here. It's got the VIN number tags. It's legit. This is a good start. Seems like it's all here. There's pieces all over the place, but they all look good. Yeah, this is a really cool fender. I'm not familiar with the bigger international stuff in these early years. It's got some big, giant headlights, and it's in good shape. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. No real rust, just a little weathering. I guess this is the donor chassis. He says it's in good working condition. The plus on this is it's got a low mileage, really powerful, modern turbo diesel engine with an automatic transmission. It's just too big for my shop. We'll have to do it here. The fact that we have all the parts for this makes it a lot easier. Typically I have to try to find some stuff, but it's all here, so I'm ready to get down. Everything I have done so far has been show car stuff, street car stuff. Building a cool custom truck is pretty much the same process, but the fact of this is it's got to be strong. It's got to be functional, and that's the challenge. Before I get started, I just wanted to get a quick look at how the cab looks sitting on the chassis. It's great to see the cab fit on the chassis. I really like the look of the original cab, and I'm glad I didn't have to cut it up. The problem is, the 48 fenders are set up for a much narrower axle. I made some measurements. I'm gonna widen these fenders 3 inches on each side. I'm gonna weld them all together and then fit it up. I'm already committed to what I'm doing.
We had the body off and laid it here, and in a very, very short order, he was widening the fenders, and I'm going, wow, how involved are we really gonna get?
The whole deal with how this thing is being widened is really just like creating your own puzzle pieces. So I put the fenders where I wanted them and just put in this high-cut piece of sheet metal to just make it happen. It seems like a huge deal just to get these things set up, but that's only the beginning. This is all preliminary steps. All the work I've done so far has been on the outside of the sheet metal. There's a lot of interior stuff, namely the engine and intercooler, radiator. They're huge. Since the thing's all in one piece now, I have to trim back all the excess sheet metal that's hanging around on the inside. My biggest concern with this build is the sheer size of it. It's a big truck. It's like 8 feet wide. So I'm basically just gonna put it on there and we'll see how it looks.
When I first walked in on this cab, I had my little grandson Lincoln with me, and he oohed and awed about it, and Ian liked that, I think.
Might seem silly, but Bill's grandson is here, and having him to review my work really helps out. Everything I do, I like to have sort of a childlike quality, you know, like a big toy. He looks at it, and it's Tonka time. Straight up, let's play. I was stoked to get the cab and the nose up on the chassis. Everything looks like it's gonna work out. It fits good, it's gonna steer. I'm charged, I'm ready to go.
When I saw the cab on the chassis for the first time, I went, oh yeah, this guy nailed it.
This is an old GMC, looks like it's from the 40s. Whoa, look at this engine. That is what I'm talking about. We're at a truck show for the American Truck Historical Society. It's a pretty cool setup. We're working hard on Bill's truck. He's got some wild ideas for this project, so I came up here to one of their shows to check it out. It's pretty hard to know what to expect, so showing up here, you see that there's all different kinds of trucks, different years, makes, models, etc. For me, it's the variety that's really interesting. I love the older stuff, anything pre-1950, but you can't argue with the huge horsepower in the 1970s rigs.
I just like the variety of things that's here. There's everything from an old camper truck over there that the guy it's like a 50 Ford pickup that he's just cut up and done all kinds of stuff to. Then right next to it is like a 40s auto car that is a tow truck. So pretty impressive, the variety of things here, if you will.
33 Chevy pickup, and 33. You're all kinds of class in that thing. This is my pick. This is the one I'm taking home. I'm gonna get out my checkbook. This is my new shop truck. I don't know what the heck this thing is. I've seen one other like it, but it was a full body. I don't know if this has some relation. Apparently they were made for GM, like at some point, maybe a World's Fair or some kind of promotional effort. This thing is amazing. One of the things I've been wanting to see for a long time are these displays of the weird engines you see, steam engines, some kind of weird misfiring engines. They're more for utility. One guy's got them hooked up to washing machines. Some guy's charging batteries over there. There's a drill press. I would love to do a project with one of those. That would be fun.
I didn't need motivation to get excited about finishing my truck, but this definitely does it. If I could have it on the road next week, it would be great.
Checking out all this stuff, it's been really cool. Bill's ideas have merit. I'm stoked. I was a little concerned when he told me his first plan, but his truck's got a brand new chassis under it. It's got the look of these older rigs, and it's full custom. After checking out this show, it's obvious these guys take their stuff very seriously. I was thinking it might be some kind of hillbilly farm truck we were gonna make, but after seeing the level of detail on these rigs, we gotta push it all the way.
I think Ian was very inspired and liked it. The problem is, in my world, these are trailer queens. They put these trucks on big trailers and bring them. I'm going, what? I want a working truck.
So we get this cab set up on the chassis, and it looks bitchin'. I'm really happy with it. Bill's big concern is getting access to this engine. He really likes the idea of the old school trapdoor style hood. I think we should just go bigger. The whole plan here is the nose of the truck, the hood, the side panels, the fenders, the bumper, the lights, the kitchen sink. The whole deal slides forward and gets out of your way. You want to check the oil? There's nothing stopping you. I helped out on a build of a really cool truck, showed Bill a bunch of pictures of it, and I think we could use the same formula for this, just upsize everything. We need to get this so that it's a sliding mechanism. I'm thinking like trailer hitch stock. It's like, see how you got these two square telescopic tubes?
Oh.
If we just had some generic material.
You know, I have some tube down there on the pipe rack that I want you to take a look at that might work for that.
I think trailer hitch stock will be perfect. I thought I had all the parts for this build, but we didn't expect to make a tilt sliding nose. Bill's got a lot of stuff laying around here, so we're just gonna see if he's got what it takes. It looks like he's got a bunch of trailer hitch stock laying up here. So this should work for the slider. He's got more than enough. I want to make this nose slide forward and pivot. I think the trailer hitch stock will be the perfect thing to make this work. That's the stuff, man. So my idea for the sliding tilt nose I got this trailer hitch receiver stock, and he has the interior section for that. See, it's different than the standard stuff because it's got rounded edges. So it slides on there pretty nice. I thought I'd take the rust off, but that seems like it acts as sort of a bearing. So this will be incorporated to the truck frame, 2 of them parallel, and then I'll cut 2 sections of this off, and the whole nose will slide forward, and then there'll be pivots here. So it slides off of the front of the truck and then pivots up. It's a telescopic square steel tube. It's super strong. I have a feeling it's gonna work out perfect. All we need for this nose to tilt is a big ass hinge. Straight up, it could be any way we find it.
I have a box of hinges here of different applications of different things we've done.
The fact that these things need to be strong is critical. There's gonna be so much leverage. I can't even calculate how much leverage this nose is gonna put on the hinge pin. This style would work, because these have a very strong center pin. See, all these are just little stamped things, but something like this would be perfect. Like a weldable hinge. I have the idea that gate hinges are pretty cool because they have little Zerk fittings, you can grease them, there's a ball bearing in there, but if it comes down to it, a couple pieces of pipe will work too.
Something like that. These are these small ones again.
These will totally work. They got little Zerk fittings.
Yeah, those
yeah, these are totally perfect. They got a little ball bearing in there to help support it. I've done a bunch of tilt hoods on cars. I haven't used any hinges this strong, so all I could say is let's give it a try. What could possibly go wrong?
After Ian got all the parts together to do the tilt, I get it now. It came through and I understand what he's trying to do. He showed me another truck that he had tilted, but again, this is just a work truck, not a show truck.
My whole deal is proving it by the work. I'm just gonna bust this out, and I know he'll like it. I got the 2 trailer hitch receivers set up. I was able to use the original bumper brackets, which is a huge time saver. The good thing about mounting off the original bumper brackets is this whole unit will be adjustable if you needed to reposition it. Say it got hit or loosened up or something. So this is the part that will actually hold the bumper and the entire skin of the nose of the truck. The whole idea is kind of like a trailer hitch in your car or truck. There's like a receiver, and then there's a piece that inserts into it. You can see here how they'll pivot. What I have to do now is create a cross brace that doesn't attach anything except the hinges so that the whole nose and bumper will rotate around this assembly. I have to widen this bumper no matter what. Bill's got a cool old license plate he wants to use, and I got an idea on how to incorporate a special frame into the front bumper. I guess the challenge is to find a piece that is strong enough to support the weight of the whole nose of the truck. The bumper's 8 inches from top to bottom, so if there was like a C channel, 8 inches, we could kind of French the license plate and be super strong. You got 6-inch channel, which would fit, but, well, that won't even fit. Huh. I'd say that looks like a license plate frame. I'll just cut the rear legs off of this I-beam, and then we have a surround. That's plenty strong. Some kind of piece of an old tractor. Recycle. The whole thing about using this big chunk of steel, for me, is the strength. This is the center of the entire mounting point of the nose. I know that I can make this thing work. The main feature is that it needs to be strong. The license plate happens to fit, and I think it's gonna work. One of the main things I do in building cars is reuse stuff. It's a challenge for me. I am frugal. If I don't have to buy material, I'm all about it. It's definitely the strongest license plate frame I'll probably ever make. The whole concept with reusing material is that it gives you something you couldn't have thought of in advance. That's my trip, man. That's what I like to do. Find something and make it work. This is gonna be a recessed shape for the license plate to hang out in. The bumper is convex, it's curved on the front. The lip is about the same as this, about 2 inches, but then it curls forward. So I just left a lot of extra material out here so I can just put each side of the bumper welded in here and it'll be real strong. This grill's a little bent, so it's a little deceptive, but the whole framework is squared up with the body, so. I guess I'm gonna just cut the bumper right in half and just kind of fit it and see what it looks like. I want these guys to be an even left and a right, so I'm actually gonna just bolt them together through the holes, and I'll make a scribe across so that the left and the right sides are equal. I'm just gonna tack this on. I'm gonna use this line as the top edge and make it parallel with that. Just like backwards, sort of. That's the straightest crooked bumper I've ever seen. I'll take it. Doesn't have to be perfect, just better be real good. It's a pretty cool idea because there was never a bumper this wide. None of those trucks had a French license plate. Nobody's got it like this. The whole thing is it's super subtle. It's like I'm all grown up.
Today I brought the license plate down and he had, as he calls it, Frenched it into the bumper and fit perfect, looks perfect, is perfect. So some of my apprehension is going away. Yeah, I like your license plate.
Yeah, it worked out pretty good.
Custom license plate.
So the, you know, the bumper's still kind of banged up, but you could body work it.
We'll clean it up a little bit, yeah. No, I think it looks great, man. A lot of work,
Yeah. I don't think Bill really wanted to go full bore with this truck, but my kind of crazy is contagious. After Bill saw that tilt bumper, he was all about it. All right, this is more like it. Usually I'm laying on the ground underneath stuff. I feel a little more in my element. So all I'm gonna do here is we still have the hinge that's just floating. The big structure in the center is something I'm gonna tie into. Just gonna find some kind of a bar. Maybe I'll use the 2-inch stock we have, and I'll just weld it on, cut those braces away, and it should pivot. It's a pretty badass saw. This 2-inch tube is attaching on the far end to that big center section that I made, which is super strong. And it's gonna come across, hit the tab on this hinge, and also hit the bumper itself. So it'll be like a 3-point bracket hidden inside. Puts a little more strength in the whole assembly because even though you can't see it because everything's squared, there's a lot of triangulation in here. Helps with moving forward and backwards and up and down. All right, so the last part of this is getting the sheet metal attached to the pivoting bumper. The truck was a little bit off level. I'm not sure what's going on there. So that could be in the suspension. All I did was put a floor jack under the axle, and I got the whole bumper and the chassis leveled perfectly. Fortunately, there was this car lift here, so I just attached a piece of that to the cross bracing and kind of strapped it off to the motorhome over there and just got everything squared up. A little pushing and pulling, but now that it's in shape, centered, and level, I'm gonna just build a frame at a 2-inch square, same stuff we've been using. I'm gonna make an arch that goes up underneath each side of the fender, and then just build some kind of gusseting around that just to grab all the sheet metal so it doesn't get out of shape when it lifts. So you got this old bracing in here. My idea is to come back right near the slider there and then arch up around, grabbing that original brace and also having something up here in the top of the center of the fender. This truck was not set up for anything like this. The engineers never imagined this for this vehicle. So I'm just building like a whole new front of the frame, basically. It's a bunch of jigging up and making sure everything's square, and then attaching it to the chassis so that it's strong and in line. So the whole idea is, as this bumper's pivoting, this will pivot as well, but it'll offer support to the sheet metal. So I'm gonna do that on both sides, and then I'll follow up with those arch shapes. I've seen Bill come peeking around. You know, I've been hard at work. I think he's a little skeptical, but that only fuels the fire. That's making me want to make this happen. Yeah, the idea with using these curved pieces is by putting them through that machine, it makes them incredibly rigid. It puts a lot of stress in it. So these, along with a few other gussets, will be the support of all the sheet metal inside. The way that this curve comes in is going to be perfect. You see it intersects the original bracket in the fender. I can just trim that back, weld it up, and I'll make a miter joint down at the bottom here. It'll work out good. Once I built this subframe with the sliders and all the armature to hold it, it was freaking heavy. It's gotta be incredibly strong. It's gonna have a huge amount of weight. The other times I pulled this off, there were cars. You could just grab it by hand and slide it. This is Big Bertha. It's heavy duty. Once I got the under structure in place, I had to move on to the gravel pan. It was the last thing I needed to do to see if my idea was gonna work. The original truck has like this splash pan, gravel pan, whatever you want to call it. It's like a trim sheet metal that goes between the bumper and the fenders. All right, so I'm gonna try to splice these pans in. The dimensions from the fender to the bumper are a little bit different. And there's no real reason to use these except that I like the little design. It makes it look a little more old-fashioned. The frame spot doesn't really match up as it did in the other one. I'm probably just gonna cut them in half and piece together what I can. It would have been 10 times easier to just take a piece of steel and fill in the area where the gravel pan is. It's little things like this gravel pan modification that are my signature. See, this got split in half before it was all taken apart, so this guy will just weld right up to the grill like that. I'll lap it onto the bumper, seam it in, cut it right through there, move it over. This little bump doesn't line up with the frame, so I'll probably just make a new shape to cover the frame that'll sort of represent what was there. Right, so we're gonna cut her up, weld her in, get her done. Trying to use the original stuff because it's got these cool embossed ridges in it, and that's really gonna sell it. When somebody looks at it, it looks old, factory stock, but it's mutated, and that's really cool. There's a lot of work in getting this to fit, but it's worth it in the end, I know it. Something's happened with that fender in the past where it's all out of shape. So what I'm gonna do is just space these guys into the bumper so that they're the same distance. These bolt holes are a pretty good guide. I was able to pretty much just grab the fender and yank it, and it's about 1/4 inch off. So I'm just gonna put a little pull on it. I'll put a temporary brace, weld the pan in, and it matches. Got the majority of the pans put in. You can see I still got to fab up these center pieces from where they split and got wider. But before I go any further, I just want to verify that this is all going to work. As soon as I got the majority of the gravel pan fabbed in, I just needed to see this thing tilt. This is the end of the mock-up. This is the moment of truth. Par for the course. All of this work, I finally get the thing ready to tilt, and it's stuck. Bill's standing right there. It's just perfect.
It wouldn't move. It wouldn't move. And I went back to the, damn, it's so heavy, we can't do it. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, now what?
When you got 5 million welds, your percentage of some attaching themselves to the cab is increased, so in the end, that's what happened. The thing would not hinge open because it was welded shut. Like that. And it'll pivot up. Like that. There it is. You got a tilt nose.
It is just awesome. Really cool. Everything I hoped it would be.
Going for the KO, but I hung in there. I was bobbing, I was weaving, I was ducking. Pulled it off.
A lot of blood, sweat, and tears by that young man right there.
Once I got the hood tilt understructure and gravel pan in, I went on to the hydraulics. It's a pretty trick. Just this one piston on one side slides the whole thing forward and then tilts it up. It's super simple hand-operated pump. They put this little pump back here behind the cab and it works just like a floor jack. It's slick. The great thing about this design is it doesn't rely on the truck engine to operate. It's totally manual. The truck breaks down, you can still open the hood. We talked about maybe motorizing this, but if the truck breaks down, you got no power, how do you open it? So he came up with this hand pump. It's pretty cool. And that's it stays open. It's pretty wild. Once we got this hydraulic pump in place, it operates smoothly. It works great. It took a little doing, but Bill's convinced. It works and it looks bitchin'. I'm just gonna disassemble the whole cab and take it off of the chassis. It's ready for bodywork, so I guess I'll just unbolt everything and catch up once it's in the bodywork. I wasn't looking forward to bodywork or paint on this, but just seeing Bill so excited, I knew it had to get done.
This went further than I expected, and I had to sell the white truck that is my one and only roll-off truck to fund this. So now we're kind of at an urgency to finish it.
Trying to get this thing as clean as possible. We really bondoed out almost the whole body. The roof was in horrible condition. And then we went in and sanded everything inside and out, wire wheeled it. So I'm just gonna wipe off the last bit of the dust and primer it. I'll just primer this, then we'll set it back on the chassis and just make sure everything fits before we paint it. That way nothing chips when we assemble it. The whole idea with test fitting the body is to make sure that the procedure works, namely getting the thing up in the air with the forklift without screwing it up. And we wanted to check that the intercooler wasn't in the way of the nose when it's shut on the body, and all the gaps were good. Once it's painted, you really can't modify anything, so it's important to test fit everything. Cool, we'll check out this intercooler. Let's see if it works. Because the nose of that truck cab is so much narrower than the later model donor we're using, I had to cut the tanks because the grill is very narrow. So I cut them, plated them, and then we ran into another problem where this corner was too wide still. So I cut a little diamond shape out of each side. Hopefully it fits. That's the really cool thing, is it sits in the little saddle like somebody from the factory made it. All right, Captain, lower the drawbridge. Say, that's a nice truck you've got there. If there's any little adjustments we have to do once it's painted, it's no sweat. You know, we'll be away from the paint. That's all I was worried about. With such an intense project like this, it really helps when the original mechanical parts remain intact. With the intercooler, the steering, everything else mechanical, it really helps out in the end when it's all stock. We're just gonna do a few more coats of primer, sand, then paint it. After that, it's assemble and drive. I find it easier to just put like a whole bunch of stuff all over the table, and it's kind of like a cooking show, you know? I don't really know what I'm doing, just as long as it's green. I'm gonna spray it. Put a little of that, shake of that, stir in some of that over medium heat, and bake for 30 minutes. I think what I'm gonna do is just put a big heavy coat, first wet base coat on the roof, and then I'll move over to the doors after I get the first coat on the cab. Got this thing painted, assembled. This truck is clean. I mean, it's really badass. I wish I could drive it. The cool factor is that it's super subtle. The few people who've seen it are just blown away. Just because it looks like a stock truck. I mean, it's hard to tell. And you do the special hood and you show them what's going on. And it's cool. I can't wait to take this thing to a show. The thing I like most about it is the front view. Obviously, we know the fenders are widened, but you don't think that when you look at it. You just think, what a freaking big truck.
There's not one thing I would change on this truck. I love everything about it. A lot of that is due to Ian and his persistence and his fabrication.
My job was all the heavy fabrication and assembly, and then Bill got down on all the accessories and finishing parts. He polished out all the stainless steel, got some bitchin' aluminum rims, got the special mirrors, the chrome horns, the air cleaner. I mean, he knows what a truck needs to be legal on the road, so he fitted out with everything DOT approved and all the trick, cool looking stuff too.
Oh, the best thing is, of course, the tilt front end that I was very apprehensive about. You know, it's just awesome. I mean, I've showed it to people and they go, really? How does that work? Well, works like this, and you just pump this hydraulic jack and it tilts and goes out. But people that are not even car or truck people are very like, wow, it's just something way different. And that, of course, is the best part. And that it still has the old look. When it's rolling down the road, you can't tell the front tilts like that. But when you stop and you tilt it, cool.
The cool factor, it's like, it's a real question mark. That's the whole thing. It's people look at it, and guys who know trucks are like, there was no roll-off trucks in 1948.
I think Ian, as time has gone along, and I've done the little things that I've done to it, he now gets that it's going to be a working truck. I don't think he really got that before because he's never built anything like this. It's mostly show cars and toys. It's a show truck and it's a toy, but it's a working all of that. It's a multi-functioning truck. It'll function as a flatbed truck, a dump truck, a van, does everything. And that is the beauty of that truck. Yeah, I just use it mainly as a toy. If my wife were here, she'd say it's an expensive toy. which that's okay. It pays for itself, and I have fun, and that's what life is. But the truck itself worked perfectly. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with it. Turned out great.
In the end, I mean, Bill is stoked. He's super happy about it, and I'm jealous. That means it's a good project.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel continues the transformation of a 1955 Oldsmobile.
I gotta finish this thing. It's looking good, but we're not out of the woods yet.
And Ian's client has his doubts.
I'm really anxious. He's got some good ideas, but I know that you just keep throwing dollars at these things.
Bill's looking at buying a replacement, but I ain't gonna let that happen. I got plans.
And later, the workload doesn't get any easier as Ian takes on a Henry J. Chop Top.
I thought this chop was gonna be a walk in the park. I told the client it was gonna be like the VW Bug I made for him, and that was easy. Oops. I don't know what I signed up for with this project. I thought I was just pulling it out of the ditch to ship it down the road. I'm in deep. I ended up chopping the roof 3 inches, and I sunk the windshield into the cowl, so I needed to make a tray to support it. I tilted the rear glass forward and sunk the edges into the body. I needed to make that happen, but then I decided it'd be even better if I made it a 2-door. Finished up the bodywork, got it ready for paint, and we decided something mellow, yellow and white 2-tone paint job. And that's when Bill decided he wants to keep it.
The car's turning out. I'm starting to fall in love with this stupid car. The idea was to move it. Well, I don't like to move it now.
I gotta finish this thing. It's looking good, and we're almost there. This is my custom bed sheet, window gasket, insulation, vibration dampener trick. Very specialized. This whole window is going to be suspended in a big rubber goo, big silicone blob. The original window rubber won't fit, so I'm pretty much just hanging it on tape right now. Then I'm going to set shims, little rubber shims in it, so that the glass is positioned. Then I'm going to glue all the way around both sides of it. That way the glass is never actually touching the metal. It's just suspended in a big silicone frame. The last bit of fitment is the stainless steel that goes around the glass. This car's roof line is modified drastically through the glass area. I'm having to make special clips to hold it in place, trim the molding down, and refit it. It's a different shape than it was from the factory, so it's taken some time. Somebody who knows what a chopped car should look like is going to pay attention to all these window moldings. Having them fit right, it's a big deal. It's what's going to sell the car. Using the original glass, the original window trim, and making it look like it's a factory thing, it just enhances my work. It makes it look stock. That's the tricky thing. Once I got the glass in, I put on the white walls we got from Coker, and it really set it off. This car just needs something to put it over the top. I called my friend Scratch in. He's the best pinstriper I know. I think he's just gonna finish this car to perfection.
You know what? When I first saw the Oldsmobile, I'm walking up the hill to the shop, and the Oldsmobile's sitting there in the middle of the shop space, and it just kind of brings me back. It's very nostalgic for me. I like that they hadn't changed the grill or anything just yet, and then they chopped the roof, so it already it has that look of it's kind of fast, but it's elegant. Don't mess with me.
Scratch really likes Oldsmobiles and traditional customs. I knew he'd be perfect to pinstripe this thing, but Bill was a little skeptical.
What's your thoughts? I'm thinking kind of conservative, probably by your standards.
Well, I'm super conservative. I know that's hard to believe.
It is.
It's actually really hard to believe, but it's this guy over here.
He's the wild man.
Ian introduced me to Bill, and we're gonna do just a mild striping job on it today, and he's gonna let me loose on it. So I'm gonna tell him kind of what I want to do and see what his idea is, but hopefully he'll just give me the okay to do whatever I want, because it always turns out way better if I can just do what I want. Let the artist be the artist, let the customer like it. I figure we just do a piece here, a really nice piece, and then just a couple of small pieces on top of the headlights, the tail lights, and then in the trunk.
Scratch just explained what he had in mind, and Bill was totally on board. I tried pinstriping a couple times, and I know it's not for me. It takes a real steady hand. You gotta be thinking 10 steps ahead of what you're doing, and I think it's best to just leave it to the pros.
It's one of my favorite cars, and I always enjoy striping an Oldsmobile or helping somebody with their Oldsmobile.
The pinstriping is like the final touches, you know? Your gal might put on jewelry or a fancy necklace. The pinstriping is just the last bit.
No, a lot of people don't know this, but pinstriping actually was an art form that was made up to cover up bad bodywork. So striping is always in the same places, in the front of the hood, in the middle of the deck lid. That's where the emblems and stuff had been shaved off. And then over the headlights and over the taillights, because that's where they would French the headlights or French the taillights. But later on, custom bodywork was taking so long, people would have their cars at their shops for so long that they're like, let's just get a stock car, lower it, and do a panel paint job on it. Like, has a stock original paint around it, we'll just tape it all off and spray another color, or we'll tape it all off and just do striping around it. And that's basically what we're doing. What I want to do is I always start off with a teardrop in the middle, but I want to incorporate a rocket or a rocket theme or simulate a rocket because it is a rocket car, an Oldsmobile rocket. So when we're done, you're going to stand back and go, oh, look, there's kind of a little bit of rocket there. Here's the fins. I always start in the middle and then build my way out. That's been my rule of thumb since I first started striping. I always start in the middle and build my way out. And I'll take a step back and look at the car to see if that's enough striping or if it's too much or it needs more, another color, and then sometimes the customer will chime in.
I really like the pinstriping. It's subtle, but it came out great.
I am pretty proud of this job. When I got done with the striping today, I really like it. You just step back and look at it and everything has a really nice feel to it and it accents the proper pieces. You know, I had it wrap around the bezels, the taillight and headlight bezels, and then the front piece is really nice and elegant, and the back piece is not too much. It's just subtle. It's just a small piece in the middle, and I think it looks good.
Scratch's work was perfect. It was a no-brainer. Bill was stoked, but we're not out of the woods yet. The paint on this car looks great. All the little details are attended to, but it don't go nowhere. The engine has yet to run. Bill's saying it'll go. We just got to see it.
All right, just give it a kick and I'll do the throttle.
The engine runs. It's got oil pressure. There's no weird clunking noises. That's a good sign. But it's just not acting right. There's something going on with the fuel delivery.
Ready?
Yeah.
She's coming apart, sir. I think it's a vacuum leak. Bill is talking about carburetor change or something, but it's definitely not right. I think old cars. I think I gotta take this down to my shop. Working out here at Bill's barn can only go so far. I gotta take this thing back to the lab, put the secret sauce in it, and make it go.
The car is coming together with every little detail. I'm really anxious. He's got some good ideas, but I know that you just keep throwing dollars at these things, and I've done enough, and it's a money pit.
All right, so mechanical stuff. Here we go. I got the radiator out. Bill's gonna get that thing boiled. There's a bunch of mud in there. Once I got this thing back to my shop, as usual, my intuition was 100% correct. Vacuum leak, big time. Somebody messed around with this carburetor. It's a mismatched base plate, so I'm gonna have to build some kind of an adapter. This is completely wrong. This was for a different carburetor or something, because there's no point in which this surface meets this surface all the way around. This little dips around the screws, that's your vacuum seal right there. And nowhere on this adapter do those two line up. So you're relying on a paper gasket. That's why there's a vacuum leak. I wasn't able to find a spacer that was 3/4 inch thick, at least not in the price range I wanted to spend. So I went up to Bill's, he wasn't around. I snuck into his backyard and found this piece of 3/8 plate. So 3/8 times 2 is 3/4, that's 6/8. Making a spacer for this carb out of some aluminum plate, I've done it before and it's always worked. Why not this time? So I'll just make 2 spacers and we'll use 3 gaskets. 1 on the manifold, 1 between the spacers, and 1 on the carb. This idea of making a carburetor adapter is a simple, cut it out, finish it, and assemble it. It's not rocket science, I could pull this off. 4 hole saw holes, and that's what you get. Pretty cool. The whole deal with what I do is one of a kind. Nobody else has got this. Even though it's a simple carburetor spacer, that's the cool factor. So another issue that came up, you don't really consider it when you're just dealing with cars, but this was a 4-door. So we get the whole thing together and get ready to get in the back seat. It's a fixed back seat. Every 2-door either has a split bench or a full folding bench. So this isn't gonna be okay, because otherwise it's a 2-seater, you can't get in the back. You always run into walls on a project like this. 2-door to 4-door conversion, it's pretty straightforward. The last thing you're thinking about is whether the seat's gonna fold forward. Bill's looking at buying a replacement, but I ain't gonna let that happen. I got plans. I'm gonna pull this seat out and see if we can't make this one pivot. So hopefully I can make this bench just fold forward. These seats look horrible, but I'm not worried about that. My friend Jack's a great upholsterer. He'll handle it. I just gotta make him hinge. You can see how it's bolted together here. I'm hoping I can detach the back from it and put a pivot in there. I got a couple gate hinges. I can make this thing happen. 2 gate hinges in a dream. Money. So the whole seat back thing, my solve is a pair of these commercial door hinges I found at the local supply. So pretty much where the old bolts came through, just slip that in. I'm gonna weld all the way around so it'll be as strong as the old seat frame. Easy. Yeah, you won't need to fold it more than that to get into the back. So you can see here how this C-shape indexes, so that'll make it very strong. See, it closes right back on its original holder. And I'm thinking if we take the old retaining nut and put it in here, it'll thread in and out and it'll adjust the pitch of the seat back. All right. A lot of parts in a car. Even though we had a big pile to start with, we're still missing door panels, fasteners, all kinds of trim stuff. I made a bunch of interior panels out of masonite and a follow that through with the kick panels, bring them to the upholsterer. The interior panels, this used to be the inside of the door, but now nothing that used to fit the door will fit here. I'm gonna take some 1/4-inch masonite and just make up a blank shape that'll represent a door panel or an interior panel at this point. That looks pretty darn dang hot doggity good. Right at the edge, it's as much as we can get out of it. So, I'm not sure exactly how the top fits, but I'll just get this trimmed up flush. This metal trim used to be the inside of the rear door. So I'm hoping that I can use this, because it looks cool, it'll be paintable. I'm hoping that I can just trim this back and use it to retain the door panel. And it's kind of close to what we need. Angry little machine. Bill stopped by. I showed him the whole deal with the carburetor. He's stoked. There was a vacuum leak. There was a vacuum leak. I figured it out.
So you put two to give you the...
And I got the gasket, and voila.
One of the nicest things about Ian, he always goes to my scrap pile to look for stuff, and that's pretty cool.
I notched them in there.
That's way cool.
Yeah, made it super simple. The back detaches.
So it's just gonna all fold forward.
Just like every other car in the world.
We're saving money because we didn't have to buy a seat, so I'm all in.
I showed him what I'm doing with the interior. It's all in-house. All I'm gonna do is ship this car to the upholsterer, and it's a done deal. So that's what's happening.
Very good progress.
Once Bill left, I just needed to install the carb and see if I could get it running. All right, so put those there, put those there. So instead of one gasket, we're using 3. Starting to get nervous. Dropping a little piece of shoe leather on top. Number 3. It's like a stack of pancakes. It's awesome. Oh. Voila. All I gotta do right now is put in the radiator, fill it with fuel and with water. Yeah, it's pretty much ready to start as soon as it's got fluids in it. That's a little bit better. Let's feed the pig. Sometimes the old guys know what they're talking about. Bill had a hunch that this was a good running engine. Sure enough, man, it sounds tight. Really good. The whole problem was that vacuum leak. You can hear how it's like hands off, it idles. It's totally good. Started right up. Just had to bleed the brakes and it's time to run it. This car drives good. I'm stoked. The steering's tight. The brakes work great. I like it just like it is. Bill was right. The thing runs great. Cruise is nice. Everything seems like it's legit. I just got to get the seats off to upholstery and this thing's wrapped. I just came down here to the valley, my old stomping grounds. Came to see Jack, the upholsterer. He's done a bunch of work for me in the past, and these Oldsmobile seats should be a no-brainer. I've been friends with Jack for over a decade. I found out about him word of mouth. He's the old school dude. He's been there, he's done it. He's worked for Barris, a lot of the SoCal custom shops that were around in the 50s and 60s. It's really a no-brainer. All the upholstery goes to Jack because he's the man.
I worked for Barris for 5 years in North Hollywood over here, and we were always doing something creative, you know. 'Cause he comes up with some wild stuff. He's a lot like Ian, you know.
So I was thinking like just gray, maybe some stitched things, make it look kind of like that.
Like these?
Yeah.
all the way across.
You know, it's like a 1955 styled car.
Sure.
Nothing fancy, it's chop top, but nothing too crazy, so I just want to keep it mellow. I'll tell you what, you spent a lot more time around cars of this era than me, so I think I'm gonna leave it up to you.
Well, that's because I'm old.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
an old guy.
You were there. I totally trust Jack on his design. He's been around since this car was built. I mean, he knows what's up.
Back then, the cars had character. You know, you could see a car go, you'd know what it was immediately. Today, they look like jelly beans. They're all round, and they're just different colors. They don't have the personality like the cars in the 50s and 60s had. Not even close.
All right, well, I'm gonna leave it up to you. Give me a call whenever you're ready, and I'll have the boss sign you a check.
All right.
How's that sound? Just tell me what you want. I'm on the last leg of finish work with Bill's Oldsmobile. After seeing this car come complete, chop top, the whole deal, it got me spiced up to start another one. The big fabrication tricks, they're the starting block of any custom project. The Oldsmobile's really tedious at this point. My favorite part's the beginning, so I'm starting on another one. I built a VW Bug for some clients up in Canada. They brought me down a Henry J. Pretty cool car. They want me to chop the top and do a bunch of other work to it. Everybody calls this car a Henry J. The VIN tag says Kaiser Fraser Corp. Apparently that's the manufacturer. I've also heard people refer to this car as a Sears Allstate because it doesn't have a trunk. I guess these were sold through the Sears catalog as an Allstate. So I don't know what it is. I'm just gonna chop the top. Mark gave me a wish list on what he wanted to do to the car, and he's not in a rush. So that gave me some time to really figure out how I wanted to chop it and go forward with the build. The thing that thrilled me about the car was it looks like a cartoon. I mean, it's got all these wild lines on it already, so there's really not much left to customize. The first step is to just take everything I'm not gonna be working on off. This car is just pinned together. It's got a full custom chassis under it already, so I'm taking off the hood, the fenders, just get everything out of the way, because all I'm concerned with is the roof pillars. I love the way this car disassembles. Everything unbolts. It really just unbolts to this bare body shell. It makes it way easier to work on. The whole concept here is just try to simplify it. The less cutting, the mo better. My client, Mark, he's a helicopter mechanic. He's like high-end, in-demand guy. They've got him on duty in Afghanistan. Hey man, how's it going? Long time no see.
Hey Ian, it's been a while there, Ian. Over here in the sandbox again playing.
That's a crazy lifestyle, man. He's like locked up in a bunker somewhere repairing helicopters. He's dreaming about this car, and I think he's getting cabin fever. Getting ready to start on your car finally. It's been sitting on hold here for a while, but the chop top, I'm ready to roll on it, you know?
You got free reign on this car, buddy. It's all yours. Whatever you decide to do. I want you to go radical on it, just like the Bug, because the vibe on the Bug is awesome. I want the same vibe on the Henry J. It's a true Ian Roussel original, just like the Bug.
Mark is looking for something really radical, and I don't think it's a bad idea, you know, on the whole. So we're just gonna have to see what develops. I'm feeling it out. All right, nothing new about this whole structural deal. It's just a typical scenario. You gotta brace up all the door openings, put a couple cross braces. I threw some straight legs down to the chassis, so everything's braced up. This is a bare shell, it's super light, there's no engine, nothing mechanical's hooked up, so it's really just about getting this steel shell squared up and braced strong enough to cut the roof off. The whole idea of this chop for me is simplicity. I'm trying to work through it relatively quickly. I don't want to cut the roof open, bottom line. So you can see this window right now. I mean, with the rubber and everything else, it's probably a 16-inch window. So if you were to take a third out of 16 inches, I mean, 5 times 3 is 15. So a third out of it would be a little over 5 inches. So you could see a 4-inch chop. 2/3, 1/3 ratio thing going on. 3 inches is still pretty mellow. Either way, I'm making a bunch of marks on this thing every inch. I'm gonna cut it 2 inches, and then I got these marks. I may even go to 4. I might even go to 5 inches. So the whole roof is gonna follow the A-pillar down. It's gonna follow the angle of the A-pillar down. So that's gonna make this B-pillar slant forward. You see him do it on Mercs, shoe boxes. I did it on a Volkswagen. Since this angle isn't really predictable because of what I'm gonna do with the rear, I'm just gonna cut this out. I'm just gonna cut this right through in these corners because this guy is gonna lean and we're gonna have to put in some little pie cuts in here. My whole game plan with this chop is retaining my favorite part of the car, and that's from the B-pillar back. The whole rear window section, I'm trying not to modify it. Now, this is the cool part. I've seen some other fastbacks done like this, and I think it really just makes the car way more radical looking. In the C-pillar, I'm just gonna cut this out of the way completely, because what's gonna happen is this is where the fender mounts up to this edge right here. So I'm gonna cut it just above where the fender mounts. My concept from the start is to cut the A-pillars and slide the whole roof forward and lower. By doing this, I won't have to widen the rear of the car. I'm actually gonna cut the whole back of the car off because this shape is so cool, I don't wanna mess with it. I wanna retain this, and then I'll create these little edges that flow into the rear fenders. Yeah, so the whole rear of the car is disconnected. I'm gonna chop the windshield posts and then pull out the B-pillars. All right, just put in a couple temporary braces. That way I can cut this B-pillar, snap this off, and the roof should drop down. It's all cut apart. I almost feel like the rear's got to come down a bit. It's too much. To go from 3-inch in the windshield pillars to 0 on the back, it looks a little too humpback to me. I don't like it. Turns out I'm gonna have to cut the rear of the roof. There's just no way to make it look convincing without taking the proper steps. I kind of want to talk to Mark about it. I give him periodic updates almost daily when I'm working hard, and I really just need him to know what's going on. Well, I emailed you those pictures. You saw them of it all mocked up, right?
I did. It's looking good, man.
I'm trying to talk back and forth with Mark, get a little direction maybe, but he's just up in the air. He wants to see me do my thing, so No matter what I discuss with him, it's always, do your thing, Ian. At first, I really wanted to go radical with this car. It's such a crazy looking machine. But as I got into it, I realized it's all function. The chassis is already pro street. This thing is a race car for the street. I'm not looking to make this radical custom that's undrivable. This thing is all business, it's got to perform. The whole deal with this build is Mark, my client, signed up for my work. In the end, I got to figure out what I like. That's a pretty good job. I'm into it. I got the A-pillars all finished off. I'm committing to this chop. That's the height of the roof. I just ground them out and sanded them. I was hoping to not cut this roof. I just wanted to see how this side glass was going to fit in. The roof is actually tapered towards the rear. So what happens is the glass obviously can't flex. If I put a straight board here, you'll see it hits the front, but the back is out. The glass isn't going to be able to fit properly. It's going to cause this rubber trim to pop back out. I wasn't looking forward to cutting this roof and making it wider, but I think I'm going to have to. I started looking at it, and I found that this drip rail was actually tapered. So I think I can use this to my advantage. It looks like the drip rail is straight all the way through the door, and then right at the B-pillar, it starts to taper in. So if I was to attach the B-pillar, trim it, and pull the rear of the roof out, it'll go straight right back through. It'd be easier to cut the drip rail off, but by leaving that, people are gonna think it's a stock part, and then they're gonna start wondering. So that's what I gotta do, cut the whole roof, lengthwise, back to front. I thought this chop was gonna be a walk in the park. I told the client it was gonna be like the VW Bug I made for him, and that was easy. Oops. I just wanna pin these B-pillars in place first before I do any cutting. That way, nothing shifts from the door opening forward. So the angle cuts look pretty good. I can definitely commit to that. The only issue being now I just have to shorten the pillar. So this guy comes out fairly evenly. This guy matches up pretty good down here. It's not a really radical change in the shape of the window, which makes this fit up pretty simple. But still gotta shorten it. So the next step is to cut this corner and move it over. I'm not exactly sure how this is gonna work out, so I'm gonna keep my line a little bit low. Ideally, this is gonna blend right in with a piece of sheet metal. The most important thing to me is getting this drip edge over to the fender. So I'm just gonna cut up to the B-pillar. I'll probably do a little relief cut on the inside and see if I can just twist it a little, but I have a feeling I'm gonna have to go all the way to the front. This is the thing I'm unfamiliar with. I'm just feeling it out. I'm gonna make a relief cut on the inside of the structure and then just zip the sheet metal open and see when it moves. This is really delicate because in pulling this panel out, it could buckle the drip rail, and I'm really trying to make it look right. That's the hard part. It's gonna work. I don't even have to cut ahead of the B-pillar. I just put a trim on the back side of that structure, and this guy will pull right over. I really lucked out. Made a couple cuts, I pulled the thing, and it snapped into place like it was meant to be. Yep, that's why I get paid the big money. Pretty cool. The thing is, it looks easy because I just cut it, but I've cut a lot of cars. I know how these panels flex, and that's why I made this decision. I'm just gonna weld it on there now, like I meant to do it that way. You could have cut this car anywhere. The reason I cut it where I did is because I know what I'm doing. So, see, I gotta fill that all the way through. It's gonna take a while, but I can handle it. The sides are mirror images of each other, so I'm gonna transfer this measurement, cut the same thing, like butter, make it happen. Plan for the rear of the car is to delete the taillights. Client wants to put in a custom set of Cadillac taillights in the fins, so the whole issue is the transition from there to here. My mission here is to just smooth out the entire rear end of the car, and just make it look like it's futuristic, you know, Batmobile stuff. Deleting these taillights is really a major style change in the whole back of the car. It was Mark's idea for these new taillights, and I think it's a cool choice. The biggest repair panel in this whole project is around where the old taillights used to go. There's not a huge dimensional change between the roof and the fenders, but cutting out this taillight is a big hole. The rear panels on this are working out perfect. My idea to just wrap these flat sheets around all the curvature has worked out fine. The big challenge is getting these corners of the roof put in. The pie cuts are the biggest opportunity for disaster. If you overheat the metal, it's gonna warp on you. And with a curved roof like this, it's a big surface area and it could get messy real quick. The whole process here is fit up the panels really well so the gap you're welding up is even all the way around, and just repeat. Repeat panel after panel, taking my time. This whole process is really tedious, but it's the end result that makes you feel good. All right, well, that's pretty much the story. From here on out, it's just weld, hammer, grind, sand. Now that this thing is all tacked up, it's really about finish welding all the seams. Get all the levels proper, sand it out. I want to get the doors on and take a look at it as a complete car. The roof looks great. The final step is putting the doors on so it looks like a car. I got to cut this framework out of there and just put it together. From the start, the structure I put in never allowed me to have the doors in the proper position. So I'm stoked to get all this stuff cut back out and put the doors on for a final fit. That's the look. I've chopped a lot of cars, and this rear portion has been probably the most challenging out of all the chops I've done. It's such a big, graceful, sloping back end. There's a lot of welding. I pulled it off. I'm stoked. This car is way cool. I'm really happy we cut it as much as we did. I went back and forth with Mark a few times, but in the end, I think we nailed it. This is a great looking car. I sent Mark the photos of it, and he was stoked. Good call, Ian.
Oh, I love the way it looked. I mean, the pictures you sent me were awesome. I mean, it suits the car. It's like the Bug, which is what I wanted, and it's going to be one radical ride. I'm looking forward to seeing it and you and maybe some of your other little projects you're working on there.
Always got something.
That's right.
Cool, man. Take it easy. I'll talk to you soon.
You too, bud.
Right on. The Henry J is looking good. This part of the project is a success. I got to get back on the olds. The seats are ready. I'm sure they look good. Just going to talk to Jack and wrap this thing up. Sweet. So you did the little deluxe version, too.
Yeah, well, that's just like the...
That's cool. Yeah, let me grab
these out of here.
I'll grab them outside and set them up. Get a look. Jack knows this car inside and out. He's been around it. He did the seats, the rear panel, the front kick panels, all the door panels, the little trim pieces, etc. He used the same material. It was his design. It looks great. Take us to the drive-in movie theater, Jeeves. Well, I'll tell you what, it's better than I expected.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Every time, it's freaking great. That's why I keep coming back. Just gonna bolt these seats in, finish up the carpet, give it to Bill. Hey, Come on. You're not the center of attention. This is my show.
I thought the seats and the interior came out great, and it was a big, big improvement. He did a great job. I love the dark gray piping that he did.
Bill loves this car. He's ready to go to the drive-in movie theater. I think his wife is getting dolled up right now. Pretty classy, huh?
Very classy. Well, like always, Ian, it really looks nice. Nice job.
Thank you, sir. Glad you like it.
Nice job. You've carried this project clear to the end.
Yeah. The people who see this car finished on the street, they'll look at it, they'll dig it. But once you understand where it came from, that's the wow. That's the wow factor. This car was a mess.
You know, with Ian, every time I get him on board, none of these projects are simple. This was a huge, big undertaking. This thing was really rough, and he did a marvelous job on it. Just take a look at it. He really walked the last mile on it. He did the paint work, the body work. He did it all.
At the end of the day, 2 more projects down, 2 happy customers. That's just how I roll.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel transforms a 1955 Oldsmobile.
This is a beat-up old 4-door. When most people look at it, they'd probably trash it. All I see is potential.
As the project moves forward, Ian's wild vision doesn't sit well with his conservative clients.
All of a sudden, the windshield's cut off and the top's cut off. What are we going to end up with here?
With some tricks up his sleeve, Ian's got to get down and make it happen.
Bill's initial idea was to just primer and move this thing, but I'm going all the way. The whole thing about 50s customs is the style, the flow of it, the silhouette. It's really an artistic thing. What most people are trying to do with these cars is make them look better than stock. Everybody has their opinion, and that's why no 2 cars are alike. I think the whole lead sled custom car scene pushed the fabricator in crazy directions. You know, I take a lot of inspiration from all the stuff that was going on in the 40s and 50s. I've done quite a few 50s customs. I love the amount of modifications that go into these lead sleds. Studying them has really been the impetus behind my metal forming. It's like seeing a car that's been fully chopped up and reassembled. That's pretty cool. We're over here at my friend Bill's. He says he's got a project car, 55 Olds. He said it ran down a hill and got damaged somehow. Bill said that he wants to put the car together, make it sellable. I guess he's having trouble moving it and he doesn't want to scrap it.
My son actually bought this car and was going to do something with it, and of course never did. And it sat around here and sat around, and then tried to sell it and couldn't get anything for it. And then I said, let's get Ian involved. He's got good ideas, see what he says.
As I understand, Bill's son abandoned the car on the side of the barn, Apparently there was no wheel chocks put on the thing. During a rainstorm, I guess the thing loosened up and cruised down the hill on its own. The car itself looked pretty darn straight. Unfortunately, the tree really did the bumper some damage.
Hey Ian, how are you?
I was doing good until I saw this pile.
You don't think you can salvage my mistake?
I wish you would have called me a couple months ago before it hit this tree. It doesn't look all that bad. It does have some cool parts intact. Yeah. And you have the front glass, you said? It's just out?
We do. Yeah,
that's a big plus. As long as it has the factory curved glass, that's a good thing. It's just too bad that front bumper got hit. We're gonna have to find another one, and that's gonna prove to be a challenge.
Well, I've seen your magic before.
Yeah, you know I can cut them up. So it's the typical story of somebody's project dream car that just got in over their head.
Yes, it is. And you're gonna save it.
That's what I do, sir. I'm here to save the day.
I had Ian do work on previous projects, and I thought, well, with this guy's vision, let me get him up here and see what he has in mind.
I'd say to really get somebody interested in this, we gotta chop the top. If you want a custom, that's the start. It's a lot of hard work. I've already done a 55 Oldsmobile chop top.
Oh, you have?
It gets tons of attention. I guarantee you, we chop this, primer it, get the glass in, somebody's gonna take it home.
Good, good. Well, let's do it.
Yes, sir. Go grab that tractor. I got some investigating. Somebody started working on this. I bet this car runs. Mechanics are pretty straight ahead. A lot of people get started on that. It's the rust and the metalwork that everybody gets scared of. But I got this. So it's got all the interior parts. Sweet. It's got a bumper jack. It's got the glass for templates. This is perfect. I always want to go big on all my builds. I want to build something crazy. For me, the challenge is to make Bill happy. This car really isn't in that bad a shape. There's a little bit of rust, no real cancer. The main problem is this front bumper, and we'll just change it out. I know I can fix the fender. I did another four-door 55 Olds where I chopped the top, I sunk the glass in it. It's a four-door, and it looks great. People love it. It's been to a bunch of car shows. I don't think Bill wants to go as far as I do with this car. I chopped another one just like it. I'm gonna bring it over here and show it to him and maybe convince him a little. People love that car. They're gonna like this one even more.
Very good.
See the difference here? These are the same car, it's just this thing looks radical. It's just chopped 4 inches, and then I put airbags under it. I took the factory glass and I sunk it down into the body. See how this deck lid area is bigger than on the other car?
Wider, much wider.
Yeah, so I just pushed the window in and it's the real deal. So I'm gonna try to do the same thing. Pulling the two cars up next to each other really shows how drastically low the blue car is.
The blue car is chopped too much, in my opinion. It's difficult to get in and out of, That's why I want a little more conservative than the blue one. Am I gonna be able to rein him in? Time will tell.
After I checked these two out side by side, I knew what I was gonna do, so it's time to just clean this up and get it in the shop. First step is always cleaning out the junk. You got a lot of wildlife in this car we gotta get rid of. I've seen a lot worse. This one's okay. Some dry timber in this vehicle. I don't think this is adequate. Do we have any bigger guns? I'm building this car a build shop. It's a really cool space. It's got tons of light, plenty of fresh air. The big drawback is the flies. It's freaking miserable. I feel like Pigpen. Plan for today is start the chop. First thing I want to do is sink the windshield into the dashboard. I'm gonna use the stock front glass because it's gonna save a few bucks and look really clean. The downside is I'm gonna have to cut out a lot of the firewall and dashboard just to make this thing fit. What I'm gonna have to accomplish is getting the window, because it's curved, it's like a three-dimensional convex shape. I need to make room for it to fall in, and then I gotta trim back to it. So I think I'm gonna have to cut out this whole area right through the dashboard and all the structure where the windshield wipers and the cowl vents. The whole chop will be based off of this front windshield. If I don't get it right, then the whole thing's a mess. It's only a car. It will succumb to my will. Let's just cut this car up.
Today, when I walked in on Ian, of course, he gets a lot done quickly. He was already starting to cut the window out, and then that was going to be his template of where the roof sat. What he gets accomplished so rapidly is what's incredible. Cut that window out in, I would guess, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And then he's moving right on to the next thing.
Look like 3 inches? I call that a 3-inch chop top. See how it followed this line straight down and it sunk in? I'm not even gonna have to cut into the doors. It's awesome. What I'm gonna do now is brace up the car because I love the way this works. We're gonna commit to a 3-inch chop in these pillars, and then I'm gonna figure out the rear window next. It's gonna be awesome.
I really like it after I see the glass in there, and I think the 3-inch chop is the right thing. I'm gonna go with it.
always a hassle. Big part in chopping the top is supporting the body. It's got to be real strong when you remove the roof. Bill had some rebar laying around, and I'm just using that. What I'm gonna do first is get this rear glass out of the way. It's fragile, I don't wanna mess it up. But what I wanna do is leave it in its little seal with the chrome trim, that way this shape surrounding it doesn't distort. I'm committed to the shape of the glass. I can make the metal any shape I want, but the glass is what it is, so you really have, to make it look good, you have to commit to the lines that the glass offers. Seeing that I'm changing all the proportions of the roof, I still have to try to pull it off with this glass. I know I'm definitely chopping the A-pillar 3 inches. I cut the B-pillar all the way off. If I do use it, it's gonna get repositioned. Either way, it's gotta be out of the way so I can get the A and C pillars fit up right. I got everything cut out. It looks like it's ready to come off. It might still be attached, we just gotta check. It might have one or two little places. No, maybe not.
I left for a period of time, and I came back, and the roof is off the car, and it's like, oh my gosh, we're in trouble now. You have to understand, when you walk in and you see a car that was whole, and all of a sudden the windshield's cut off and the top's cut off, you go, wow, what are we gonna end up with here? Is this, you know, I've junked cars before. That was not what I wanted to do with this. I'm anxious to see how he leans this window.
I'm anxious also.
There's two anxious people.
I'm not sure what's gonna happen there. Get that special thing, you can't plan it. You just gotta keep trucking through and hope that it comes around. You know, this wouldn't make a half bad windshield. Maybe I'll just turn this thing around. That's my process. I don't know where I'm going. I'm committed to the front window at this point. I know I want the back glass. I'm just winging it. This is a really critical part. I solved the windshield issue. The back window is kind of tough also. The issue is that the trunk hinge structure, it's all welded together with the back window frame. And I really wanted to keep the springs and everything in the stock location that hold up the trunk lid. But that seems to be becoming increasingly difficult. We'll see. I got a plan. All we have to do is take the entire car apart to chop the top. It's gonna be great. The way that I'm going through this, I've made some pretty crazy choices. I've removed a lot of metal. It's only because I want to come up with a really nice line. I don't want point A to meet point B. I want point A to meet point Z. I'll fill in the rest. coolest thing about this is that the trunk hinges are unmodified. Before, when I did it, the glass was down inside here. But now all the springs will go back. I can just weld the supports back in place. We're in deep now. I took out the front glass just to keep it safe. I gotta put the B-pillars back in for support. I'm putting these on. I cut them 3 inches lower. It's just to hold the roof up so it doesn't crush the glass. There's no structure in the car now. I was excited to see the roof back on, see the whole look of it, but putting the front glass in, that's the sketchy part.
Ian is a fast worker and busy. I'm old and slow, and when he's putting this glass in, every time he's doing that, I'm thinking, oh, there's $500. When that breaks, that's another $500. I didn't want to do that, but that's Ian, and it all is going to turn out fine.
Yeah, see what we got? Yeah, see, that fits the glass freaking perfect. That's a 3-inch chop.
We set the roof back on and looked perfect. That front glass fit like it was factory, and that's what he had in mind. And I was very relieved when the glass fit that way.
Seeing the roof 3 inches lower, I know I nailed it. But standing around looking at it, it just needs something else.
I'm still a bit apprehensive about the back glass, but he did the front, he'll do the back, and life will be good.
The front glass, it fit great. Looking at this, I think it's gonna persuade Bill that this car is gonna be pretty sweet. My next effort is to square everything up, make sure it's all cool, you know, square up the back, and just tack in a bunch of braces. I'm probably gonna weld it right to the rebar so it doesn't move, just build it. Our body worker guy just got here. Just pulling Bill out of another hole. Got himself into another trouble project here. Worked with John on a few other projects. He's been a body man his whole life. The dude knows his stuff. I feel confident to just let him go. So we were hoping you could come in from like midnight to 6 a.m. for the next few days and just body work and primer this. And we're gonna have to leave the lights off because we're on a really strict budget. So I'm gonna yank the deck lid off, the hood off. I'll probably pull this fender and the other fender too. All the work I'm doing on the roof doesn't have anything to do with this front sheet metal, so I'm gonna pull it all off and just start sanding and priming. Big relief, John showed up. I handed him off the hood, the deck lid, and I'm just gonna keep feeding him parts. He's a body professional. Loved the positioning of the windshield. I knew there's a lot of sheet metal work to get that thing in. I had to build this trough because the stock glass would be a pain to cut, so it was really just a hideaway for the extra glass we're not gonna see. I measured out the roof skin, set up a bunch of pillars to hold it in place, and got to welding. Clearly see how the glass is gonna land in this trough shape. Just gonna fit it up one last time and get onto the back window. This is gonna work. That is trouble. Now that I've cut it out, the whole thing is falling apart. There's been water under the trim, under the rubber. It's a complete mess. It's falling off of the glass. There was a lot of gunk and crud between the rubber and the metal, so I just tediously cleaned it all out, got it to kind of fit, put some metal straps on it just to hold it in place, and it seems like it's gonna be okay. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Actually, it's kind of cool. I might just chrome those and leave them in place. That ain't gonna work. hardest part about getting this back glass in is making it flow into the trunk. Just taking little cuts, a little bit at a time, and just trying to fit it in. Now we're getting somewhere. My plan is to not sink the back of the glass at all. I'm just gonna sink this corner, see how it's starting to set under? What that's gonna do is as it comes in, it's gonna have this line follow through like the hardtop. Third time putting the glass in, it fits. I'm not gonna have to do anything except one little relief cut and weld it together. It's awesome. That's the way I work through these things, is you get these small little glimpses of hope. The back glass fits. Yes, the front glass fits. Yes, that's what I'm looking forward to. All those little steps along the way. As soon as Bill told me he had a 55 olds, I'm thinking two-door. They're worth way more money. I came up, saw the four-door, and my mind's been on the two-door conversion ever since I started. The thing that makes this car undesirable is that it's a four-door. All the two-doors are used up. They're all customized. They're great-looking cars. I'm really not happy with the B-pillar in its stock location. The chop on this car makes that issue look even worse. I've already gone this far with the chop. It's a great looking car. I think its value has increased. If I go for two-door conversion with the chop top, this thing is solid gold.
Ian now wants to turn this into a two-door. I really don't want this to turn into a big, huge project. I said to him, if you can do it in one day, great. The car will be better as a two-door, a lot more audience for a two-door versus a four-door. So we'll see how this plays out.
There's a few options. I know I can make the doors. That's a lot of time. My other option is to try to source out a pair. Somebody has them. We just got to find them. On our way out to Riverside, California, found a guy who's got a 55 olds. It'll be perfect for this four-door to two-door conversion I'm working on. Hopefully he's got the parts we need. Hey, Hound. Hey, man. How are you?
Good. I'm Pat.
I'm Ian.
Ian, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, man.
All right.
So you got a 55 olds, I
55
guess?
olds out there, yeah.
All right.
My name is Pat McMahon. Well, I restore classic cars here out of my house, just mainly for friends and stuff. A buddy of mine found a 55 Chevy that he really wanted real bad, and so I helped him get it. We went and picked it up and everything, and I noticed this car. So I made a deal with him on the car, and I just picked up that one too.
Right on. I think that'll work. Cool.
It was just a little too far gone, a little too far, a little too much rust, so we decided to sell some of the parts, recoup my money back. And
This looks usable. Shoot, I almost wonder if we're starting on the wrong car. This one's in good shape. Oh wait, the floors are done. Yeah, this car would be good, but look, it's got secrets. Junk. We searched around. It was pretty hard to find a two-door donor car because they're so valuable. We were able to locate it. We got out here and found exactly what we needed. He had all the parts we need. We were able to cut off the backside of the door pillar and get the two doors, and also scored a new bumper. We got what we needed. That's the good thing. Back to the cave. Oh, the sunlight's too much. Got the doors back to the shop. Today's the day I gotta make it happen. 4-door to 2-door conversion, it ain't easy, but I gotta do it like right now. I just gotta prove to Bill that this is gonna work. Fortunately, I got the door jamb from the parts car that matches these doors. I know some of the dimensions are a little bit different, but I think I can pull it off. A couple bolts and the door fit. If this door didn't fit, I think we're going back to a 4-door. I just assumed it would fit and we lucked out. Because there is no B-pillar here to support this to the roof, I have to build a very strong structure off of the floor pan so that this panel doesn't wobble around. I was checking out the quarter panels on this parts car, the 2-door. I thought I might take them, but really for me it's gonna be easier to put the door skins from the 4-door back in place. They already fit, it's gonna be easier to piece it back together and just splice in the door jamb. This is the same game as I did on the roof skin. I just marked on the outside of the B-post here. I'm gonna cut that, fit it, probably take about 16 or 18 times to get it right. These 2-door doors are the right move. I got the passenger side done, it looks bitchin'. I gotta get the other side done before the end of the day, show it to Bill. Getting the roof chopped, the doors on, and the rear quarters filled in, that's like a big goal.
He did a great job. He did it in one day. I'm thrilled.
That's the most satisfying part of it, is seeing that it's gonna work, but now the real tough part comes, just finishing everything. It's still a ton of work. The whole car is basically laid out. Yesterday I got the doors on. This morning and all day today are stuff you don't see. This is the non-glamorous part. It's all underneath, it's all bracing, inside, just a lot of grinding and welding all day. The main thing today is the inner structure and the sheet metal around the windows. That's pretty much gonna complete the outside of the body. Got this door off, I'm gonna fix this dent real quick and get it to John so he can sand it down and get it into primer. I got this dent pretty much out of there. It's a little wrinkled up, but John can go in with a hammer and dolly and just dial it in. I'm gonna lay in this centerpiece now that I got these 2 side braces in. I'll lay this in, and then I'm gonna pop all the chrome off and the glass, take it out. Putting the sheet metal in around the trunk area. Getting this and the trim in place is really what sells the whole chop. I was working on the back window. Bill brings in this kid to help. All of a sudden I turn around and Bill's under the car with a torch.
A friend of mine's son heard Ian was working here, working on a project. He wanted him to get involved. I said, yeah, okay. Spencer's his name.
I have this much experience with cars.
We needed to remove the front bumper, and the bolts were rusty, been on there since 1955, needed to be cut with a cutting torch. I asked him about a torch, if he had ever used one, and his comment was,
I mean, I have used a torch before, but I didn't do very well and I shot sparks into my shoes.
and I said, okay, that's enough for me. We got the torch out, coveralls, cut the bolts, bumper came off, life's good. Well, Ian would be much better at it than I am, but I can get it done.
The way the rear glass is sitting now, the chrome trip is dipping below the body. I gotta pull that off, figure out how to reattach it higher up so that it looks like it belongs. So ultimately the plan is, trim's gonna go just like that. That's what I did with the other car. So I'll build the body right up here, hide the glass, voila.
Yeah, I'd ask him a question about the way the glass lays in the back, and he was drawing it on the glass, and he said, there's my blueprint. Well, that's a pretty darn rough blueprint.
See my blueprints here? It's very technical. My time on the USS Enterprise, galaxy far away, I did some internship on that style blueprint drawing. The height of technical ingenuity. Perfect. All right, now as soon as I get this ½ pound of potting soil out from underneath the window, I could probably get back to work. There's still 2 big holes in the car, around the windshield and around the rear glass. I gotta sheet metal that in. It's pretty tricky because the glass doesn't fit there. I have to make it look like it does, so it's pretty challenging. So with the glass out of the way, I'm just gonna grind this seam down and follow this right through. I'm gonna end up clearancing it a little bit so the glass can set on and off, but the chrome trim will hide that gap. Right now, I'm just finishing up the last few sheet metal pieces around the rear window and the windshield. Fitting in this sheet metal is gonna make the whole thing fit right. It's just gonna look like it's factory. This is the least thrilling part of the whole job. It's always the loose ends, putting things back together that is just monotonous. But this is the part that really makes the car shine. Anybody can create a silhouette, but to have all the finished pieces in place, that's what makes a real custom. This car is 50 or 60 years old. Every panel's been bumped and dented and pushed at one time or another. I'm having to skim coat the whole freaking car. This car isn't gonna be show car straight, but we're putting it back, at least in a usable state. It was pretty freaking rough. This is the good stuff. It really sands easy, and the thing I like about it most is that there's very little air bubbles in it once it's mixed. Doing custom work is never easy. I picture it in my head, but in reality, it always takes 10 times longer. Pushing 36 grit sandpaper all day, it ain't easy. But look how good that stuff spreads. See what I'm talking about? I really like the body filler because the smell, the amount of hard work, you know, the dirt in general, I just feel comfortable. It's like in my element, you know?
I like it a lot. I'm anxious to see what it looks like in primer, where it's not all splotchy and you can get a better feel for what it's going to be.
In the onset of this project, Bill really just wanted to clean the car up a bit and sell it.
The car's turning out. I'm starting to fall in love with this stupid car. The idea was to move it. Well, I don't like to move it now. I think I might end up keeping this car.
Feel very secure.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel built a chopper-inspired trike from the ground up.
The whole concept with this bike is giant rear tires, long extended forks, total 60s, 70s Ed Roth style trike. Outlaw stuff.
With his hand on the throttle, Ian's not slowing down.
It's all about making this thing look badass. You see a lot of trikes out there, and it seems like it's the look that they miss on. I really want to make this thing shine.
And later, Ian's wild ride hits the brakes.
Like most things, best laid plans never seem to come to fruition that easy. We're in Ventura, California. It's the Chopper Fest. Just looking around, see what's happening. I got a couple ideas of a bike I want to build, and I'm just seeing what's out there. Seems like the bike world's taken a couple turns in what's popular with style. For me, the 60s, 70s, the chopper thing that was going on is really the core of it. Traditional bikes have a really lean profile, and of course they got stretched out just to be crazier. That's what I'm into. I want to build a bike that reflects that. The thing I like about these bikes is it's all fashion. They probably don't ride that good, but damn, they look bitchin'. The forks are all stretched out, no suspension, rigid frames, really stretched out forks, just crazy ideas on wheels. A big part of the chopper scene were these straight four engines, Hondas, Suzuki's. Denver's Choppers was building frames for these kind of engines, and I just think it's cool. I want to take that element of a really long bike, but make it a three-wheeler. Trike conversions have always been popular for motorcycles. It's really hard to get style into this three-wheel design, and I'm just gonna push my skills and try to make it happen. The whole thing I'm gonna try to do is build a trike that's badass. The problem I'm having with all the trikes I see is it just looks like a pile of stuff. It wasn't forethought. It just looks like they took a motorcycle front and stuck a car on the back. And I'm just trying to move through that. I want it to look like a motorcycle. My whole gig with the swap meet shopping is really just looking for anything cool. I'm not dead set in what I want to build, so I just might find the thing that sets the tone. Looking around at this swap meet, I'm thinking handlebars, seats, gas tank. If I can find some existing stuff from the 60s, it's gonna make my job a lot easier. I'd rather not have to make everything. If I can find it at the swap meet, then it's just way more progress. I'm walking away from here with a lot of cool ideas. There's still haven't found the right parts yet. Chopper Fest is a great show. I got a bunch of cool ideas. After seeing a few trikes out there, I think there's room for improvement. I have an engine from a '79 Honda Goldwing. It's a motorcycle motor and transmission. I want to mate it to a car rear end. My friend Don, he's got all kinds of cars and trucks. The last time I was over there, I remember seeing a rear end from an El Camino. I think they'll be perfect for this trike. Yeah, this would be perfect. I'll just clean this up and bring it home. Trying to get this trike built in 2 weeks. There's a big bike show coming up. I want to bring this thing there. 2 weeks for this project is really fast. I've been thinking it through in my head. I got a lot of plans. I think it can happen. Good as new. The whole concept with this bike is giant rear tires, long extended forks, crazy paint job, total 60s, 70s Ed Roth style trike. Like crazy cartoon character just jamming down the highway, outlaw stuff. Trying to use parts that already exist, it's easy in some ways, but in other ways it's more difficult. They weren't designed to work together, but you know they do work on their own. For me, the process is having an initial idea and then just building most of it just kind of on the fly. So finding something that exists and modifying other pieces to work around that idea is the quickest way to do it for me. I need to take this whole axle apart so I can narrow it. It's got offset differential. I really want to make the thing as narrow as possible, so I'm going to have to shorten the axles individually. I want the tires real close, right up next to you where you're sitting. The coolest thing about the motor and rear axle on this is it's a motorcycle engine coupled with a car rear end. That's cool. The issue I'm facing is that the output shaft of the transmission is about 4 inches off center. I guess what I'm gonna have to do is narrow one side of the rear axle more than the other. I think the easiest way for me to figure this out is just mock it up with the tires and just see how narrow I can get it. This is the real deal, OG 1970s Krager SS. It just fits the whole 70s thing I'm doing. You can see how wide this thing is. It's just, I want something very compact. The thing I have to figure out at this point is I have my direct center where the 2 axles at this point meet dead center. This differential is gonna move over about 4 1/4 inches. So I think what I'm gonna do is make this axle 6 inches narrower than this one. Through all my calculations, it says that that is correct. I think something like this. That's considerably narrower. So you see the reason now, it's pretty apparent why I put these little legs on here, because they're all still at the same height. I can just move it, re-weld it. The axle housing looks perfect. It's got different length axles, it's offset a bit. I think it's gonna work. I narrowed the housing to what I needed. This bike has an offset differential, so I just ordered a couple axles that were machined to fit. So you can see, considerably shorter than the originals. This is the test fit. Hopefully it's good. It actually fits. Number 2. Well, I'll be. It actually works. Wow, I mean, it works. It totally works. I'm always hesitant to let stuff leave the shop, but the machine shop did it perfect. It looks great. It's gonna roll. This rear U-joint matches the rear axle, so that's a GM part. And I just happen to have this old U-joint from a 49 Ford laying around. So I welded them together so that it's like a miniature drive shaft. The thing about the U-joints is the only way I'm really gonna know if it works is after it's done. The shakedown run, that's what's gonna tell the tale. The The way that I've been building things, it's really found objects. It's used parts, old stuff, things that really have no purpose being together. I could just buy a motor and transmission and rear axle from a supplier. They sell trike kits all day long. For me, the turn on is trying to get this thing together with all these unique parts that don't go together. I'm gonna go visit my friend Gary. He's an old school biker. I know he's got what I need.
I've been in this building here for 36 years, and he mentioned something about what he was doing and on a bike, and I said, wait a minute, I think I have something buried here that you could possibly use.
Long time no see, sir. Best thing about having friends like Gary is he's been around forever. He was doing the thing when this was popular, so I know he's got what I need. I'm coming to steal the forks I've been hounding you for 10 years.
Oh,
Yeah.
I spy. Here they are.
Aha!
Yeah, I was gonna do a project with them, and I never got around to it. And no sense of letting them just die.
Right on. They're definitely old and used, but they got good grease in them. These are perfect, man.
I've reached a point in age where, you know, I gotta start clean some of this stuff out of here. You can collect only so much, and then you go, what you ever gonna use it? No. The Z-bars?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are a wall hanger.
Right. These are the real deal. These are old school. These parts are great. I just need one more thing. I looked right next to the ladder, and there it was. An Invader rim. That's an Invader rim, sir. What the heck? This is old school too, man.
That'd be perfect for that front end.
Tire looks like brand new. This is exactly the flavor that I was going for, man. You want the right stuff, you gotta go to the right people. Totally fits. It's exactly the combo.
I didn't even realize that.
It's perfect. The whole flavor of the thing is 1970s wild chopper stuff. So the forks are period correct, the handlebars are from that era, and I even got a front rim and tire. It's a good setup. It looks like it could have been back then. It's like a time machine. Well, it really helps, right? So I gotta polish all this stuff up, then assemble it. I mean, I'm not gonna re-chrome any of this stuff. It looks great. I'm just gonna clean it, steel wool it, polish it. I want it to look like it was from like a leftover, you know? Total survivor. I think these are perfect. I built this thing like 20 years ago. It usually sits in a corner, but sometimes I just ride it around, you know? It helps me think. It's really all the same thing. I mean, I'm just trying to get into some kind of a groove, get the feeling, and move forward. This is a creative project. There's no blueprints. The whole deal with the mock-up is that I could see it three-dimensionally. It's really hard for me to sketch something, but seeing it on the table, all laid out, I know what I'm looking at. The whole concept with the mock-up is being able to make changes. It's really hard to see what it's going to look like until all the pieces are in place. It allows me to adjust the wheelbase, move the handlebars, do my hair, you know, whatever it takes to make it right. Yeah, this is a little too low and stretched out. I'm definitely going to bring the tire in and the handlebars up. This is just the flavor I'm looking for. It's got that 70s chopper look. Thing totally came to life. I mean, it's still just sitting there on the table, but I'm already cruising on the highway. This bike has a solid rear end. It's a rigid. It has no rear suspension. I need a comfortable seat. I was looking around for seats, motorcycle seats, horse saddles, wheelbarrows, anything. That would almost work. Just to upholster the whole thing. No ordinary seat's gonna fly for this. It's gotta be something really cool. That's not the seat. It's hard to know what this seat's gonna be, but I want something unique. It could be anywhere. People sit on a lot of stuff. Seats are around here somewhere. Just gotta find them. You know, it just occurred to me, I've been sitting, working for 10 years, 8 hours a day, on this freaking work seat. I think it's perfect. I want the seat to be right on the axle. As soon as I put it in place, I was like, wow, it's low back, really wide. It's perfect. I'm gonna put the seat right on the rear axle, so I'm gonna bend a hoop and set the seat. That way I can sit on the axle, put my hands on the bars, and decide where they should be. Using this 2-inch round tube for the seat support, I'm building the whole frame out of this. It's 1/8-inch wall, it's super strong. I'm just gonna twist it up and make my own frame. So I made these 2 little saddles out of 3/4-inch square tube. They're gonna sit right on there, and that should be plenty secure. This is what I'm looking for. Kind of low, kind of forward. That way with the rigid rear axle, you know, you're not leaning back and it's not beating up your back. It's gonna be a pretty rough ride. So like this, at least you got your own little internal spring working. Wind in my hair, bugs in my teeth. Here we go. I'm just working through getting this frame welded up. I really want to spend my time on the bodywork and the gas tank. You're not going to see the frame at all. It's not a feature, it's just a structural element. It's got a rigid rear end. It has no suspension in the back. So the only thing that's going to give is the headset, the Springer forks. There's no shocks, so it's got to be a strong frame. I think I'm going to set up the top tube in the frame so that the gas tank sits above it. Like you see the Frisco style choppers with the gas tank above the frame. I kind of want to reflect on that. Most times you'll see like a straight backbone that comes through straight up into the headset. I put a little bend in it because I don't want a big like tunnel through the gas tank. I want to put as much fuel in here as possible. Because it's going to be a coffin tank, I was thinking it would just follow the line of this bend. You'd have a big open shape that held a lot of fuel. So this is the look I'm going for. I see the 2-inch tube backbone, 1.5-inch uprights, and then I'm putting a big gusset around through the headset. I'll weld it in all the way around so it's big, chunky gusset holding the headset in place. The whole idea of the trike, it goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, all the cool kids in the neighborhood, they had big wheels. Everything I build with these far out proportions, it all goes back to that. When I grow up, I'm gonna have the craziest freaking trike or the wildest hot rod ever. Coffin gas tank is iconic. Late 60s, 70s, chopper stuff. I want to build a coffin tank just like I saw in the magazines. So this is the start to the gas tank. Just laying out a couple quick measurements of what I want it to be. At this point, I'm just eyeballing it. You know, I'm putting out a center line, I'm setting up the top dimension of the tank, and I'm just gonna put it in the sheet metal brake and fold it, see how it looks. The main reason for using cardboard or hard paper is that you can create a 3-dimensional mock-up of what you're building. It's way cooler than some computer-generated image. That's pretty cool. That'll work. What I'm building is a take on this classic coffin tank, they call it. Has flat sides, kind of faceted, sort of like a diamond, or like a coffin. The coffin tanks are pretty basic because they're just flat panels bent on a sheet metal brake. It's pretty simple. No English wheel, no special hammers. You just bend flat panels and weld them together. See what the hem edge does? Makes a really rigid end to weld on. Just as an example, when they're welding together, you'll have 2 of these heavy edges folded over double. You can see how if I bend it, it's going to interfere with the next panel. So I got to clamp these to the table and fold them with a hammer. This is pretty cool because shows that you don't really need all the fancy tools to do this type of thing. This is the last bend. This type of fabrication really reflects everything I've been doing, is just try to figure it out and make it happen. I've never had the luxury of so many fancy tools. Sometimes you just gotta go backwards, like this. A couple pieces of tube and a couple clamps. Done. This type of gas tank's kind of old school, no special forming, it's all flat panels. The key here is making sure it's all welded solid. If the welds aren't good, it's gonna leak. If it leaks, you're on fire. That's no good. I like to use the MIG welder to spot weld all the panels together. It's really quick to mock it up with the MIG. Later I can TIG weld it and then it'll be liquid tight. That looks good. Yes. Starting to look like a motorcycle. Yeah. See, the idea is if you break down, you can just roll home. It's pretty easy. The next step is to create these little inner fender wells. Obviously, I don't want to be rubbing on those things. It's tight. Keep the pants off the tires. Just a little extra guard. I'm always open to using existing parts. Sometimes it brings you fresh ideas. Just thinking about what's around. My friend Bill's got a set of tractor fenders, and they might be perfect for this. I love the idea of a freestanding fender. There's nothing for these things to attach to, and it's exactly the way a tractor fender's set up. Now this is what I'm talking about. It's crazy because this tractor has almost the look of the little seating position that's gonna be in the trike. These fenders, I might just take these and modify them. It's exactly what I have on the trike. The seat right here, the tire's very close, and these do the same thing as I'm talking about. You see the rubber, and they just protect the rider from falling into the tire. That's it. Nobody's got fenders like that, baby. You're in your little chamber. Well, you're definitely protected from the tires. But they look absolutely ridiculous. These fenders are not gonna work. These fenders are a little too Flash Gordon for me. It just makes me think of a clown with a big tie on, you know, big shoes. It's just not cool. It's gonna look comical, and I'm not looking for that. My plan is to duplicate this design, but smaller, half size. I'm gonna use a round rod all the way around the perimeter and then finish it off with a sheet on the surface. Here is an improvised arch maker. I need to create a radius around those tires. There's a lot of ways to bend tubing. Sometimes I just do it primitive. It works for me. Weld the end, flip her over, and roll out the barrel. This rim made the ring too small, so I'm just gonna stretch it out on this tire. It's always easier to open the arch up than to try to shrink it down. So the idea here is to get this to be about just a ½ inch or an inch off of the surface all the way around the tire, kind of like here. So all you do is just start to beat on it. Right about there. So this puts an even ½ inch perimeter all the way around. Now that I got these hoops around the tire, the rest of the skeleton of the body is going to be the same rod. So I'm just making some pieces that go around the tire and hold it up. Now I'm going to set up a couple little braces so that these hoops don't fall off the tire. Really, the only way you can create these shapes is by eye. You just put it in, give it a little twist, put it back on. So I'm going to create a little sheet metal edge that'll come from this side to this side and just put a little crown in it. This is why a man would want soft cardboard, for those very delicate areas. So my plan, cut the steel a little bit bigger. This is just a rough guide. I got some pretty cool air shears. Eastwood sent them over. They work perfect. One of those instances where you realize you can never have too many clamps. You can see it swings down and then out and then back around, and it's all one panel. It's going to be a lot easier when it comes to bodywork because there's no welded seams. Some people may cut it on the highs and lows, but I just swung it right around. In the end, I'm gonna paint these fenders so they look like some kind of a carnival freak show. I want it to look like you're locked in on some kind of a wild ride. All right. It's getting closer. The whole idea with the fenders, you can see now, your legs ain't gonna rub. It's perfect. Got just enough to keep you off of that. Still got your wheelchair action. It's pretty cool. Something about the bars that were on the forks, they just looked a little too small proportionally in relation to the rear tires especially. I just want the bars to be a little bit more forward and not so down in the wrists. I want them kind of straight out. I feel like with those giant back tires, the handlebars should be a little beefier, so I'm gonna make them out of this 1.5" round. See on the top of the bars how they come backwards towards the rider. I don't want that much angle. I want them to be a little bit more forward. I want a little bit of pullback, so I'm just gonna put this piece of bar stock under it. And I'll set up the angles like so. And that should be good. Just kind of winging it, whatever looks good. If they don't look good, I'll make another set. How's that sound? Right now, I'm just trying to make sure that they're both even. You don't want one limp arm, right? So I'm keeping these angles parallel, straight through, and then they're the same distance off the table. And that's all there is to it. Another issue with the forks that were on the bars was the risers. I thought they looked a little bit too spread out. I wanted something right down on the headset so that the springs really showed. These are the risers. They're gonna weld on the bottom of the handlebars. Instead of bolting on like those, it'll be a clean, clean look. See, I welded the little nut inside. Then there's the bottom plate. Makes it very, very strong. Feeling it, man. I'm feeling it. Born to be mild. The bike's really coming together. It's got the flavor. The handlebars were like the final touch with the fabrication. It's on. Now that the fabrication's done, I'm really starting to think about some crazy paint job ideas. But even that's getting ahead of myself. I need to make sure this motor runs. It's been sitting around for a while, and I hope it still works. This build's coming along great. The next big thing I gotta deal with is the engine. So I'm gonna try to adapt a Volkswagen carburetor to this Honda engine. I had this thing laying around, I just put a rebuild kit in it. Aside from my personal belief that everything should have a bit of Volkswagen in it, they're basically the same shape engines. A VW is a flat 4 boxer motor. The Honda Goldwing's the same thing. From the factory, the bike came with 4 independent carburetors with a big junction box that was the air cleaner. It was really well designed for maximum performance, but they're gone. In looking at the Volkswagen motors, they have a center carburetor with a long runner connecting both cylinder banks, and then they have a short splitter like on the dual port manifolds. It seems that they tried to make this as even and short as possible. So I'm gonna try to replicate that. Bought these U-bends, and of course they're not the right radius. They don't match from cylinder to cylinder. So the first step is to cut them so they fit the existing intake from the Honda. The Honda motor and a Volkswagen motor, this style, are pretty similar. I don't see why this intake wouldn't work. Those 2 half circles you see coming out of the castings will get welded together, and then there'll be a port cut on the inside edge of each of them where the crossover tube mounts. Next, I'm gonna make a tube that crosses over the engine. After that, just make a riser for the carburetor and weld a base plate on. I'm using the same size tube and making a cross member that goes left to right on the engine. It'll look kind of like a dog bone, but I'll put it upright in the center of that holds the carburetor. It's gonna go 10,000 miles per hour. It's amazing. This intake is just a shot in the dark. It's my best guess, just like everything else I build. I'm just winging it. Found this cool little air cleaner. It's more just like a wire screen, but I modified the end of it so that it fits the VW carb. And now you understand why the frame has that strange shape in the front. See, that sits just like that. Pretty slick. So all I need to do now is just make a tube that goes up and holds the carb. Like most things, best laid plans never seem to come to fruition that easy. This isn't gonna work at all. I didn't take into consideration the way the throttle linkage is gonna hit the manifold. Pretty much married to the idea of the intake being this shape. I gotta come up with a way to make this work. I think I'm just gonna make a curved tube that sets the carb a little bit forward. I had intended it for it to be right on top of the intake, but it's gonna be a little bit offset. Yeah, the motor's rigid mounted, it's not gonna shake, so the carb won't hit the frame. It's all good. Bitchin'. I think it looks great. It's exactly what I was thinking. You always gotta jump hurdles to get there. In the end, it's what I wanted. Now that I got the intake squared away, I'm stoked. It looks like it's gonna go. I don't know if it's gonna work. It's time to try to start this thing. It's the moment of truth. All right, let's try to give it some fire. Every internal combustion engine is pretty much the same theory, so I knew somewhere it wasn't getting electricity where it needed it. No spark. There's this red wire just sitting here. I don't know if that goes to power. There's a little thing in here. It's no more ignition points. So this magnetic module needs power. That's what it is. Aha. So somebody changed out the points to this cool little electronic ignition. I had this whole motor rigged. The wires were twisted together. There was no fuel tank, no exhaust. I don't even know if there was oil in it. I just wanted to hear it go. Prepare for start. As soon as I put power to that red wire, like a light switch, it started right up. Next step is to get the tank and the fenders painted. Pull this motor back out, shine it all up, run the fuel lines, electricity, and ride it. This bike is bitchin'. I'm really stoked. I mean, it totally works. It feels good, it's got plenty of power. I couldn't have done it better myself. It's perfect. If you just want to have fun, enjoy something, goof off, this is the bike for you. The whole thing with this is to look like a giant toy. It looks like a big wheel. It's one thing to think about a project, but to see it right there, it's great. It's what I live for. My whole thing is just trying to push it, trying to push the boundaries. It's easy to make something that's already cool. I want to do something new. Paint's really kind of a loose interpretation of like a psychedelic 60s chopper kind of thing. You know, it's got the pearlies and the flakes and stuff. I just thought it fit. I mean, I think it works really good with the bike. You can't go wrong with an octopus gas cap, and that's like next level. It's a squeaky toy, it was a dog chew. It looked like a gas cap. The whole rear of the bike was really just something to take your eyes away from the radiator. It's a really simple setup. It's just a mesh screen, covers the radiator. There's 6 exhaust tips, 3 on each side, some cool, old school British taillights, and that's it, Bodywork. It's a liquid cool bike, so I really just tried to make it look like a royal throne. That was the chopper vibe. Throne on wheels, and hey, there it is. I just finished the trike. I brought it out here to the Born Free Show to reveal it, and it's on. Born Free Show was the perfect venue to take this to. It's just mellow, good vibes, great show. I feel like this show really embodies that 60s, 70s hand-built bike vibe. You see a lot of really long bikes, thin tires, everything that was happening before the mass production.
I have a trike myself, a chopper trike Ironhead. And this one here is totally hand-built. It's one of a kind, totally unique. Whoever put this together knew what they wanted as opposed to anything else. I mean, you're not going to see 2 of them. And we're looking at the drive shaft on this, going to the rear end axle. Just totally unique.
I've always built Japanese bikes, and I noticed this had an old Goldwing motor in it. That's from the same era as the bikes I build, so I came over and took a look at it. I like all the angles, you know. I like a style of bike called a digger, and they had angled tanks like that, you know, like mid-70s sci-fi type of stuff, and I noticed that before I even realized it had the Japanese motor in it. Once I saw the Goldwing, that just topped it off. Didn't notice it until we stood here, but it's got a seat off a lawnmower on it, you know, and it's perfect. Nobody would ever guess, but I mean, he did the same thing, just home built, different ideas, and it works perfectly.
The whole thing behind what I'm doing is It is meant to be displayed. It's meant to be exhibited, thrown out there for everybody.
It's pretty sick. You can make a Honda Goldwing look cool.
And a badass trike that's like super short. I don't think it probably pops wheelies like no other.
A lot of ingenuity in it, very clean.
The reason I wanted to build this trike in the 70s style is because I guess the 70s style bike was a little more experimental, it's more creative, and I just like that aspect of it.
It's kind of like the weirder it is, the more it sticks out. So.
Yep, yeah, more people like it.
It's hard to describe exactly why I need to do this, and that really is the proper word. I need to do this. As I understand it, you only live once, and for whatever reason, I need to build these things. Being at a show like this, the Born Free, it really turns you on. No other way to put it. These guys have it nailed. It really makes me want to build something else. The next thing I build is really defined by what's laying in the scrap pile. That's how this thing was built.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel takes on the wild world of dune buggies.
This buggy's the real deal. It's a 60s survivor. I got a couple ideas that are really gonna make this thing unique.
But Ian's client isn't so sure.
We're on a time frame. Her birthday's coming up soon.
Got plans for this thing. I think he's gonna be stoked, and I think it's gonna work out really good.
As the build progresses, Ian brings in some heavy artillery to help the cause.
What do you think, Inspector? I got a dune buggy and a forklift and a dream. What more do you need? My friend Don, his wife Patty's birthday is coming up. He wants to get her something really cool. Her family has a long history with dune buggies, so he's thinking about putting together one for her.
It's going to be a total surprise for her. Growing up, her dad had a Myers-Manx when they first came out, and my wife had a lot of good memories with that dune buggy out at Pismo and some of the desert areas with that.
Don is a car fanatic. His wife is a little more conservative. She's always wondering what he's doing over here. He's got 6 million cars. I think that this dune buggy might seal the deal. It might win her over to our side.
It's just going to be epitome of driving around in something cool, you know, especially done by Ian, because he's so creative.
I recently went to this dune buggy show just to see what's going on in the scene, and it's happening. This type of car has been built for decades. It started out with simple tube frame and advanced into this fiberglass body. At the car show, you see all kinds, and people just dig them. The early dune buggies are super desirable. They're still around, but they're harder to get. What you're seeing a lot of is reproduction stuff with really high-tech performance goods. The cool factor in this type of car is that it's super unique. They're about having a good time, and everybody does it their own way. The Myers-Manx is kind of the standard. It has the reputation of being the coolest, most sought-after classic fiberglass buggy. Yeah, the fellow across the way said that this was the original, the real deal Manx. I guess this one sits on an original VW floor pan that's shortened. And just looking around it, you can see a lot of the parts are all VW Bug. Seeing all these dune buggies got me charged up. I'm ready to get this thing going. Don claims to have an old fiberglass buggy and a chassis back in one of his shops. He's got like 5 buildings, huge, all full of cars. He said just kind of look around. I guess there's a lot of stuff in here. He's not sure where it is. There's gotta be a million cars here, and it's been sitting for decades. This car could be anywhere. Don's got stuff piled on top of stuff.
Ian wanders around the boneyard here looking at this and scratching his head all the time. And I asked him, what are you thinking about? He goes, the next project. So we have lots of stuff here to work with.
The whole game plan here is search and destroy. It's gonna be a lot of digging, fighting a lot of cobwebs, but if he says it's here, I bet it is. He's got a pretty good memory.
There's stuff that can be hot rods out there. They could be gassers. They could be lead sleds. There's a variety of cars that I have here.
There's just so much stuff here. Maybe I'm not gonna build the fiberglass buggy. He's got a bunch of tube frame rails. He's got some Jeeps. There's all kinds of stuff. If I don't find this buggy, it's definitely gonna be something in these buildings. Now this is slick. Oh man. This Sterling is kind of a funky car. It's probably why it's sitting back here in the shop. They have a look, but it's not the look I need. Everybody's got their taste in vehicles. You look at Don's collection, he's got Mustangs, muscle cars, bitchin' trucks. I pull out the junky old dune buggy from the back corner. This is what I'm looking for. Perfect. It's pretty freaking rough, but these bodies weigh like 150 pounds. This is perfect. He's got a chassis here. It looks like it's 68 or 70. It's all here. All the brakes are here, emergency brake, steering, suspension, transmission. This must have been somebody's buggy project that they never got to. This is perfect. This buggy's the real deal. It's a 60s survivor. I don't know where it came from. Don's wife, all growing up, her family vacations were dune buggies at the dunes. It could be her father's, mother's, brother's, cousin's, uncles. There was a lot of dune buggies going on in this family, and this thing's still here, untouched for decades.
That old dune buggy body was something that my father-in-law had dug up years ago out in the desert from a guy that his son had crashed it. So the front end has pretty much been busted off of it, the gel coat shot, and it is in really rough condition. It really needed to be cut up and thrown in the trash can. It was that bad.
It's like a Halloween costume. I love it. See, this is super light. This is perfect. Done. Let's drive it. The only thing I can see for me as a down point is the body is thrashed. It seems like the nose was either broken off or cut off. There's a really bad patch job across the whole front of the car. The car was segmented at some point in its life. Don was really skeptical at first. This car was literally discarded in the back of the shop. It was on its way to the trash bin.
This is probably the biggest piece of junk on the property. It really is, with no exaggeration.
It's a freaking dune buggy. They're harder and harder to find. This is great. It's an original, old school dune buggy. I got plans for this thing. I think he's gonna be stoked, and I think it's gonna work out really good. Probably gonna make a roll cage around the front windshield area, so it'll have like 2 hoops that come up, some kind of center bar. The big question mark in this is the rotten fiberglass body. It's kind of out of my league, but I know a guy who could do the thing. I really like to do everything myself, but I don't mind another guy getting itchy on my behalf. Fiberglass is a really terrible material to work with. It's one of the few exceptions I'll make. Smiley's work includes every material you can think of. Metal, plastic. I'm going to him because he's a fiberglass master, and that's what I need.
We do a lot of fiberglass work, mold making of all sorts, all shapes and sizes. We realize designs for designers. We build exhibits for museums and for galleries and for film and theater. Yeah, here you go. Hey, just in case you break your leg.
Perfect.
Hey, break a leg.
Wow, that's awesome.
But we focus a lot on the sculptural aspects of artworks.
I've seen this guy do all kinds of fiberglass work, creating from molds, just hand laying stuff. Cars really aren't his bag, but this is a fiberglass body, and I know this guy's a whiz.
Ian came in with a very specific problem that needed a very specific answer. Well, we glassed it all back together. Whoever Whoever glassed that beforehand had no idea what they're doing. His problem was his car. It was poorly refabricated, it was poorly altered, and it needed some retrofit. It's pretty straightforward fiberglass repair. However, it was pretty spectacular how big the screw-up was on the previous fabricator's part.
It looked like they cut the whole nose off, right?
I think they cut the whole nose off and then glued it back together with some kind of combination of chicken wire and bubble gum.
Right.
We just basically cut out the old section and re-glassed everything the way it should have been. But I can show you if we flip it over, maybe that's a good place to start.
Yeah, because I remember it was barely hanging on there. That's why I wanted to attach it, right.
So, it got really thick in some places, but I'll tell you why. So basically this whole section had some kind of chicken wire in it, and it had no cloth whatsoever in it. The cloth is what obviously gives it strength, but it was just solid resin, which is basically like holding it together with a piece of like glass or something.
Well, when I picked it up, it was just chunking out those big plastic shapes, so I knew something was wrong. Yeah.
It's nice and strong.
Sure, that's what I was looking for.
So basically there's an area about 6 inches wide all the way down that went across.
Walking in, looking at the car right away, I knew he nailed it. It sits level on the floor. It was all crooked before. The thing's got globs of fiberglass on it, which is what I needed. I needed the thing strong and ready to go.
It should be straight now. It all sits on the floor now.
Yeah, because that was the thing too. The whole thing was really crooked.
It was put on like that.
It's like somebody had it set up on a freaking crate on one side and then glassed it together. I was really hoping that this thing might be sanded and actually a nice glossy paint job on it, but Smiley's super busy. What he did was what I asked him. He got the thing back in action. Structurally, it's there. I gotta take it, sand it down, Bondo it, and get it ready for paint. Well, that's the thing, man. I think I could do all the finished bodywork. It was just this structure that I was clueless. I wanted to be sure it was done right.
He works pretty much exactly like an artist in the studio works. He has an idea, and he musters the resources that he needs to make it happen. And he's got a number of projects going at the same time. But he works pretty much as if a painter would be working in the studio. He's got everything there. I don't think he really even works with assistants much. He certainly doesn't work on a kind of a manufacturing kind of capacity. He's definitely hand building everything with hand tools in a studio situation. It's not a factory. That's unique craftsmanship, that's unique artistry. And I mean, because he's designing stuff completely on his own, I would not put those in any other different category than like fine art. The fact it's got wheels and motors, that doesn't make any difference at all. I think he's making art. I don't think he'll admit it.
I brought the body back to Don's. I put it on the chassis, and I want him to check it out. I got a couple good ideas, and I think he'll go for it. This is the car that was all the way in the back there, and I think it's got potential. It looks rough, but it ain't that rough. What I'm gonna have to do is shorten the chassis. This is a stock bug floor pan. It was laying in the back there too, but you can see how the tires are out of place.
With the body sitting on the pan, the pan hasn't been shortened yet. It looks a little odd. It's still looking a little rough around the edges, but I have a lot of faith in Ian on this project. Well, this would be great. This would be a little go-around deal for the wife around the yard here.
It's a pretty unique body. That's why I picked it.
It's gonna be cool. To see this old girl come back to life is gonna be really, really something. Seeing it a rolling project now looks a lot better than seeing where it was before. And it's starting to come along. It's still rough, but there's hope at the end of the tunnel here.
Don's got a body and a chassis. I got a VW engine and a few other parts. I think this thing can come together quick. Right on, man. Well, I'm gonna wheel it out of here and get to it.
Okay.
After I left Don's, I gave this car a good coat of primer. It's pretty much ready for fabrication. I got it back here in my shop, and it's time to start the fun part. The stock VW Bug is 15 inches longer than this fiberglass body, so the first step is to cut this thing in half. For a lot of people, cutting a car in half would be a real trial. I've done this so many times, it's like a 2-hour process. I'm gonna cut this chassis in half, shorten to 15 inches, and get on with it. The whole mode of how I'm putting this thing together is to work through it as quickly as possible. I'm gonna get the structure in place and then put whatever linkages I need in later. Shortening this chassis isn't a big deal for me, but I'm really making it mine. It's finally, I'm doing some work on it. It's been just conceptual up to this point, so it's cool because I'm starting to make some decisions. Inside the VW pan, there's a whole bunch of stuff. You have cables that control the heater, you have a throttle cable, you have a clutch cable, you have emergency brake cables, you have a shifter rod, and a brake hose, the brake line. When I put the engine in, I'm gonna put all these tubes back in the chassis, so I'm not even concerned with it at this point. Deal. You see there's really nothing to it. It's pretty straight ahead. So I'm making all the cuts just a little bit short of where they should be. The idea being I'll slip this thing together and slowly make cuts until it fits within 1/16 of an inch so I can weld it nice. Push the chassis back together, shorten the wheelbase. It looks great. I'm gonna weld it up and put the body on. It's the first time with the proper wheelbase. I knew that this body was built for a VW chassis, but this is a later model than the body was. These were for 60s Beetles that had a swing axle. This is probably a 1970 or so. So I really wanted to put the body on once the chassis was shortened and be sure it fit. I never knew if it would fit until now. All my calculations are correct. Put the body back on the chassis. It looks great. I'm stoked. Now it's down to just getting the dune buggy specific parts put together. I wasn't even looking for a dog. I don't even like dogs. This guy showed up next door, won my heart. Hellhound. You weren't relieved from your guard. It was a movie about some vampires back when I was a teenager, and the Hellhound, you know, is the most vicious beast ever. And the whole idea with having a shop dog is he's the guard. You leave, he's on duty. I don't know if it's gonna work out. Think you can have a snack and then just mosey on out on your own accord? It doesn't seem to be very ferocious. If I walk away, I come back, he's asleep, he's eating. It's not a very vicious animal. Thank you. Thank you. Ready to yelp. All right, so it just looks like it's missing a top. It won't have a top, but I'm gonna make a roll cage. The look of all the dune buggies is the roll cage. Some of them had a single hoop, that was really early stuff. I wanna make mine a little more updated. It'll be safer, so I'm still making it with that classic dune buggy look, just better and stronger. So I'm using this 1.5 inch round tube. It's a 1/8 wall. It's good for a roll cage like this. Full race would be 1 5/8, but 1.5 inch for a light car like this is perfect. Roll bars are pretty much standard. Race cars, off-road cars, you name it. Safety is the name of the game. The weight of this car and the strength of the tube is an ideal match. This thing can roll over, no problem. The whole idea with a roll cage is you just want room to live. You know, if something goes wrong, you want the passenger and the driver protected. The roll cage is the silhouette. It's the big part of the proportion of the car. I just want to make sure that it looks right. This hoop fits the car perfectly. It's definitely too tall. I designed it that way so I can adjust it. It's really just about making the second hoop and then putting the crossbars in. It's all about how I fit in the car. Don has got piles and piles of stuff. I found these 2 cool seats in one of his shops, and they fit the bill. When I'm setting up a car, sit in it, it's all about how I fit. If the seat fits me, it's gonna fit almost everybody. Yeah, that windshield height's perfect. So the back hoop will be just above my head, and it'll have 2 tubes going forward. So same deal as this. I'm gonna make 1 more hoop, cut 4 bars to cross over the center and go back and attach it to the car body. You can see these bodies are made to have this exact style roll cage. See how it fits in perfect down the corner? It's like when they did the glass, they designed it to have a roll cage in there. So you see it fits right in. This is good for me. I mean, there's plenty of leg room. You know, by shortening the car, you think, oh, we're gonna make it unusable, but remember, this Bug was a 4-seater, as small as it is, so I'm actually sitting where the front seats should be, just a little bit further back. Everything looks good. I just need to make the cross members on the roll cage, and it's a done deal. So, worst case, this is the height should all hell break loose. Oh yeah, there's plenty of room. That's perfect. That's the height. The next step is to trim the lower sides of the windshield tubes and commit to this height. You can see the tube comes straight through, and I'll actually want to angle this windshield back a bit also. And that ain't happening because of the tire. So I'm gonna cut this off, and I'm gonna have to reattach with some kind of a different plate. I'm gonna leave these clamps on there. That fits better now. So it's really all about the rake on this windshield. See, pulling it back to there looks pretty good. The whole thing with this is usability. It's gonna put some structure back in it because this fiberglass is pretty beat up, but this design is really so you can get in and out really easy. You know, you got some monkey bars to hold on to. So that's the deal. You know, when you're going around the dunes and you need something to hold on to, you got it. And then to get out, you got a handle. And it looks cool. Ever since I started this project, I've been thinking about the engine. Searching around at Don's, as usual, he's got so much stuff. I find an electric motor for a forklift. Just in a pile of parts, you know, there's this electric motor, there's a bunch of switches, speed controllers, just electric stuff. Just got me thinking. I mean, an electric dune buggy, nobody's got that.
That thing has been around before I've been married, and I've been married 35 years, so that thing is from the 60s, so it's got to be 50 years old, and I don't even know if it works. I know nothing about it other than it's sitting out back.
I've wanted a dune buggy forever, so building this, I'm kind of living vicariously through Don's project. I built an electric car before, and it's just a cool idea. I'd really like to make this happen.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned as old as this electric forklift is, if the parts will work. And then we're on a time frame. Her birthday's coming up soon, and I would love to have it ready for her birthday for that big surprise.
A typical story for me is just a bunch of stuff that doesn't belong together. I got a dune buggy and a forklift and a dream. What more do you need? I think electric car is happening. Today I got all the stuff set up to make this thing motorized. Body's on, the chassis ready. It's time to make this thing roll. Scabbed a bunch of parts off of an electric forklift. I got a 24-volt DC motor, some kind of a speed controller, a bunch of solenoids, and a bunch of cable. This is pretty much all the stuff it takes to make this car move. It's just a matter of getting it together. When I took this whole thing apart, I didn't think to test the motor because I was so excited that it was free. I just grabbed it and ran. So it turns out the motor was seized. It wouldn't spin at all. I hooked up a battery and it was completely locked up. It's really a bummer because I got this motor for free, expecting to just go forward and immediately hit a wall. I have to put power to it and see what it's gonna do. It's a pretty sad state. This motor sounds more like a siren or something. It's really grinding, it's whining. Electric motors are typically silent, and this one sounds like something terrible. It'll be the only dune buggy with a real, authentic engine sound. The crazy thing is this motor is operating. I put 6 volts and then 12 volts to it. It spins free. It's just making a weird noise. Full speed ahead with this program. I don't care what it sounds like as long as it works. This motor has to plug in to that shaft. This shaft is what spins the gearbox. That's basically what we gotta do is stick that thing onto that thing. The big challenge in this motor swap is the coupler. I'm having to create some kind of a cockamamie idea that mates this forklift motor to the Volkswagen transaxle. The coupler's gotta be strong and it's gotta be balanced. I found a shaft that matches the VW transaxle. I got a collar that matches that diameter shaft, and I'm gonna weld it together and run it. I just transferred these holes to this square frame. So this face goes up against the transaxle. The same bolt pattern as the Volkswagen engine, and they're centered so that the 2 drive shaft things are lined up. I put together some really hairy contraptions. This thing is pretty dialed in. It's loose, but it's gonna work. It seems like it's gonna work. That fits the Volkswagen transaxle. What do you think about that? It's gotta work. I'm going off the standard VW gearbox, so it has a neutral, which is perfect. I don't have to worry about the tires spinning. So it's kind of a safety mode. I'm just gonna hook up the motor and run it, see what happens with no stress on it. The big question mark is how does this thing spin? So being in neutral and running it 6 volt and then 12 volt, it's cool. It's not perfectly balanced, but it's damn good. The cool thing about this dog is the first couple days he was sketchy, but he's becoming shop dog. It seems like the dirtier he gets, the mellower he gets. So I'm just not gonna wash him. It's such a bummer. It seems like anything that can go wrong will. This electric motor spins the reverse of what a Volkswagen engine does. That means we have 4 reverse gears and 1 forward gear. It's in reverse now, which will make it go forward. It's something I need to figure out. Yeah, there it is. I'm not gonna get caught up in the fact that reverse is forward. Sometimes things go sideways for me. It's still gonna move. First gear is here, and then second gear and then with 4 batteries, you'll have 4 gears. Should go 1,000 miles an hour. This proves that it works. There's 3 things I gotta do. Mount the motor, put a steering wheel in, and add some kind of brakes. It's pretty straight up. I cut through one of the brake lines, so if I hook that up, the brake should work. I'll hook up the steering wheel, and it's ready to drive. What do you think, Inspector? Think it's all right? He's schooling you? Today is all about getting the car ready for a test drive. Bolting on the body, finalizing the steering column, bleeding the brakes, and just making sure it's ready for the road. I got 2 batteries in the passenger seat, a 6 volt and a 12 volt. What it's gonna do is give me the opportunity to choose a low gear and a high gear. I'm not that familiar with electricity, you know? I've heard rumors about hitting people with a stick if there's an electric issue, so I'm gonna put my welding glove on and just try to isolate myself from the circuit. I am literally stabbing the terminal with a big old cable, manually. Right-hand drive, ting. So we got a low gear, right? 6 volts. Then quick to 12. And we're off. You know, I really wasn't that nervous. I'm ready to go out at any time, you know. This dune buggy would be a great way to pass. I'm always ready for the worst, but I stuck the cable on the battery and it just worked. The wild thing is when it was no load on the motor, it was humming, it was making a terrible noise, but once there's the load on it, it smooths out. I think it's just gonna get better and better. This is like a breakthrough. It was all a huge question mark. I've been really stressed about it because the torque that electric motors make will rip stuff apart, and I just didn't want to break. So having this thing operate smoothly is a tremendous relief. It's kind of anticlimactic because it works. I mean, it would have been a really great thing if it blew up or flipped over, but it just cruises. This thing rocks out. It works great. I'm really happy with it. The motor, perfect. I think it's gonna last a long time. It would have blown up right away if it was messed up. It just needed to wear back in. Brakes work, steering works. It's dune buggy time. This test is a complete success. What I have to do is figure out a way to switch the voltage properly. I got a bunch of solenoids, I'm gonna try that out. So what it's gonna do is, it'll be a mechanical switching mechanism, choosing the voltage instead of my hand. It's just safer. It's all about the wiring at this point. I gotta talk with my friend Todd. He knows a little bit more about circuits, etc. A bunch of electrical whiz that I have no concept about.
What I need to know is what you want as far as control.
I want as little control as possible, with as much power as possible.
Simple.
Those are the parameters.
Perspectives. So that's where we use the big ones.
This was actually the whole control box from the electric forklift. What this box did was control a series of hydraulic motors, but we're repurposing everything to control one single motor instead of a series of smaller ones.
I want to take this relay, I want to take this relay, I want to take that relay, and I'm gonna write a schematic on it, and we'll just wire it and
whatever
check it
fittings.
for functionality. Yeah.
Todd had a pretty good idea on how to make a speed selector for this, so he just drew out a schematic and I followed his drawing.
Cool little project, definitely. I think I can make it happen.
While Todd's getting all the technical stuff out of the way, I know enough to get these wires straightened out. Every time a wire passes through the body, it has to have an insulator on it, so I'm just drilling a series of holes and fittings in the firewall. I gotta build a battery rack, set up a solenoid rack, and after that, it's just screwing wires together. I'm gonna show off all the electronics. Instead of seeing a gasoline engine, you're gonna see this whole Frankenstein contraption under the hood. I'm gonna put in some flashing lights, disco ball. It's gonna be awesome. This part of the process is the final step. As long as we get this speed controller mounted, it's onto the paintwork. Nothing in this build has been that big of a challenge except for the electronic components. That's the big task here in the whole project.
You making progress?
Yeah, I did exactly what you said on your sketch. I couldn't get 4 6-volt batteries, so I mixed it up. I got a golf cart battery, a truck battery, a boat battery, and a forklift battery. So it's kind of like Tetris in here, but it works.
Well, it looks like everything's hooked up properly. And then this is your switch circuit here?
I couldn't find a slide switch or a rotary. So you know, with the 6-volt, it was really just a bump to get it rolling.
Okay.
So it's push button, so it'll go. 6 will just get you rolling, and then that's cruising speed. Second gear is 12 volts. Third gear is 24 volts. And because I don't know if that 36 is gonna fly, I just put it on a momentary. If it seems like it's gonna work, we could just put a switch there. So let's see if it works.
Yeah, let's run it. That is rad, man. I'm telling you what. I didn't think it'd go that quick. And he's still got 4 gears.
It's a little spooky when right out of the box it works, you know? Speed controllers operated fine, there's power, there's speed. We're ready to rock.
See that? It worked.
That is brilliant.
Dude!
Totally works.
Right on. Awesome.
Yeah. Now that this car is running, I looked at it driving around a little bit. It's kind of bland. The body's a cool shape, but it's just one big blank thing. No trim work, nothing. It's just a shape. I want to do some kind of graphic thing. It's got to be an exciting car. It's a fun car, so I got to come up with something cool. Graphics are really time-consuming. 3M gave us a whole ton of tape, so I'm going to use every bit of it. I'm going to tape off the whole body of this car and come up with a cool graphic job. I got a silver car, I want red stripes, so I'm gonna tape it off everywhere so that the only part that gets the paint is where I want the red. The wild thing about this is I have so many lines going on, I'm not gonna know what it looks like until it's painted. This is just an idea. The whole deal is it's gotta be symmetrical, and it's a million pieces of tape on this, so they gotta seam together flawlessly, because if tape doesn't line up, the paint doesn't look right, doesn't look pro. I don't have a lot of experience with paint, so I really don't know what this is gonna look like until it's finished. Really, once the clear coat is on, that's the finished result, and a painter that's done this knows where he's going. I'm just going. Eastwood gave us a whole urethane kit. It's got this red base coat, you just thin it out, it has no catalyst. It's super easy to use, you just mix it and spray it. Worked out really good. I didn't talk to Don about any graphics. He saw the car primered and loved it, so I hope when I show it to him, it flies. It's kind of dim where I was spraying it, so I rolled this car out in the sun to check it out, and it's pretty much the moment of truth. Did I make it? I started peeling it back, and the glitter was just popping. The sunlight was hitting that, it looked great. And then Don shows up.
I don't know, Ian. Red's not one of her favorite colors. Oh, but that glitter sure looks nice.
Even though red might not be her favorite color, come on. Every gal is a fiend for glitter.
She loved the glitter.
Right? Look at that metal flake.
Oh, wow. That's really starting to come alive now. That looks really cool.
When Don saw this thing in the sunlight, he was sold right there. He thought Patty, even though red wasn't her favorite color, he thinks she's gonna dig it. Not only do you have glittering lightning bolts, but you got a double red line there.
That looks really cool.
I'm stoked that the paintwork happened. It was a little touch and go, but it worked out perfect. So once this base coat sets up a little, I'll clear coat it, and then really it's just like put on the headlights, put in the interior, and she's ready to roll. I think 3 days is good.
Yeah, when he pulled the tape off and it was done, and the clear coat was the next step, I knew it was gonna come alive then. It looks absolutely great. Wonderful, wonderful.
Be just in time for her birthday, man.
Be perfect.
Hope
Be a
she
great
likes it.
surprise. Oh, she's gonna love it.
All right.
Okay, I'm going back to work.
I'll be here. This isn't a really technical paint job, but it's way further than where I was going originally. And that's the thing, once you get excited about something, just keep going with it. Finally got the car all dialed in. Road tested it for a while, seats are in, carpet's laid, it's time to show it to her. Don and I are gonna reveal the dune buggy, and I really hope Patty likes it.
She knows we've been working on something. She doesn't know what we've been working on. So I think this is gonna be a total thrill for her. She's been around the dune buggy stuff all her life. Her dad used to take her out, cruise in the desert many, many, many times. And she's such a tomboy. This is gonna work out perfect for her.
Don't walk me into something.
And here is your birthday present.
Oh, I like the red. Wow, this is, oh, and you carpeted it. This is totally cool.
No gas, all electric.
Oh, wow.
You can hot rod this around all you want around the compound here.
That's so neat. And it has the hubs just like the race car.
Just like Dad's race car.
That's awesome. This is gonna be so much fun.
Hot damn, she loved it. She really, really loved it.
It's way cool. I like that it's sparkly, and I like the red. The pinstripes and everything on it is really cool, draws a lot of attention. It's way cool, I like it.
Yeah, we actually found this back in the shop way back at the end. It was buried under a bunch of stuff, and we restored the whole thing.
That is so cool.
The thing that Patty responded to most was all the reused parts. We're on the same wavelength in that she's not looking to spend a bunch of money. She doesn't want a super fancy car. So the fact that we used all the stuff that was around her family's compound really turned her on.
All of those parts are repurposed from something else. I mean, I don't think he spent hardly a dime on it except for maybe some headlights and a couple other things. I mean, we're into this thing for next to nothing.
So the whole deal is it drives just like a car with the brake and steering, but there's no gas pedal. You just have this switch. So if it's in neutral, the motor just turns on.
Really?
And that's it. That's all you do, is on and off. And there's different speeds. So you don't have to shift. That's your shifter.
I think my favorite thing that Ian did with the car is going electric with it. I think that is just way cool. And it shows how talented he is.
I was kind of nervous because it's electric, so it's different. It's completely different. So I wanted to drive it, but I was also nervous about damaging it or doing something. But it's really cool to drive. It's a lot of fun. I love it!
The cool factor about this whole build was that Patty's family was into dune buggies. I mean, for years, like old school when the thing first happened. So to restore this original Survivor and give it back to her, it's like it came full circle.
As far back as I can remember, my dad, he always raced cars, and he always had dune buggies. We always went to Pismo, and he had a Myers-Manx, and it was a lot of fun. And just looking at this makes me remember how much fun I had with my dad and with my sisters. And I'm not a girly girl, I'm total tomboy, so this is totally perfect.
Don was totally stoked. His big issue was this was a gift to Patty. He didn't want to end up in the doghouse, so me pulling this off for Don was really like an ace in the hole.
Yeah, Ian did such a wonderful job on that, and my wife is so happy. I don't think we could have got her a better birthday gift than this. It was absolutely fantastic.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel brings his wild vision to the world of Volkswagen bugs.
I built a couple radical bugs, and looking around, I'm seeing stock ones, nothing crazy. It makes me want to chop one up and build something really wild.
With his hands on a stock bug and a head full of ideas, it's on.
I have a couple ideas I'm not 100% sure of. It's kind of uncharted territory. I'm just going for it. I'm gonna cut the whole car into pieces. You gotta be a little reckless if you want to get the best stuff.
And later, when Ian shifts gears into a different project, the pressure's on.
These clients are buying the car sight unseen. I know that I've done my best work. I can only hope that they appreciate it. I really like Volkswagens. It was one of those things growing up in New York, you just didn't see them. So for me, they became a very special car. They had total character, especially Baja bugs or custom VWs. You just never saw them on the East Coast. So really, that's what became so appealing. They were rare. I've been working on this bug for about 18 months. It all started with this little toy somebody gave me. I've always been into VW, so I saw this thing and I'm like, hey, I could build this. I could make a full-size one. I was really just kind of showing off in building this whole thing. This was just like an experiment. It's got custom everything. The chassis got a lot of tubular structure in it. It's chopped radically. It's really changed around from a stock car. I wasn't really pushing on finishing this car. I'm always working on a lot of projects, so this car is sitting in the side of the shop most of the time. The front suspension just needs to be finished, and it's a runner. And I'm really just kind of lagging. I'm looking for some inspiration to get it done. I haven't been involved in the VW world. I haven't even been to a car show or read magazines in forever. So I think I want to go out and just kind of see what's happening in the scene. We're at the VW Classic in Irvine, California, one of the largest VW shows in the world. Just looking to see what's new and hot. I haven't been to many Volkswagen shows in the past few years. You know, VW Bug was my first car. It's what I drove all through high school. Having not been to a show in a number of years, it's good to see the scene is still happening. I'm here looking at the swap meet for some parts for the build and definitely for some inspiration. This is an all VW show, so there's only VW parts at the swap meet. I specifically was looking for some cool rims, maybe some wheel adapters, and some headlights. Well, the most important thing in any swap meet is the footwork. Because nobody's advertising what they have, so you just gotta search it out. Things I'm looking for are typically in cardboard boxes or milk crates. They're not very showy, but you gotta find it. For me, this is shopping. I like stuff in cardboard boxes. I'm looking for shapes. Anything that's cool, you know, I have a mental registry and I'm flipping through it. If I see anything that looks like it'll fit, it's coming home. It's almost what we need. I was surprised how conservative the scene seems to have gotten. There was a lot of resto customs, basically like a restored car that's modified. And I guess that really just shows that these cars are becoming increasingly valuable. People aren't hacking them up the way I had seen in the 80s and early 90s. Every car that I'm building is kind of an artistic statement, and what I'm seeing here is really a big nod of respect to the factory engineers. Nobody's cutting these things up as crazy as I have been accustomed to seeing. Everybody agrees, most times it's the rim and tire combination that can make the car. The white and blue, it totally works. The body on this car is pretty stock, but obviously they went to town on the suspension. Looks like it's got a narrowed front beam, and I kind of like how it's all cambered out in the back end. It just looks like somebody squished it. This is a typical thing you see with VWs with a swing axle. When you lower them, the tires literally swing around the center arc, so you know that this is pretty much a stock floor pan. That's why the rear tires are so bent out of shape, but it looks cool. It's not good for the tire wear, but I kind of like it. It's good to see a number of different year cars that were chopped. You could see the challenges that you face when you cut the roof on a car. So when you chop the top, this panel changes, and you can see the shape of the rear window changes pretty drastically. This kind of has to do with the B-pillar too. So it's just one of the things you got to think about when you're making the cuts. Even though VWs are getting harder and harder to find for restoration or a custom, by looking at today's attendance, you know the scene is happening. Seeing all these cars like this, you really get a sense of the cookie cutter catalog cars. Everything's identifiable. That makes me want to make something even crazier. Because what stands out? The one you can't figure out, right? That's where I come in. It's kind of funny. I went to this VW show to get inspiration to finish up the car I'm working on, but it got me charged up to go in a whole new direction. I really think I can pull off a really awesome chop top. I know Bill's got a car, so here we go, another project. Bill's a client of mine. We've worked together on a bunch of projects. He's got more stuff than I can ever imagine. I put labor into his projects for his treasures, so we do a lot of horse trading. Bill and I were talking about this VW Bug project I had. He mentions, coincidentally, he's got one laying back here. Somebody changed the doors for some reason. It's pretty solid too. Look at the rocker panels. Southwest car. There's no floor pan, no kind of VIN tag of any type, so I really don't know what year this is. He said he thought it was a 64 or 65. It's in really good shape. This is a perfect start. Somebody stripped everything out of it. I don't have any carpet to remove. It's off of its floor pan. I have another floor pan at the shop I can put this on just to make sure everything is square. All the door gaps look good. I don't think the car was crashed. It's never been rolled over. He said it was a Baja bug, so I don't think it was jumped too hard or really freaked out on. This is freaking perfect. There's no preparation. I thought usually you get a car, you gotta pull all the dead rats and bubblegum wrappers out of it. This thing is just clean metal. It's ready to go. I don't know how heavy these things are. There she is. Hi-ya. Get this thing harnessed up, get her back to the shop. All right, let's get the heck out of here. I have a couple ideas I'm not 100% sure of. It's kind of uncharted territory. I'm just going for it. I'm gonna cut the whole car into pieces. It really helps me out to see a car on a chassis with rolling gear. That's the whole reason I pulled this stock VW pan in, just to get a look, a starting point. I think this is how they did it in the factory. Back in Germany, I think this is how they assembled them. My whole thing is I'm working with existing parts, so I need all the stuff that fit around the body to make it convincing. I don't want to sketch it, I want a three-dimensional view of it. Perfect fit. Hard part about building this way is you're just stacking a lot of parts. I'm moving car bodies, tires, frames. It's a lot of work. Put it on the floor pan, you see it. It looks like a typical bug. Everybody's got one. It makes me want to cut it up, change it around. This is a good reference to see there's no weight in the car. The VW is a great off-road vehicle, so you can see that this, as a Baja bug, it had tons of ground clearance, plenty of headroom, big windows, you could see all the obstacles you're approaching. That's not what I want. It's a pretty tall car. I want it about that high. This new bug, I'm really just trying to one-up a couple things in the chop I just did. Namely the windshield height and just the general appearance of it. There's a couple subtle changes, but I know I can move through this thing fast, and that's the whole plan. Just if I can reproduce this, maybe people will buy them. Maybe I can get better and better at it and sell them. I'm making this bug different than the blue one for a reason. When you look at that car, it's really wedged down in the front. That's what I was going for. This one's gonna have a mellower, straight down look. I want this car to be really fast. I want it to be just wild, just totally custom, my own build. This car will look like a Volkswagen that's been modified, but underneath the outer skin, it'll be completely my own work. My plan for this is to cut it apart, piece it back together on the floor, and see how it looks. I took off the doors just to lighten the whole thing up. I'm cutting the roof off. The C-pillar's a pretty big deal, so I just want to get everything out of the way. Once I got the doors off, I had to figure out how I was going to go about cutting the rear of the C-pillars out. There's a million ways to cut a car. The VW in the rear, in the C-pillar, is kind of a unique shape, so I'm choosing to just delete it. It's going to be easier to build it back than to try to modify it. I I needed to cut out the whole rear package tray. The reason is the body's narrower, so it's just fast for me to get it out of the way and build a new one. The whole trick with this is I'm leading the whole chop off of the A-pillars. Everything else is built to fit. So as long as the body's square and the A-pillars fit, carry on. It appeared I didn't mark the side of the car before I cut it, because I didn't. I'm that good. I know these cars. I just freaking go. That's why it's so quick. There's two ways to chop a top. You can either widen the roof to fit the body, or you can narrow the body to fit the roof. And I found that narrowing the body is a lot easier. You gotta be a little reckless if you want to get the best stuff. By cutting a car up and piecing and placing stuff, by mocking up pieces instead of like having a set definition of where you're going, it allows room for that little nuance, that thing that could potentially take it over the edge. And I just love the feeling of being a little reckless, confident enough to be able to pull it off. Now that I got the roof off, I'm just gonna get this chassis out of here. I wanna lay it out on the floor so I can really see how it looks. What I'm doing here is just mocking up the pieces of the body. The reason I cut this car right in half was because as the top comes down, this is a triangle, so it's gonna fall through these upright posts. What I'm gonna do is cut right through the center of the body. Well, you know what? I'm gonna cut 4 inches out of the windshield right now, and then we'll stick it on there and see. Chopping a top takes a lot of measuring, and I just try to make it easy as possible. 3M gave us a whole bunch of tape, so I just used a 3/4 inch tape, marked it out, cut it straight ahead. It's just easier for me to lay out tape. A lot of people do that, so you got 3/4 times 3, that's 2 1/4 inch. My aim here is to minimize the amount of finish work. I'm only chopping through the pillars so that there's less body work and finish time. If I was to cut the whole roof skin, it's a ton of hammer welding, Bondo, sanding, etc. By keeping these areas that I'm cutting pretty small, it's going to be a lot easier to finish up. So what I've been describing is as the roof comes down in height, these dimensions between the window openings get further and further from where they were. You can see on the inside here is 39 3/4. But now, where they come together, this inside is 41. So the lower the roof gets, the more mismatched they are. Most people will split the roof and make it wider to take care of that. But I like the idea of making the car smaller. Narrowing the body is really fast because you don't have to cut through that big dome in the roof. That's a huge welding procedure. Narrowing the body makes it fast. That's bottom line. My plan for this car right now is to have a front engine, so eventually all of this, or the majority of it, will be gone. But just so I can get a good look, I'm gonna trim it nice, put it together, and chop the hell out of it later. Ultimately, I will measure out and line all this up, but right now I'm just tacking it. These proportions might change. Those cuts are pretty darn close to almost like a professional did it. gonna tack this up pretty strong because these are gonna be the lead off on the rest of the chop. It's a 4-inch chop in the windshield pillars. Yeah, I think that's perfect. This rear window is obviously way too low. Something I was really stuck on was how this rear window was gonna fit. When I chopped it, it was too low, it was too big, it was all wrong in the back. I'm gonna cut out this window frame completely. I'm gonna move the top up 5 or 6 inches, and then I'm gonna bring the bottom up. So I'll chop the rear window, whatever looks right also. My opinion is the smaller the glass, the better. What that does is gives you more paint area. It looks like a larger sheet metal shape. And that's trick. See, it just brought the whole window frame up. And now if you look around the car, the windows are all at pretty much the same height. And in the end, I'm gonna figure out how much smaller the back window gets. Trucking along on this body, got a lot of bracing and stuff. The plan for me right now is to weld in the top of the window. I definitely like the line. If you look here, how this line comes through, visually, that flows around pretty cool. I like that. Taking a lot of time just to step back and look at it. It's all about the visual impact that it has. The window openings are very important to me. I think I'm just gonna cut these 2 little tail pieces off and stick a tire under there and look at it. I have a lot of experience with moving Volkswagen bodies. So this is pretty much how I build everything. You know, you can draw stuff, but I really find it easier to just stack parts. That looks freaking bitchin'. Now that I got the body together, I want to put the doors on and fit out the window surrounds. I'm really stoked to see this thing mocked up. Put some doors on, see if that doesn't change the look. Okay, looks great. Now that I got the doors on, it's time to just fit out the rest of the sheet metal. It's all about detail. I'm gonna spot this in right now. I just trimmed off 4 inches from this upright to match the roof, and it's pretty close. All right, that's tacked temporarily. You can see how much work's gonna have to go into that later, but hey, looks good from this side. I'll weld all around the seams, then there'll be 2 little spot welds that hold the old sheet metal. I'll dent it in a little bit, slick it with Bondini, call her done. This is what makes the chop. It seems like a little detail, but the fit and finish is what really makes it count. Got the door top on. There's ton of time. It's very close. All the outside is done. It looks great. I'm very happy with it. The whole deal with making this chop a little bit better than the other ones is making the windshield smaller. The early Beetles had a really cool front shape on the roof, and as the years progressed, the windshield got bigger and bigger. So me making a small windshield just makes it look older, which I consider cooler. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna lap that right on the inside of that. All are good. That's the plan, man. The reason I'm able to pull off these projects to completion is because I got my act together. Even though I wing it with these projects, it's not like I'm freaking loose, 3 sheets to the wind, you know, just flying through it. This is all a disciplinary thing. You know, just because I act like I'm going into this all fun and frolic, it's all because I'm comfortable with it. So I'm just gonna sheet this really easy. I'll do a couple pie cuts here to bring that in, but that's later. Today's mission is just get that back window to this point. The whole thing about a chop, for me, is getting the proportions right. So I knew what I wanted in the windshield, but coming around the back, it's just fit it up, figure it out. Every time I start a car, I'm just falling in love. I don't think about how much work it's gonna be. I know how much work it's gonna be, but can't think about that. You just gotta go for it. That's 5 inches out of the rear winder. So the idea here is that this line is gonna roll right through. Nice. Come out under this. Now the car looks like a chop top. That is perfect. So I got this Baja Bug hood from my good friend Don. He's got tons of stuff laying around. He had this fiberglass hood. I decided to use this fiberglass hood because it's a little shorter. Looking at the Blue Bug, the hood is really close to the ground. The fiberglass hood that I'm using is quite a bit shorter. It's from a Baja Bug, and I think it's just gonna look cool. The car's 2 inches narrower than it was, so the fiberglass hood's gonna have to get narrowed too. I'm just gonna cut a big V groove out of it and piece it back together. The pie cut, close her up, give her a clamp. All you fiberglass savvy guys, you can sit back, enjoy a cold beverage, and watch the clown go to work. While I was waiting for the fiberglass to dry, I just finished up the driver's side rear window and the B-pillar. The primary difference between the way I work and someone who thinks out the whole thing beforehand is that I leave an opening for that nuance, you know? That's the great artist. That's the thing that makes the difference, is the unexpected. And I leave a lot of room for the unexpected. I totally get that my approach to this is not the standard procedure, but I've made it my whole career to be creative, and that's really what this is about. I don't want to have a job. I don't want to conform. I want to be creative. That's what I'm doing. That looks pretty good. Still gonna get a bunch more Bondo, hammer, dolly work, etc. But this is the metal fab. This is all the grinding and welding for the chop. The only way to explain if a chop looks good or not is to just look at it. It's really an individual take on it, you know? It depends what you're trying to do with the statement of the car. So I guess the worst case scenario is the windows are ill-fitting. You know, the lines look kinked, they're not smooth, and that's really what I'm trying to work past, just make it look factory. What you're witnessing here is the transformation of a VW Beetle into an awesome freaking hot rod. Now that it's laid out on the floor, this car is bitchin'. I think it's a keeper. There's always so many projects going on. I got this bug that I'm currently chopping, and it turns out there's a buyer for the blue bug. It's pretty crazy. I found a buyer randomly through word of mouth. This couple up in Canada heard that I built this car, and they want to buy it sight unseen. That's cool, but there's a bunch of stuff I got to button up. To get this car rolling, I just got to do a couple things to the front suspension and some minor interior work. Just trim it out and this car's done. The blue bug's been in storage for a while. I got it in another shop. I only got a couple days to make this happen, so I got to get to it. Found this cool Ford axle. It must be a British Ford. I'm not sure. It's very narrow and super lightweight. I was thinking about how to improve it and kind of make it unique. Typically, the axle is a solid axle. These two centers are just joined. My idea with it was to split it, sort of like you see the later model Ford trucks, the independent I-beams. So I cut the axle in half. I took these bushings from leaf spring and just welded them in. So now the axle is sprung independently. Getting this front suspension dialed in isn't a lot of work, but it's technical. The handling of the car, the safety of the car depends on this front axle behaving correctly. All the proportions of the car are different. It's 2 inches narrower than it was. So I thought maybe this little axle would fit the narrower car, but even still, when I set it up in mock-up, it just looked like it needed to be wider. So I split it in half. I built this bracket. You can see it's about, 8 inches wider than it used to be. And now it looks like it belongs that way. I'm gonna use air shocks on this car to suspend it. Being that it's such a lightweight vehicle, I can get away with it. Most of the times you'll see a leaf spring with this setup, but I think air shocks are gonna be fine. So the air shocks just bolt in like this, kind of at a diagonal angle. But I'm not gonna hook them up to test this out because it's just gonna restrict the movement. But you can see how they just fit in. It's pretty crazy that this axle bolts right to the VW wheels. I don't know. Maybe somebody out there knows what's up. I'll tell you, it works. I guess if you look at it from this angle, you can really see how drastically cambered the tire is. And that's not gonna work for me. If this thing should get loose, unweight, tires are gonna tuck under and the car's gonna flip over, guaranteed. Problem with an off-camber suspension is if the car unweights, the tire tucks under and the car flips over. VWs are notorious for this. I'm making it worse because the front is doing the same as the rear. Typically a VW Bug, if it flips over because of this situation, it's because of the swing axle rear end. This car has sort of a swing axle front end as well. So it's gotta be kept under control or this thing's gonna be loose. So this is the air shock that is basically limiting the up and down suspension travel right now. It's all on the shock. There's nothing else on the car to stop it from moving. The whole thing to make this suspension work is bump stops and limiting straps. That keeps the axle in position. What the off-road trucks do is they use a limiting strap. It's kind of like seatbelt material. It's doubled up, stitched really strong. So as this guy is trying to open as the tire falls out, this guy limits the travel of the arm. The limiting straps were easy, simple bolt-on, but the up travel of the axle has to be controlled too. So the limiting straps, they only took care of half of the issue. They're stopping the tire from dropping out. But still, it can come up. If you were to hit a big bump at speed, it would slam the shock shut and ultimately ruin it. You could do it a couple times, but we need to have some kind of a limiter to stop the axle from moving up. So for the up travel, I just ordered these bump stops from a catalog. Contrary to popular belief, I do order stuff from catalogs from time to time. The whole deal with ordering these bump stops is they're new, they're good, I need them. Simple rubber block with a bolt in it. They're meant to take the axle bouncing around like crazy on an off-road car. Every fabrication has its look. This car has a lot of tube elements in the whole front end. So for me, getting these bump stops mounted, it's got to be a piece of tube and it's got to look like it belongs in the car. When you're fitting something into an existing structure, there's always some kind of loose ends to button up. This piece has to be really strong. The entire weight of the front of the car is transferred through one bump stop when it hits something. I ended up making all these gusset shapes to just be strong and also look good. I didn't want a bunch of loose fitting pieces. So really, I just wanted to make the thing look right and be strong. I think that did it. All mechanical parts wear, things change. I made all this stuff adjustable, so as the car ages, you can adjust everything so it keeps the tires in the right position. Yeah, so that's cool because they could be put into here at that height or locked all the way up, so it'll give you an adjustable bump stop. Pretty slick. It works. That's what I'm saying, just driving down the street, you don't need more than that. It's great. The attitude of a car, the car's face, are defined by its headlights. These headlights are pretty crazy. They're actually pieces of spun aluminum that I found in the scrapyard. So I really made this whole unit. I had some glass lenses and I made everything else. They're seal beam bulbs that I glued in behind these antique lenses. So they're 12-volt high-low beams. They look like vintage car parts, but they're handmade. Really badass. The other cool feature is the way they mount on the car. So it's a round tube. So they're adjustable up and down. You can move them in and out because you'll see when you steer, it's very close. Like so. And when the hood shuts, these strange little shapes clear the hood. When you look at it, it looks like a face. So I wanted them to be in the right position, wanted them to be the right size, and I really just tailored the whole mounting bracket so that it was clean and invisible. When you look at it, it looks like there's just two bug eyes looking at you. I made suicide doors on the car. You can buy a kit. I didn't want to do that. I was really just doing this for me. So to show off, I made some really cool suicide door hinges. So all this is developing too. I made my own hinge setup. This is the same stock as the headlights are made of, just I think 3/4, 7/8 solid round. Had a couple gate hinges, heavy duty with grease fittings. I made a bracket, welded it up inside the V-pillar here. I went suicide doors because I built a really radical VW once and I didn't do suicide doors. The first question out, why didn't you do suicide doors? So I figured, now nobody's got anything to say. What didn't I do? I haven't even driven this car. The measure of a car is how it drives, right? So I've really only started the engine up. I gotta take this thing out and spin it around and see how it behaves. Car is a blast. The crazy thing about this car is it is like a go-kart. I mean, it's miniature inside. It's really sectioned down, but it's a ton of fun to drive. It handles awesome, and the 50 horsepower that it has really makes it appear to be a strong runner. It's a ton of fun. It's like a big kid's go-kart. I got this car in just under the wire. The clients are on their way down. They're road tripping all the way from Canada to pick this thing up. And I really haven't even had time to enjoy it. I get to drive it around the parking lot a couple times, and then it's in the trailer and off to Canada. I've been working on this car for about 18 months, and it's pretty cool to see somebody just say, I want your work, we'll take it. These clients are buying the car sight unseen. I got a deposit wired into my bank account, and all they've seen is pictures and video of the car. So I'm a little nervous when they show up. I really don't know what they're expecting. I know that I've done my best work. I can only hope that they appreciate it. The most flattering thing, really, is that they know of me. They know the cars I've built, and they really wanted a piece of my work. That's the ultimate compliment. Hello.
Hello, Vivian.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
Right on.
Ian.
So here's that thing.
That's sick.
Wow. That's crazy. Just crazy, man. My name is Mark Hayward. I'm from a little town outside of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Thought we'd come all the way down to California and meet Ian and pick up that beautiful little gem we got sitting over there.
Oh, man. But I fit. You're about 6'2", right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be all right, man. So this car here, I mean, I basically bought it sight unseen. It was just spur of the moment type of thing. Like I say, we corresponded on email, and he said, well, maybe you're interested in this Volkswagen I got. And he sent me a picture, and it was pretty much a done deal. I mean, how could you not? Just taking one look at that thing. It's phenomenal.
Very excited about having the car in our collection. And now we can take it back up to where we live, and I know it's going to be a showstopper wherever we take it. And that's something that we enjoy. We enjoy going to the car shows and having a one-of-a-kind car.
But the cool thing is when you're at the car show and you want to show off, you won't show everybody where the secret switch is, but you know, there's a secret switch under there, and then you just pop the doors like that to get in and out.
Oh yeah, this is gonna just, blow some people away.
I'm a little bummed I didn't get to enjoy the car, but the customers, they seem like they love it. They're really stoked on the paint color and the overall attitude of the car. It's a win-win situation for me because I've already got my mind set on the new car I'm building, and they're happy with what they got.
Oh yeah, I got something for you. I brought you something.
Okay, I heard that there was a little treasure in the trailer.
I got a little treasure in the trailer, all the way down from the frozen north.
Whoa, what the heck is that thing?
That's a 51 Henry J.
Holy moly. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen one. It's pretty crazy. Mark brought down this Henry J. It's a bitchin' car. It looks like they're doing like a pro street thing. This car was sitting around Mark's garage for years. He's in no real rush to finish it, but he wants me to build it. That is a great compliment. That's crazy, and it has no trunk. What kind of car doesn't have a trunk?
We have lots of projects, both Viv and I, and I'll never get to them all, so it's like, okay, let's give one to Ian and see what he comes up with. And if it's anything like that Volkswagen over there, we're gonna get a pretty nice hot rod out of this. Seeing his work, you know, through the video, seeing the car now in person, yeah, I mean, I trust him 100%. I think it's just his creativity, and it gets down to his hands, and that's what he can fabricate and do. So, yeah, I have full faith in him to turn that project we just left him here into something. He's just a guy that can take nothing and build it into something. That is phenomenal in my book.
Pulling this car up next to a stock Bug really shows you the difference. My friend Todd had a stock VW, same year. When you put them side by side, you see what's going on.
Same exact car, you know. Only difference is
Ian's touch.
only difference is everything.
Mark and Vivian came down to pick up the blue Bug. Mark is claiming that it's his. Vivian's now talking about she wants a Bug. She wants a pink Bug to rival Mark's. I told her that I was chopping a new one, and she's all about it. So it looks like I might be building her a car now. This thing is snowballed into something ridiculous. They're picking up a car from me, they brought a car down from Canada, and now Vivian's talking about wanting a pink Bug to rival Mark's. All I know is I got a lot of cars to build.
on Full Custom Garage. Master metalman Ian Roussel attempts to create a wild bubble top on a 62 Thunderbird.
This bubble top is kind of the holy grail of fabrication. It's pretty mysterious. It's definitely delicate. I mean, these cars have a history of being like top-notch attention getters.
But Ian's eccentric client isn't going to make it easy.
The crazy thing about working with Victor is he's always pushing me.
Then I walk up and I said, Ian, crank it up. Let's take it to the limit.
Yes, Captain. Taking it to the limit, as requested.
And with the pressure on,
the whole thing's collapsing.
Ian pays a visit to legendary car customizer Gene Winfield.
Every day is a school day. Even Albert Einstein, he said that you learn every day, and the day you stop learning, you start to die.
And later, as Ian continues the build, the project expands in all directions.
This is a perfect example of how I work. A venture into the unknown. I got a couple ideas, a couple of hints. It's time to make it happen. Victor started off as his client. I would do random modifications on his cars, and he's become my biggest patron. The dude, I don't know how many cars I've built for him, but if you look at the examples of where this man goes, his cars are top-notch.
Ian, throughout our relationship, has been able to achieve anything I ever wanted to do. The guy's got an imagination that I've never met anybody that has like his way of thinking. Everything we do is art. These are not cars, these are works of art, they're sculptures.
Victor's cars are full custom stuff, really artsy, and he trusts me to just go off with my own designs, and if they work, he follows through with it. Otherwise, we just collaborate on a lot of stuff. Victor and I are up at this car show up north, and this dude's got the king bubble top of all bubble tops. Apparently, it's the biggest one in the world. This car is out of control. Victor says he wants one, and I gotta pull it off.
So I said, you know what? Let's go home and start.
Victor is nonstop about wanting this bubble top. He's chewing my ear off about it. And I'm thinking the quickest way to get there is to use one of our old projects. We got this old T-Bird, never got finished. I think it'll be a perfect candidate. This T-Bird project, in my idea, was like a speedboat with wheels. It was this crazy motorized transformer type Thunderbird. And Victor just wasn't happy with it. He wanted to take it further, and it just stalled out.
The reason why I picked the Thunderbird, looking at the car, I knew I wanted to do something crazy with it.
The cool factor about this car is it's radically customized. The whole rear has been cut off and remade. It's got a wild lift-up cockpit. The hood is reversed. It's on air suspension. To take this car further is really like out of control. I consider it done. Victor just wants more. Our work is evolving. We've finished a lot of cars, and then he has me cut them apart again. The first task in this whole bubble top adventure is figuring out how to heat up the plastic. The first task in this whole bubble top adventure is figuring out how to heat up the plastic. The only hints I have at this are some pretty obscure writings about how Ed Roth did it. Some folks say a pizza oven. Other people have talked about like electric heating elements. The real challenge here is figuring out how to heat up a huge amount of square feet of plastic at an even rate. I got a couple ideas using some sheet metal, some plywood, and angle iron with a masonry board as insulation. I need to build an oven big enough to heat this thing. So what I ordered was 2 different thicknesses of plywood. The heavier stuff will be the form for the Lexan when we inflate it. The thinner stuff is for the walls. And the masonry board is insulation, and the galvanized steel is just something hopefully to reflect the heat and protect all of it. The loose factor about this oven is there's no way to test it except to do it. So I'm gonna build it, fire it up, see what happens. We're gonna build a frame to hold these masonry sheets. and then cut the plywood and sheet metal to match. The cool factor of this whole bubble top thing is, like, I've seen this since I was like 8, 10 years old. You know, these cartoons of cars with crazy plastic roofs. How the heck do they do that? I've always wanted to find out. Every project I do, I'm really just trying to push my skills. This plastic experiment is really next level. I've never tried anything like it, and it's a huge challenge. That's all the sheet metal panels. Next is the dusty part. I don't know how dirty this is gonna get, but let's see. After about 12 or 15 sheets, we should have a nice mess going. There's a lot of options on how to go about creating this thing. I really could just farm it out to a plastics company and be done with it, but that's not how I work. I want to figure this thing out and make it my own. Get my play pen, spend some time. See, so by putting the screw through this way, it grabs the plywood, sandwiches the whole thing together. All I have to do is put in 5 million screws. I mean, the real cool factor about the bubble tops is that it was completely custom. It wasn't seen on anything else. It was handmade for each particular vehicle. Well, now that these little sandwich panels are made, they need to be retained in the angle iron structure. So I think I'm just gonna put 3 uprights on each side. That way it'll all kind of flex, but it definitely won't fall apart. Next step is to take the rest of the angle iron and create a perimeter frame that'll be for the lid. The lid's gonna be a few different sandwiched pieces. It all kind of has to fit together, so I'm just gonna finish up the heavy welding here and bring it to the location. The rest is all screws and wood. We're out at Victor's place. We got the big oven here. I'm gonna try to make like a teardrop shape. I've read about different plastics and each one has its own characteristics. I've settled on this acrylic sheet plexiglass. It's 3/8 inch thick and it's a 5 foot by 8 foot sheet. Plastic needs something to hold it in shape while it's heating up. This whole idea with the backboard and the retaining ring is really just to keep a solid base. So the edges remain perfectly flat and the interior part of it will heat up and expand. My idea with this base plate is that we could blow 4 or 5 different roofs and they would all be successful. They'd be interchangeable and Victor could just pick the one he liked. I'm creating a balloon with wood and plastic components. I'm trying to make it airtight. The silicone is going to help seal it. Silicone looks like it's sealed, all the air fittings are in place. Got everything screwed together. Big challenge trying to figure out how to heat this thing up. I'm just hitting walls with it. I'm talking with Victor about it.
And he said, well, we need some igniters or elements. I said, I got some perfect elements. Let me just finish cooking my steaks.
I guess his family barbecues a lot. You know, they have big family events, go on vacation. They do a lot of motorhome camping. And they got these 2 huge commercial barbecue grills, and he thinks that it's gonna make it happen. Victor and I share a lot of the same characteristics. I think this barbecue thing might just be too much. He's convinced it's gonna work. All I have to do is prove it. Each grill has 2 propane tanks, so we'll have 4 5-gallon propane tanks, which should be plenty of capacity. As long as these guys get that volume of air warmed up, it should work. All you can do is try. We're either gonna have the right amount of heat or not enough. We'll see. I built this whole oven without the lid on. So we're here, we're doing this, and it occurs to me that with the lid on, you can't see anything inside the box. That's a problem. I used to work in a foundry, and they had this huge kiln, and it had this perfect porthole that you could look into it. So I'm just gonna cut a hole in the box and make the same little door that I saw on this kiln. Got a couple portholes cut in the thing, got a couple barbecue grills. We're just going for it. It makes some heat. Let's put the lid on. In keeping with the low-tech approach, I've got some plumbing pipe, simple gauge, and some air fittings. The idea is just create a controlled air source to inflate this thing. Target temperature for this is 375 degrees to get the plastic that hot. I had the idea that this laser thermometer would be a perfect way to check out the temperature, and yeah, the readings are consistent, it's heating up, and it seems like it's gonna happen. Pretty weird. This huge sheet of plastic, as it heats up, is starting to deform. It's getting like all wobbly looking, and just putting a little bit of air pressure in it.
Ian just strategically putting the air in and heating it up, and I walk up out of coming from a project that I was on, and I said, Ian, crank it up, let's take it to the limit.
Yes, Captain, taking it to the limit, as requested. That didn't work. Shut her down. I turned my head for a second, and it was like, what was that?
Within 2 minutes, the thing started tweaking and blowing, and I could see the look on Ian's face, like, what the hell did you make me do now?
Shut everything off, it's gonna melt the plastic real bad. A quick turn around, peeking in the hole, I can't even see what's going on. I'm seeing sheet metal. I don't know what's going on because the whole thing appears to have collapsed. The whole thing's collapsing. I don't know what to do. I stuck my arm back in the oven to hold the thing up and kind of get a look, and it's just destroyed. We gotta lift the lid up and see what went wrong. It looks like the metal and everything tore right out of the roof of the box. It tore off the lid.
So we actually damaged and warped the first mold. I said, you know, just crank the pressure on it. That was the wrong thing to do, but hey, it's a good story.
This thing was twice as big before this broke. So what happened was he lost air pressure and it shrunk. What a bummer. To most people, this thing looks like an utter failure. I'm gonna work through it. This directly relates to my process because I don't know what I'm working with. Most of the time, I don't know where I'm going. So this is where it failed. It ripped off of the backer board. You can see it's all jacked up on one side. But what this does is it proves that the theory works. This whole process is pretty mysterious. The only guy I can think of to talk to about it is Gene Winfield. Gene Winfield is one of the old school custom car guys. He's been doing this since the 50s. He's been there, he's seen it all, and if I need some advice, he's the go-to guy.
Well, I was glad to see Ian come up here today and ask me some questions about blowing a bubble. I've done it, you know, of course, over and over for the years and years that I've been building cars. I do metal shaping seminars all over the world, actually. I want to teach people and keep this thing going. Every day is a school day. Even Albert Einstein, he said that you learn every day, and the day you stop learning, you start to die.
When I saw your oven, that's what I dug about it, because it's like, wait a second,
so
I could do this.
That's right.
And literally, you just have a pipe with holes drilled in it, and you light it on fire. You light the gas.
Well, we made that when I was doing Blade Runner. I built 25 cars for the movie Blade Runner, and they had windshields, but they weren't really complex shapes, you know. They just had a little curve to them and stuff like that. So we built plugs and draped them over there, and it worked really
And that
slick.
was all just acrylic, regular plexiglass?
Yeah. Then when I did Back to the Future 2, you know, I did the Ferrari, what we call the Ferrari. We had to buy special, it was gray, smoke gray, but we had to buy 5 foot wide material.
Just seeing Gene's shop and all of his projects, it really gets me charged up. I mean, I want to build some cool stuff, and just seeing people who really push your brain to the next level, this is a great experience. That's Really, the whole inspiration for my project was seeing you and your team pull this off down at Rich's shop.
Yeah, I built the Pacifica originally for Ford Motor Company, 1962 and 3, and it went in the Ford custom car caravan all over the U.S. So then I wanted the engine under glass, so I built a mold, and I changed the mold 2 or 3 times until I had it just right, and then it worked out pretty good.
One tip that Gene gave me, which I have seen, is keep the temperature even. You know, be really careful about how this thing heats up, because if you get a hot spot, it's going to deform. So I guess it's keep the air pressure low, keep the temperature up,
Yep.
and just
put
cool with it,
put your
right?
manila folder in there so it doesn't hit directly on the hot plexi. I use a manila folder and I cut it into kind of a diamond or star shape and staple it down so when the air hits it, it distributes the air evenly in all directions.
Everything I've done was really by the seat of my pants. But after talking with Gene, he gave me a few tips, and he's been successful time and again, so this makes me think I can get this. When I saw you with the bubble top, it's like, I've been thinking about this since I was 15 years old. And it's like, that's how you do it. Right, it's like, this is like, you know, no vacuum machine, no nothing.
Right. I think that Ian's a real good craftsman. He's up and coming, and he's going to do a fabulous job. And I think he's going to go back and rework that bubble and redo it again, and it'll come out fine for that T-bird. Shouldn't be a problem.
After talking to Gene for a while and really just coming to understand his process of doing things, it really parallels mine. It's like a real do-it-yourself attitude. So seeing what he's pulled off, I think I could do this. The whole wooden structure is upsized. It's thicker than it was. The idea is it won't distort. I strengthened everything. I used this heavier angle iron, put a complete perimeter frame around. I threw cross members to hold the center down. The fender washers around the perimeter, they're gonna hold the wood in place. The steel is gonna hold the whole thing together. It's like a big, heavy unit. Just gotta keep this plastic under control. It's heavier than it's ever been. We got wheels on the gantry, so we can just lift the lid into place, no struggling, no error. I set up areas to put a little temperature gauge. I put an air pressure gauge on the inlet, just to try to keep the air a little stiller. I don't know if it'll have any effect, but I just put a couple masonry boards to close up the air gap on the front and on 2 sides of it. I put some marks inside the box to help out. I didn't know how big the thing was. I was looking at a screw on the wall and just trying to gauge how far down it was. As I understand, the whole deal is even temperature and inflating it so the thing doesn't tear. You want it to be consistent all the way across the surface. The ovens are pretty much where they were, but we never had them even. They were just kind of laid in there, so I put them equal distance from the walls. Propane tanks are full. All the burners I took and made sure that they're all working properly. Game plan from the start for me is to slowly heat it. Preheat it to about 200 degrees, and in 10-minute increments, raise the temperature. Get it up to 300 over the course of a half an hour, and let it soak. This whole thing is an experiment, so obviously we want to get this thing completed, but it's really a learning experience, and we're going to keep going. Victor's a funny guy about the way he builds stuff. He'll paint a car 5 times until he's satisfied. Unbeknownst to me, the car is painted. This T-bird is really like an evolving piece for him, and he's finished it to a certain degree. I think he's just trying to get the final exterior look. I think if I just put a bubble top on it, this sucker's finished. From the start, Victor wanted to see what's going on inside. I'm crawling around the ground, peeking in. I got my little system, so he brings out his great-grandfather's family heirloom mirror.
We couldn't really see. We were looking underneath, and it's pretty warm. I said, let's get some mirror. You want to use this. This is passed down for 10 generations. That's how committed I am to the cause. I might lose my heritage, but we got a bitchin' bubble top.
He found a way to squirm a mirror in there somewhere so he could check out what's going on.
I put it underneath, and actually we were able to see the bubble being blown. Don't tell my wife I used it, but, you know, in fact, thanks for reminding me. I'm gonna go put it back inside and wrap it back up.
I think it brought a bit of good luck. My plan is working. The slow heat, the low pressure, it's not over 3 PSI at any point. It's very low air pressure. And the thing is taking a great shape. It's the best one yet. There's none of that weird deformity like we had on the first try. Thing looks freaking smooth, man. It's nice. Lifting the lid up, this is a home run. It looks like magic. It's better than I hoped. Look at the radius on the front of this, man. It stood up really good. My whole life has led up to this, my entire career. Look at the freaking front, dude. It's like, bing. We set it on the car, and the contour, front to back, it's a part of the car already. I think that's the top. I think that's the right bubble for this car. That's perfect. It's perfect. This thing's on the car for 15 minutes. Everybody's praising it, you know. Wow, yeah, that was a great experience. Victor wants to go bigger. He wants something better than this.
When I seen it come out, I said we achieved our goal. And if we were normal people, we would say, all right, let's get the hell out of here. We're done, but we're not.
Technically, bigger means more heat, more air pressure, a little more time in the oven. And we've already proven that that amounts to disaster. But Victor wants more. We were really successful with this last dome we inflated. The proportions are dead on. Talking with Victor, he wants to max it out. That's how he rolls. We're gonna just push it hotter than ever and more pressure than ever. We're gonna get the biggest shape we can out of the box that we have. I'm following the same procedure as the other times. This time though, I'm gonna let it cook a lot longer. The way this one's coming together, this one seems to be coming out the smoothest of all of them. I just don't want to get it too close to the flame because that's certain death. It's still pretty nerve-wracking. There's uncharted territory. How hot can you go? How much pressure can you put in? We'll see how hot it gets. This bubble is enormous. It's getting so close to the barbecue grills. My plan is to turn off the heat and then hit the air. That way there's no flame. It's just hot air. Houston, we have a problem. All right, let's try to cool it. I think we could save it, but it's definitely giving out. See the edge is all warped out? Yeah, we got trouble. Fudge. I didn't realize how much force such a low pressure of air could exert. It's really crazy how steel and wood are deforming under the air pressure. I don't know how this is gonna work out. It's on the flange, which is kind of a bummer, so the flange will have a little warp in it. Similar to the first failure, just not as drastic. Well, we just gotta cool it off, so I'm gonna raise the lid and let some air circulate. I'm just holding it at 3 PSI. Raising up the chain hoist, and the thing looks sweet. It's enormous. Better than I hoped. I think it's over 2 feet tall. That's real good. It's quite a dome we've got there. You can see here, there's a little wackiness, but all in all, I think it's usable. It's pretty substantial. 22 inches. The other one was just under 16, so that's a pretty significant increase. So we're putting this thing on the car, but it's big. And you stand back and look at the thing. It's for a different car. It's too tall for this one.
When I seen it come out, and I went back to like we could do anything, and we're gonna try to stretch it even further.
this whole mission of heating and inflating the plastic, that was like a fraction of where we're going with this. We got the bubble top, now we're gonna build a car that's suitable for it. Victor's he's pushing it. He wants more. We're sitting there checking the car out, thinking about ideas, and he comes up with this spinning bubble top.
I said, okay, Ian, this one's gonna spin, go up and down and spin.
Yeah. Victor's talking about all these ridiculous concepts. He came to the right guy. This is what I do. I'm totally on board. Victor just wanted me to get this concept as quickly and as inexpensively as possible. Just prove that it works so we can go forward. Since there's no bubble top rotating supply hardware surplus store that I can think of, my friend Bill, he's got a pile of old junk. I think I can make something happen. I'm looking for any kind of steel tube that will telescope. It just needs to work like a power antenna almost, or even any kind of antenna where they telescope and get progressively taller. The whole idea is you have multiple sleeves and it should be incredibly strong. So my thought was there would be like a sprocket with some kind of a motor over here, with a chain drive maybe, and it spins the whole deal. Just in the way I'm picturing this mechanism working, I think it'll need like 3 or 4 concentric tubes. I'm thinking just to save space and be ridiculously strong. It has to be super heavy duty. I don't know how much weight's gonna be on here, but the leverage on the pivot pin is gonna be incredible. If I made this into a U shape, like a saddle, and I could put a pivot through here, so it would be sitting like that, and then it would tilt up and down and swivel around. It'd be kind of like a mechanical bull almost. We could buy anything, hydraulics, motors, whatever. I just gotta see if this thing has the capacity to perform. To get this whole deal to spin, I'm thinking some kind of a chain drive would be good, because it really gives you the opportunity to move the motor further away from the whole pivot assembly. This is what I'm using. Bottom line is, this is such a crazy concept. I just gotta throw it together, low budget, quick and dirty, and prove that it works. When I'm just setting it up here in the car, I realize that the car's in the way. I gotta cut out a huge chunk of the automobile to make this design work. Victor was so proud of this paint job with the gold leaf, you know, it was a really hot looking car. So I sent him a piece of it. You know, it's just, that was his favorite paint job, so I wanted him to keep a piece of it. My original concept was to have this lift like on a hydraulic ram or something, but there's just no room. You can see how much room you have now, but when you drop the car, the cool factor is this car's on airbags. It's a huge amount of weight that's just dropping on the floor. I think I'm gonna use that to my advantage. The only way I think I can make this move is by actually using the differential as a pusher. As the car drops, the differential lifts this mechanism up. Like a landing gear kind of thing. As the car settles, the thing automatically opens. I cut out the body, and then I have to fit this outer bearing sleeve. It's working out good because it will weld right to the cross member that I put in for the airbags years ago. Everything seems like it's coming together. It's pretty simple. I just keep sliding these tubes in, raising and lowering the suspension, and trimming them to fit. This saddle isn't really working on its own. It's designed to work with the leverage of the big dome attached to it. So I'm putting this rod on to simulate the leverage that's gonna be there in the end. Prepare to lift. So what's happening is you can see that this is rising out of the back of the car. And then it hits the pivot. I said, and then it hits the pivot. No, I think it's just jammed. right? That's pretty cool. And then it comes down. The whole deal with this is just greasing up everything. It's rusty, dirty metal. As soon as I sanded it a bit, put grease on it, it smoothed right out. Oh, look, it's way smoother. I'm stoked. This thing is working better. Every time I raise it, it smooths out a little more. To the layman, this could seem pretty sketchy, but I call it a success. I had this in my brain and it's actually functioning. That's cool. The up and down motion is working perfect, but we're not out of the woods yet. I really want this thing to rotate. I'm gonna do whatever it takes. The next step is making a support ring to hold the acrylic dome. It's really a no-brainer. It's just some 1x3 heavy wall rectangle tube. The whole plan with the shape of this ring is to use the wooden backboard from the original oven. That way I'm sure that the contour matches this plastic bubble. The hardest part about this is going to be this really tight radius at the front. I think what I'm going to do is put the tube on the roller and create a gradual arc like it is through here. The thing with the bender is it makes perfect circles. This is kind of an ellipse, sort of like a spiral. So I'm gonna have to take that circular shape and tweak it. It's got a couple different radiuses in it. I'm gonna have to put the saw to use and have to just slice every inch or so and kind of fold in a tight radius for these corners. So the whole deal here is you can see how it was, but by slicing it, see, it makes a tighter radius. And the whole idea is to just keep trimming it to fit. I'm gonna TIG weld all of this because it's gonna be a lot less finish work. It doesn't have a big built-up bead like the MIG welder, so it takes a little longer, but the finish time will be reduced because you'll see there's gonna be a ton of welds on this. See where it's at. It's darn close. I just got to put a piece in. What I'm going to do is sleeve these tubes inside so that it's a very strong join at the front where they come together. And then back here, I'm going to put some kind of a huge support plate that'll match onto that saddle there. Once I put the plastic on here, I'll just go through with a series of holes and put some kind of a rubber grommet. That way the metal is never touching the plastic. It's just suspended in like a rubber bushing. I knew I was gonna hit a wall somewhere in this project. The thing with the motor gear drive, I knew was gonna be a hassle. Yeah, so this motor needs a lot of room. I knew that this motor was gonna be a pretty big setup in the car, so I just cut out a bunch of sheet metal and then I just went in for the simple lift mechanism. This thing is working, you know, it leaves room for development, of course, but hey, look, it's happening, right? It's a little loose, but it's working. The ring that I've created to attach to this monstrosity is a 1x2 inch steel rectangular ring. Met them up in the center with about an 8-inch piece. And then here on the back, I threw it on the car and I mated it up to that big heavy saddle piece. This is the part with the pivot. And then I threw some supports along the side of that, and then a couple outriggers so that it's got a little more grab on the tube. The thing weighs about 60 pounds, and it's roughly 5 foot wide by 8 foot tall, and I'm hooking it up to an angry motor. Victor and I have done enough projects to know that his cars are gonna get cut up. It's just what happens. I'm just gonna chop a hole in the doors, modify that, set the ring down. You know, it makes it part of the car instead of just stacked on top of it. This whole thing is in its conceptual stage. These bubbles are so delicate, I don't want to ruin one of the keepers. I brought the damaged one to try out. That way if it fails, no loss. So it's still not perfect, but it's working. As long as it lifts this plastic and spins it, I think we're going to Victor's. On to the finish. Literally, this car lifts up and spins around. It's awesome. You've never seen that before. Probably for a reason. Oh, it spun itself off of that block. It's kind of half carnival ride, half Thunderbird. I got it working. It's still kind of loose, but it definitely demonstrates Victor's concept perfectly. So it totally works. I'm gonna take it down to Victor and see what he thinks. Okay, I got this car back to Victor's. We'll see what he thinks about it. There's a couple small issues, but all in all, I think we're gonna work through it. It's really tough to say how Victor's gonna respond to this. I know he likes to far out stuff, but I also know he likes to see things delivered properly. I pull in with the trailer and I see Victor. He's not really jumping for joy, let's say that. The car shows up, it's half disassembled, there's a bunch of foam stuck to it.
When I first saw the car, I seen it was in the rough state. I want a system that will open up and rotate and be safe and secure. So that's what we talked about, and that's what I'm hoping to see today.
It's all there, it's proven to work, so that's kind of where we're at. I just need you to make a decision on whether you'd like it to spin or not.
How fast is it going up and how fast is it rotating?
It rotates too fast.
Like how fast is too fast?
Like it wanted to kill somebody. So let me show you the rotation. I'll ask you to stand back when I turn it on.
He put it on and it was rotating like very fast. He almost took off my head a couple times.
But just seeing this wild concept got his brain going in a whole new direction. Accomplishing this bubble top, I think I might have like blew a fuse or something in Victor's psyche because now he's really going off the deep end. He's talking about some wild concepts, and we're only at the beginning of this next stage.
On the next episode of Full Custom Garage, the bubble top goes out of this world as Ian and Victor take it to the next level.
I want it to be like a spaceship. It's already been built 2 times, what's one more time?
Some people would think of this abstract idea as like, what? And I'm like, yes, charge onward, we'll figure it out. I spent a couple seconds inside that dome and it's hot. So we're having vents in the front that'll vent the cabin and then vents in the back that'll exhaust it. My whole task here is creative metalwork and mad scientist inspiration. He's got a pro body guy on the job, he's got a pro interior dude. I meet the guy and it turns out he's deaf. And Victor's like moving around, flailing his hands, this and that.
You know what? I move my hands and I'm a hand talker, if you could see, and we could communicate perfectly.
He's talking about making it look like this is like the main power source for the entire car. It's crystal powered spaceship.
I'm a subtle guy, if you could tell by my car.
We're on the final run of the whole game right here. And Victor comes up with another idea.
But now I said, Ian, we need a new element.
He wants to take it one step further, so we're gonna try something unique once more with the roof. I don't know exactly how we're gonna get there, but this car is gonna be amazing.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel transforms the inside of a 1949 milk truck.
The whole concept with the interior of this is like pirate ship. I've been thinking about that for a while. I want it to be my dream shop truck.
But a simple shop truck isn't enough. Ian's got to take it all the way.
It's going to be modular. I want it to be able to convert from work truck to camper pretty easily.
So Ian rounds up a crew of mercenaries to help get the job done.
I hate being the brains of the outfit.
The goal here is finished interior. And it's like, who knows what could happen. Oops. There's always a problem. You know, the best laid plans, there's a statement about that. This is a 1949 International Harvester. It's a Metro van. It's pretty rare. This is a shorty model, so it makes it very desirable. These are big commercial trucks, so I say shorty because this is the shortest wheelbase available. I got this van because I want it to be my dream shop truck. This is like perfect. It's enclosed, it's a van, it's heavy duty, and there's tons of room inside. The whole thing about vans for me is the interior. It's all about what's going on inside. The truck's in primer right now, and I'm cool with that, but the interior's horrible. I love the way that this thing was set up from the factory. It's got this cool seat that tilts forward. I redid the bracketry on that, so you kind of just get in like milk truck style. I made all new steering column, foot pedal controls. The whole interior has been revamped. It's nothing like it was because it's so low now. I've done a whole ton of work on this van, but for any cool custom van, it's all about the interior. And if you want to have a party in here, this stuff ain't gonna fly. I gotta fix it. The thing I like most about this, it's just funky. You don't see them. I've had VW buses since I was 15. I've always loved them, and this is like a big brother to a VW bus. It's like the next bigger size. It's able to tow. It has a good V6 engine with a manual transmission. It's the same idea as a VW bus, but rarer and cooler. My whole concept with this is like a dual-purpose vehicle. During the week, it's a work truck, and on the weekends, it's a play vehicle. I want it to be able to convert from work truck to camper pretty easily. I got a couple ideas for this van. Getting started on the interior, I'm gonna go to this van show and just see what's happening. The van scene is kind of like a 1970s time capsule, right? It's like everybody's playing dress up. You got your bitchin' vans in a row. I mean, this is what's happening. My friend Don came along to this show. He's been into vans since it was happening in the 70s. I like vans because they're really focused on the interior. Sure, they got cool look on the outside, mag wheels, whatever, but it's all about what's going on inside the box. The wild thing about vans is it's just like ultimate self-expression. You can go in any direction. You see theme vans, fantasy vans, just anything goes. Seeing the van show was really cool, and it just got me inspired to get mine finished. Just to kick off the project, I really want to see the finished color somewhere on the vehicle. I've been looking at rust for way too long. I'm gonna bring in my friend Bob. He's a painter. I want him to just do the dashboard. Just give me some inspiration, Bob. Hey, man.
How you doing, man?
I'm having a hard time with the sander. Good thing you showed up.
That's what I'm here for.
Bob Gore's a fan of mine. He saw the first DVD we produced. It's going on 10 years, I think. It's been a while since we did that, and Bob has been on board ever since. He's come out a bunch of times to help me with my different projects, and here he comes one more time.
Ian's working on a project, and he could use my help. He said he could use my help, and so I thought he'd come out and work with him again. Every time I get the opportunity, I'd love to come out.
The main reason I call on Bob to paint stuff is because he's stoked. He's like gung-ho, he loves the projects I work on, and that's a huge asset. Instead of just dropping it off somewhere where somebody's ho-hum about the project, the dude comes across the country and nails it. That's commendable. I got this thing. I'm trying to finish. I picked this thing up almost 2 years ago, and you remember my silver shop truck? Yeah. Well, that's why I want to paint this silver, because this is my shop truck. This is the '88 GMC pickup.
Really?
I took the whole frame out from under it, so it's got the motor, transmission, front and rear axle, and I just put this body on it. So you know how reliable that truck was. Yeah. That thing was unstoppable, so I wanted to reuse it. So that's really what this is in essence. The only thing that's left from the original sheet metal is this nose section, the roof, and some portions of the body.
The way Ian had described it to me was nowhere near what I didn't expect to see what I saw.
This rear bumper is the front bumper from a F-150 Ford pickup. I made the license plate flip up, and then you have your trailer hitch hidden in there. So if you're gonna tow a trailer, it just goes in. The whole idea with this van is it's a keeper. I'm to the point in the project where it's all about cosmetics.
Is it gonna be the same color as the outside?
I think the whole thing's gonna be silver all the way through.
There's so much more bodywork that needs to be done to it. Instead of me painting the outside of the vehicle, he needed me to do some work on the interior.
So really, I've been working on fabricating this whole back end. I got a lot of framework and stuff to do, and you can see how crappy this looks. It's got this bitchin' glove box where you can keep all kinds of stuff up here. Yeah. But I just want to get rid of the rust. You know, it's all flaking off. So I just want to sand out pretty much from here down, just the whole front cab. Just got to get it base coated so it doesn't look like a haunted house in here. This was in a blueberry bush way up north, and somebody was living in this thing for years. See that hole under there? Yeah. There was a wood-burning stove on the dashboard. That's why the windows are cracked from the heat. And there was a chimney. Look, you see the hole going right through? There was a chimney that went out the top. It had signage on it that said like Andy's place or something. Yeah. See, all the windows were painted black, so some kind of hippie was living in this thing, and I needed to have it. Some ghosts or something.
Definitely got some patinas.
Yeah, right. I'm not going for that. So I think I'll get in here and pull the gauges and the switches out. That way I'll get the steering wheel off and you'll be good to go. So I'll just get all this crap out of your way. This is even the front seat from the pickup truck. Reused the whole thing. I gave Bob a little wish list, told him what I was looking for, and just go to work. He knows what he's doing. I guess he's gonna sand out everything, primer it, and paint it.
Normally, it would have been media blasted. It had so much patina on it from back in the day that he actually felt that it was a little too far gone to go to that extreme. So what we did was we just sanded it down and got it as ready for paint as best we could. And it still came out really good.
Spray it up. It'll be the same color as the exterior, that cool metallic silver. I really flip-flopped on color choices for this thing for a while, but I was looking through an Eastwood catalog and they had this silver metallic, and it just looked right. Ultimately, the whole van is gonna be this cool silver metallic color. Right now, Bob's just gonna primer it and then wait about an hour, I guess, and go right into the color and clear coat. This truck looks like a giant toaster, so I wanna paint it silver. The metal flake goes with the whole 70s van vibe, custom stuff. I just mellowed it out a little bit. I didn't go for the heavy flake, I just went for a metallic, but this color's cool.
As I laid it out, I could tell it was spraying really good. It covered nicely. I thought it was really good, but the most important thing was Ian was really happy with it.
This looks totally clean, man. I'm stoked. It's way better than it was.
All right, well, thanks, man. It means a lot.
Bob's paint looks great. I just needed a no-brainer, somebody come in and nail it, and that's what he did. There's a lot of fabrication to be done on the interior, a lot of wood and upholstery, so I needed to just get the dashboard painted and move on to this more challenging stuff. This van being dual purpose, I want to build a deck across the whole rear of it, so it's like a platform bed. It's going to be made out of angle iron, I think 2-inch. The whole thing is it's got to be strong and it's got to fold up. This is the start of the rear deck. The whole idea is these panels are going to fold up and become the walls of the van when you're in work mode, And then if you go camping or whatever, this is actually a big mat. It's a big bed you can sleep on. I'm gonna work on fabbing up the structure out of angle iron. I came up with some material that could act as hinges, so Bob's gonna build the hinges and I'm gonna build a frame. This is a really simple barrel hinge design. It's just a solid shaft that fits inside of a collar. Bob's just cutting a bunch of blank pieces and making sure they pivot right.
Since we're fabricators and body men, we don't like to go to the store and buy hinges when we can make them.
So I thought we'd need 8, but 6 seems to do it. I just welded them right onto the interior structure, so once we cut this in half, the 2 sides will flip right open. I built one big square frame. My plan of attack was to just build it, cut it in half, and it should hinge. Turns out the van isn't square. Surprise, surprise. There's always a problem. You know, the best laid plans, there's a statement about that. Typical stuff. Oops, the van wall is angled in, and I had to go a little backwards. What do you think, dude? It's gonna be your nest. By angling the rear of this bed frame, it actually gives you way more room to sit in the back door, and it looks cool.
His work is always an inspiration to me, and that's why I love working with him and being involved with his projects, because you can never get bored being around Ian.
Let's just fit out the panels. We'll cut some wood pieces and we'll fit up the walls, and that's pretty much it for today. The next step is to sheathe this thing in plywood. It's all gonna be covered, it's just gotta be strong, nothing fancy. It was really cool to see this platform there, actually constructed. I've been thinking about this for weeks, and it turns out it works great. It hinges perfect, and it's super strong. I need some material for the walls. They're gonna be upholstered. I had a couple acrylic sheets, plexiglass. It'll work perfect. You could use pretty much anything. It's gonna be covered with vinyl in the end. I just cut it to fit and put a couple screws in it. What do you think, man? You need a couple bean bags, a few bongos.
Cooler full of ice cold beverages.
I really thought about how this was gonna work, and I decided by butting this frame up against the door jambs, when I lifted them up, they were gonna clip into place, and it worked. Every one of my projects involves a lot of just winging it. Standing back looking at this, I'm really stoked with the little V shape in the rear, the seating area. It looks great. This is just the first step. The goal here is finished interior. This is gonna be a real challenge.
I'm really enthused about getting to work on it, and I'm really glad he did this project, you know, for himself. You know, it's something really, really nice.
I got a few different concepts for the interior of this van, and I'm thinking fancy pirate ship. Something really deluxe, kind of a boat feeling. My buddy Jack's an upholsterer. I've worked with him on a bunch of projects, and I'm gonna go to him for some advice.
This will be one color though, huh?
I think
Are you
so.
gonna make this?
Unless you do the piping with a nice...
Yeah, we'll do it. We can do that a lighter color, or like you said, silver maybe?
The truck is silver, so I'm gonna leave it up to you. Surprise me. How about that? I'm open for whatever.
This, you can run the seat belts.
No seat belts, no safety. It's a 1949.
Oh, you don't need them.
It is what it is.
Yeah, you don't want that there. That's ugly. Yeah, I'll have it done.
Perfect. Thank you,
I'll
sir.
have it done by dinner.
Perfect. I'm a resourceful guy, so my plan with Jack was to just have him give me a shopping list. I was gonna go out and get all the stuff he needed. I need to buy like 20 yards of vinyl, 10 yards of carpet, a bucket of spray glue, interior panels, the whole 9 yards. So if you got the spot, let's take a ride.
Well, we'll go up there and I'll show you what they have.
He's got the skinny on the cheapest fabric in town. So we went to this place here in the valley. It's awesome. They've got all kinds of foam, every type of fabric. It's like full industrial supply house. They got everything. I walked into that place and I didn't know where to start. I mean, I was charged up. It's like, this is men's shopping at its finest. Oh yeah, that's like headliner.
Material, all different colors.
Maybe I should just do it in this. Jack showed me around all the different samples of vinyl they have. They got a million different foams. So he just kind of directed me to the least possible expense and the best quality for the money. This is pretty much how I roll. Show me to the dismembered packages. I want the interior of this van to be dim, kind of like a cozy bar you might want to spend some time at. I'm thinking like oxblood, dark, red, burgundy, something like that. But I love contrast, so I want like a light tone to offset it. I found exactly what I needed. I just got to get back to the shop, finish up the walls, and get on to the final upholstery. So all I did on this was just went through just as efficiently as possible. I put in gussets on every join. I put in a couple extra braces, and I added these few tabs. If you could see it the way it's sitting. I only wanted to have one post in the middle, right over the airbag arch, but that lets the whole thing flop around pretty bad. I made a removable brace that supports the floor. It just pops out, and when you close it, it adds extra support. I gotta clean all this stuff up, get the rust off. It's recycled material, but I just made this little brace that actually clips into the back of that bed. I did a front one and a back one. You can see how it's gonna go. All you do is set it in little clips. Just pop it in the shape. So that's really tight fit, but I think once I sand it and stretch it out and bounce it a few times, it'll get better. Dirty surfboard. It shows you I need to go surfing. Look at how dirty that is. I don't remember the last time I went. But now that I got my van, I'll be able to go. So the whole idea is you got your bed there, and then all that free space under the bed, just got your surfboard on. How's that sound? That sounds great. Wow. These damn novice surfers, they don't even know how to put their board in the truck without scratching it. It's all right, now that I got my van, I'm gonna be a local. Before I get started on finishing this thing, I'm gonna put all the wiring in. That way it's hidden, clean, out of the way. Got this bitchin' wiring assembly from Painless. Apparently it's everything I need. Pretty simple. They tell you right on the wires what they do. The whole idea with this is they're gonna be hidden under the carpet. I don't want them outside underneath, and you'll never have to mess with this. This is all brand new, so you can see everything is pretty straight ahead. This guy's gonna go up where the old one was, and the engine stuff will turn around and go right through the firewall, and then the interior wires will come around, go up to the dash, and then come back to the taillights. These are simple trailer lights. They look pretty ugly when you see them on trailers, but I made this whole surround and kind of Frenched them in, so it gives it a whole new look. In the end, you just get this cool round tail lamp. That's all you see. They look kind of old school, you know? Whew, that was the easiest wiring job I've ever done. This interior thing is something that I'm really looking to have more experience with. I've done a bunch of stuff, and each time it gets more complex. The hardest part for this van to me is going to be the rear quarters. The whole thing will lay out pretty easily. It's the corners that are going to be such a problem area. It's a really hard shape to make out of flat sheets of material. So to me, that's like the pride of this whole interior, is creating these corner panels. Jack explained a couple ideas on how he would have done this. And I guess he takes a series of paper slats and creates this shape and glues them all together. I don't have any paper, so I'm gonna try to do the same thing out of metal. We'll see how it works out. Trying to take a flat sheet and make a dome out of it is really hard. It could be done with metal, you know, it's just gonna take time. This idea of layering these pieces, you are overlapping them, kind of like a lobster tail, or if you see like a metal glove in like a knight in shining armor, the way his fingers actuate. Same concept, it's just a number of layers overlapping to create a compound curve. This van had a huge amount of rust repair, so I saved the walls. That's just what I do. I replaced both walls on the van, I saved the old panels, and now I'm gonna reuse them. The main reason I decided to use steel is because I have this slip roller from Eastwood, and I knew I could just cut a few strips and roll them right into shape. This is a slip roller. The idea is it takes sheet metal and makes coils out of it. The idea is there'll be a series of these that overlap each other and change their angle, and then I'll trim it all back. So the first step is obviously this one right here, because we want it to be bigger than the rest. My whole process in everything is just figuring it out. You know, point A to point Z is in a zigzaggy direction. These rear corners are pretty challenging, but I feel like it's gonna work out. The hardest part for me was figuring out how all these pieces were going to come together in this compound curve. Once I had the top and the bottom panels in, I knew filling in the rest was going to happen. I used a whole bunch of screws to hold this thing in place. I tack welded it and really just finished it off with the hammer until it looked as smooth as I could get it. So you can see this side is the overlaps. It's not that big a deal. There's still plenty of room back here. And I could have gone about this like 100 different ways, but this took about 20 minutes and I used up some scrap metal in the process. Just trying to figure some stuff out. I don't know what more to say about it. I'm told that this foam will stretch to the contour of this. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to put 2 layers of foam in here because I'm trying to make it as smooth as possible. I don't want it to look faceted or choppy. The whole idea with my plan of attack is that 2 layers of foam and then the headliner material should smooth out all the rough edges. And we won't know until it's all glued up. I got this spray adhesive that works like paint. You put it in a spray gun and it works like magic. It's super strong, it stinks amazingly, and it's a lot of fun. I cut out the headliner material, glued it up, and it's time to put it on. We'll see what happens. Something about the way I work, it's just I go increasingly faster. As soon as I'm comfortable with something, I just move on it. And I think that's how I'm so productive. The way that this glue setup and everything has come together, this is happening. So if you look close, you can see these lines through here. In an effort to minimize that, I'm gonna put 1 more layer of foam on. Definitely better than it was when it was a piece of metal, that's for sure. This is the headliner material. I'm gonna use the end of the roll in case I mess up. This stuff's a little dirtier than the rest of it. Some kind of material laminated to the foam on this headliner, so it might stretch differently. Everything worked out with the foam and the upholstery. It's time to put it in and see if it actually looks right. See, it's a perfect corner. That is deluxe. After I got this quarter nailed, I was excited to see how some vinyl looks next to this headliner material. I took the piece that surrounds the rear door and started with that. I put it in the sheet metal brake. It seemed like it fit perfect, so I went ahead and glued it, foamed it, and then went to the vinyl. The whole issue with this process is once you've glued up the vinyl, it's like a giant sticker. So if you fold it wrong, it's ruined. I don't know if you ever used a sticker that big, but this is pretty daunting. I just kind of felt it. I don't know, I used the force. I went out of my body for a moment, looked at it from 6 different angles, and committed. All the fabric I'm putting in the interior is pretty much a background tone. I really want the wood that I'm using to be the highlight. My friend Nate, he's a cabinet maker. He's an expert in his field, and I'm gonna have him help me design the dashboard.
Hey Ian, what's up?
Working on getting this dashboard situated.
Right.
See all this stuff I'm building out in wood, it's pretty simple, but I need something really cool. I know you're a cabinet maker, and I wanna do something that's really special. Like you walk in the door, and this is the main entryway.
Right.
The whole concept with the dashboard is going to be like a wood structure. I want it to have cup holders, lights, bells, whistles. This is the focal point of the whole interior.
Okay, cool. So we want to go like the old school van used to have the cup holder in the middle, except larger version type
Exactly.
of thing?
See, the engine's under here, so the whole thing is just going to sit in somehow, not fasten down. That way I can still get to the motor. I could just take this thing off.
Okay.
But I'm thinking like these dimensions, you know, this kind of angled shape, about this tall, and really the sky's the limit.
Well, I'll sit down and draw a few versions of it for you, and I'll come back and we can discuss it some more and go from there.
I don't even think you have to draw me a version.
Really?
I think you should just build it. I know you got kind of an artsy thing going. You're a musician. I hear you guys next door. So just like build your cup holder, man. Build something you think is badass, and I'll use it.
And you can hear us next door?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't even need to use the radio. Cool, man. Well, I'll be here. Just let me know. Thanks. After going to that van show, Don has not stopped talking about his old ride. He's got an old Dodge van in the back lot, and he's been doing nothing but talking about getting that thing back on the road.
I bought it from a neighbor probably 10 years ago. He had it for many, many, many years.
The whole concept was get all the mechanical stuff back in order, give it a good cleaning, and put it on the road. But we just started digging through it, and we found some really interesting artifacts.
Did you see the book that was in this?
It's still got some magic. This was inside. This is the real deal. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Whoever owned this was definitely a van head. He's got custom van books, all kinds of owner's manuals. I mean, this dude was on it. He was all about the van. Don's van is really a time capsule. It's the way it was built in the 70s. You know, you're pulling stuff out of this van, and it doesn't happen anywhere else other than the 1970s, Van Nuys Boulevard. It's cool, man. Let's get to it. The cool thing about Don's van is I wouldn't change a thing. You know, this looks like it was done in the 70s, and that's why we didn't want to change it. You know, I would drive this thing every day. This van was pretty crusty. The one redeeming factor is there's no rust. You know, this thing was sun-dried, but I think that was the saving grace. It's got the shaggiest of carpet. This thing's a disco inferno. I think one of the reasons this van was parked was because the exhaust manifold was broken. You don't know that until you start it. Cast iron exhaust manifold's a pretty challenging weld. We're choosing to arc weld this manifold because Don has these nickel electrodes, and that's the proper thing for welding cast iron. You got an arc welder and the right stuff. The whole thing about arc welding is there's no gas like in MIG welding. There's no wire that feeds, so you're literally just burning the electrode, and then this coating on it is the flux, for lack of a better term. But it works on cast iron. It was a good thing that the manifold needed some attention because it ended up putting new gaskets through the intake, the exhaust, you know, right out the back. Everything's freshened up. Runs great.
No smoke?
No nothing.
Well, let's drive it.
The big charge in helping Don out with his projects is, you know, these are things that he totally loves. That's why he has all this stuff. And seeing each one come back to life is really rewarding. You know, you see his eyes light up because he remembers when it was actually working, you know, and here he is right back in it. Don's stoked. He's like Mr. Vannon 1969 all over again. I think it's bringing him back a few decades and he's feeling good. So this whole vinyl interior thing is coming together pretty cool. All the panels are pretty much mocked up. I just have to do this last one and then skin the doors. I've made panels that fit inside every area that's going to be exposed. Got that board with foam and vinyl on it. So it's got the dashboard. I think the silver paint works great with this dark burgundy color. I'm really stoked. It just makes it look luxurious. The whole concept with the interior of this is like pirate ship. I've been thinking about that for a while. Something kind of classy, boat inspired, definitely outlaw. That's the whole van thing. I just thought I might put some kind of a nicer finish rolled edge on this thing so it doesn't just look like a hard square, but when I was buying this material, I bought a wrong piece. And this one must be like for a door stop or something. But I think it'll work perfect for that rolled edge I was looking for. I'm doing what I can with what I got. Interior dudes can go off on this thing and spend a year on the interior. You know, I'm trying to do something that's feasible for this work play vehicle. The whole idea is that this fabric just makes a little bit more of a presence on the front edge. See that? Just looks a little more rich. Definitely looks cool. Got an idea. These doors are pretty rough. And to bodywork and finish them, to paint them would really be a huge time-consuming process. So I think I'm just gonna glue vinyl over them. You know, so far, anything that needs to be bitten, licked, or chewed on, he's like all over it. I couldn't ask for a better assistant in the licking and chewing department. Come on, it's time for glue, and you know what that does to you. You lose all your composure. This looks really great. I love the way the dashboard came out. Yo.
Hey, Ian, what's up?
Hey, man, what's going on? What do you got?
Hey, you know, you kind of left the artistic impression up to me on this thing, and
yeah.
I'm a firm believer in recycling anything and everything I can get wood-wise, especially when it comes upon, you know, some good hardwood. So
exactly the channel we're on here too.
And this is Ipe wood. It's from South America. They use it on decking a lot. And what this is a piece of handrail that came off a deck that was redone. So I got 3 or 4 pieces of this, and I was thinking that we would use this as the cap for the handrail on that thing.
Nate stopped by, showed me this recycled piece of wood that he has, and it's gonna work out perfect. Yes, I'm totally down with that. That sounds great.
Cool.
So what you're saying is that this will actually be the cup holder in here?
Yeah, we'll drill right into the top of that and create your cup holders.
Okay, you got a plan.
I got a plan.
The roof skin is the largest panel. It's the biggest challenge in the whole deal, especially because it's hanging upside down. It's got to be screwed together right, and I don't want it to buckle or look lousy. Because the roof is hanging upside down, there's a pretty good chance for it to warp because all the pressure point is hanging on the screw heads. I put some metal strips along each side of the panel that should help give it strength. All this is a hemmed edge. You can see is a sheet metal panel that comes around the edge. That way it's just a lot stronger. This is a pretty simple scenario. You have your backing board, you glue some foam on, glue vinyl, and staple the backside. It leaves a pretty generic looking panel. I got this idea that's gonna spice it up a bit. Got all these wooden slats. I think it offsets the color pretty cool. They're gonna be roughly 1 foot, 16 inches apart. The whole idea is the strips go lengthwise down the sides and the roof. It just makes it look cool, I don't know. There's gonna be wood strips every 16 inches. I mean, there's gonna be wood on the roof, there's gonna be wood on the walls. I might even put some outside, maybe even wooden rims. That would be ridiculous. The devil's in the details, just getting the rest of these interior parts installed. Got to give respect to all the guys who do interior stuff. This is a very simple design, and it's really a workout. You may ask yourself, how does one guy hold a 4 foot by 8 foot sheet on the ceiling? Don had a pile of firewood, so I screwed a piece of firewood to a 2x4. Got to adapt and overcome. It's the only way. This is what I'm thinking. If I sit here, and then I stick this right here, holds it up. That's using your hand. One of the last things I need to do on this van is probably the most gnarly. I gotta cut the glass, and it's like, who knows what could happen. In an effort to do everything myself as usual, I decided I was going to take on the challenge of cutting the glass, and it has proven to be quite an art form that I'm not very proficient in. I thought that cutting this glass would be a pretty good challenge, and it has been. I made templates for all the windows. This is the windshield, basically a mirror, driver side, passenger side. I bought a huge sheet of glass, and I've been slowly but surely destroying it, trying to learn how to cut this stuff properly. There's a plastic laminate between 2 panels of glass. That's what this safety glass is. So the plastic is pretty tough. The idea being when the window breaks, it doesn't shatter all over you. The way you cut the glass is you score both sides with the glass cutter, crack it, and then put some flammable liquid. I was using denatured alcohol. You light it on fire and melt the plastic. The guy at the glass shop didn't want to do this job for me. It's part of the reason I ended up doing it. He had an issue with an employee who spilled the denatured alcohol all over himself and didn't realize how flammable it was. You don't want to light yourself on fire. There it goes, all by itself. Ta-da! So the last step in this whole process is finishing off the edges. You want to pretty much polish them because any imperfections in the edge could cause a stress point which will crack the glass in the end. Found the easiest way to rough out the shape is with this diamond wheel. It's for cutting tile. Has like little pieces of diamond fused onto this metal disc. But if you just write about it, it works pretty efficiently. Getting the glass in was the last thing. Now this thing's weather tight. Interior's in, the van is ready to roll. The van's together. I got the airbags in, it's a driver. The big secret it's hiding is it's my old work truck. It's a 1988 GMC pickup truck. From the radiator to the gas tank, I modified the whole thing and put this international body over it. So it drives like a modern vehicle. It's got a Vortec V6 with a manual 5-speed. Airbags all around, it's a bitch and ride. I got the seats back from Jack. They look sweet. It was his whole design with these stitched ribs and the grommets. I saw a seat he had there, and it translated perfectly to these 2 shapes. I chose this kind of oxblood color vinyl for the interior because I just thought it would look rich. You know, the exterior of the van is pretty mellow, but when you look inside, it's pretty special. My friend Nate made this cool console-like bar thing. It's just one of the things when you walk in, it's the focal point. You know, it's a really nice piece of furniture. This thing is immaculate. It's better than anything I could have made. I spent a lot of time on the structure of the fold-down walls. I wanted them to be very usable, so this whole hinge and steel mechanism I came up with has proven to work well. The whole concept with this van is its usability. You know, it's not a show car. So the back is set up to load and carry whatever, or you can hang out in it. That's the whole idea with this. It's a utility vehicle. It's one thing to work by yourself, but a project like this, it couldn't come around this quickly without some help from some good friends.
He works outside the box so much. I don't think Ian's ever seen the inside of the box. He has no limitations. You're never going to see an end to his creativity. His creativity is what he feeds off of, and that's the best fuel for any fire anybody could ever have.
I saw a quote, it was attributed to Jerry Garcia. It said, you don't want to simply be the best at what you do. You want to be the only one that does what you do. And really that, you know, it's kind of something that just stuck in my head.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Master Metalman Ian Roussel transforms an old jalopy into a street-burning hot rod.
My friend Don has a real steel 1931 Ford. It's a 5-window coupe. That's a perfect starting point.
But Ian's unorthodox approach doesn't sit well with his traditional client.
There's times I sit and go, okay, Ian, what are you thinking about? Because he's picking up the strangest part to put on my car.
This is like work, you know? I'm at work here trying to make a really bitchin' car, but I gotta get back to my shop. There's something I've been looking to finish, and I gotta get to it.
Back at the lab, Ian attempts to resurrect a crazy creation.
This car is really kind of the opposite of what Don's is. His is for the street, this is for the show. All it does is get off the trailer, show up at the club, and do its dance.
And later at Don's, things start heating up.
I'd say a significant event occurred in my absence. Hot rods are a purely American thing. They started with early Fords mostly, 20s and 30s Fords. As I understand, GIs came home from World War II, they wanted to go fast. These were made from cheap cars that were just sitting around, just waiting to be hot rodded. The primary reason these cars were modified was to go fast. The looks just kind of followed the function. Chop top, for instance, was to streamline the car. These cars had big, tall, square roofs, so the chop top came about from hot rodding. The big draw to these cars is that they're just a blast to drive. They're lightweight, big horsepower. It's just a pretty gnarly experience. These cars are really desirable. They're making fiberglass reproductions, all steel reproductions, so to find an original surviving all-metal body, that's the best starting point.
Ian and I have been friends for a while. We've worked on several projects together. He gets excited coming over here to see all the projects that I have. I like things a little more simple, and Ian's way more creative.
This is like ideal hot rod material. It's a little bit too far gone if you needed to restore it. All the mechanical parts are junk, but for a hot rod, this body is really good.
Just as we started this project, I was injured, and I've been laid up for almost a year now. And this has been the best therapy, with Ian as motivated as he is, and me knowing I wanted to finish this project and get it going, that the relationship on that worked out really good.
Don's wanted to bring this car back to life for years. It's literally, I don't know, 30 years, 40 years sitting around.
This car's been in the family for almost 50 years now. It needed to do something with it. It was just a cool car.
I love this car. It's really old. It's not rotten. It's just, it's been through some stuff. It's an old car. Got crunched in on the side. The frame is toast, but the body is totally usable.
It had been heavily damaged in an accident when it was in storage. And that kind of took the wind out of the sails on putting it back to original. And that's when we truly decided to go all out with it and build a new frame for it. I have a lot of ideas the way I want this car to come out, and Ian's creative mind, I'm sure he's got a lot more different ideas as well. So this is going to be interesting on this project.
There's a show coming up. I just want to go see what's around, get some inspiration, and start this new project. The Ventura Nationals has gone through a couple different transitions. Used to be called the Primer Nationals, but the primered cars have evolved into, like, you'll see, full custom blowout. This show is happening. Looking at other 31 Fords, this is like straight cool traditional custom. This is a lot like Don's in that it's a highboy. It's on the stock frame. It's running a Chevy V8 motor. It's just, you know, this is a really clean car. It's the way you would see it done in the 50s or 60s. And it's just a bitchin' look. The way they got the paint set up, it looks kind of old and patinaed. But this is a real hot rod. Good stuff. It's the same year. It's a 31 Ford. It's unchopped. It's a highboy. It's up on top of the frame. This one I consider even more traditional. It has the wishbones, but they haven't been split, so it sits taller. It's got a flathead V8 motor in it. It's totally legit hot rod. It's the real deal. The exhaust on this car is bitchin'. I really like it. It makes a mess, but it looks awesome. It seems like everything with hot rods has been done. I'm always trying to break new ground, but I see these traditional cars that are pretty mellow, and they're damn nice. Kinda on the fence. I know where I want to go, but sometimes you just gotta hold back. We really started this project about a year ago. I built a whole frame for it, and we haven't done anything since. I made a whole front clip look like a stock car. That's when the debate really started.
I wanted to lengthen it out about 8 inches just so we'd have more room in the cab of the car. I'm trying to build it as comfortable as I can.
The problem with extending the wheelbase is it's not that Model A hot rod that you see on the lakes in the 50s. Those cars were running a stock wheelbase most of the time, and that's the look.
But I was going for more of the practical look, had to make it comfortable.
Don really wanted room in the footwell, so we ended up making the chassis 6 inches longer. For the rear part of the frame, I used 2x3, 1/8 wall, and I used the Model A frame as a template where I put this little jog in it. I just set that up and took the 2x6, just made a join and then plated them with a 1/4 inch plate on the outsides all the way around. We don't have a proper hot rod front axle, so I'm looking for something that looks like it. Don's got a 59 Ford truck in the back, and I think I can modify that to work. Since we need a front axle for the 31, I did this on another car, like a T-bucket I built. I used a truck axle. So it's cool because these straight axles, they have hydraulic brakes. They got the old school wide 5 bolt pattern. The cool thing about this axle is Don's already got it. It's here, it's got a great brake setup. A lot of guys would convert their cars to truck brakes, and really that's the main benefit. I'm just using the whole axle, but it's all about stopping. It's a no-brainer. I'm just gonna cut off the leaf spring mounts and create a new mount for the hot rod style spring. All right, so that's the deal. The main thing I'm gonna have to do before I start, see these pads where the old leaf springs used to mount? I'm gonna cut straight through and then weld a bracket on to hold the new radius rods. I'm cutting off the brackets that held the parallel leaf springs. That's the way the 59 truck was set up, but I want a transverse leaf spring. I'm making new mounts to hold this new style spring. It's pretty straight ahead, it's just gotta be really strong. I'm making a setup so that it holds the radius rods and the spring. So it's really just a bunch of 1/4 inch plate. It's basically just a big steel gusset structure that locates the axle. That's all. That's what I do, man. Just using what's available. Anybody can get in the catalog and pick a number, but I'm making it. This axle's done. I painted it black. It's a very simple thing. Just a bunch of bolts at this point, and it's ready to roll. Don ordered the radius rods from the catalog.
I don't have a problem with ordering from the catalog. I'm trying to make his job a little bit easier.
Don had the rear end he wants to use, so I put on some brackets, hooked up the 4-link kit. Now we got a rolling chassis. Found this Chevy truck steering box, mounted it to the frame. It's gonna work great. The challenge is mating it up to the forward front axle. They're different ends on the drag link. With every car I've made like this, I've had to make a custom length drag link. So when you put the end on, you just use the Chevy on one side and the Ford on the other.
With all the stuff that I have around here, Ian really has never asked me to go buy anything for a project.
I really like using stuff that's around. There's sometimes you can't get away from ordering parts, bushings, heim joints, that type of thing. But I really just like to find stuff and modify it to fit what we're doing. I think that's the whole thing about being a fabricator. Instead of a restoration-minded person, I'm looking for stuff that I can use, cut it apart, and make it happen. Somebody who's restoring a car is looking for the proper thing that bolts back on. Now that it rolls and steers, there's a few other mechanical things I gotta wrap up and then get on to the aesthetics. So the engine and transmission are basically out of a '67 Mustang. So we're using the same radiator. I built a simple angle iron frame to support it, and it's gonna get held on with 2 bolts to the frame like the stock one, and then it'll just have 2 locating rods to keep it upright that hit the cowl. This is pretty rad. It's a 32 Ford. It's a reproduction grill shell. All right, we're still waiting to figure out what we do about the insert, but that's pretty much the setup. The next step is to mount the headlights and then create some kind of a shock bracket. Typical setup on the Model A hot rod is the headlight mounts have an integral shock mount. It's another thing you could order from the catalog, but I'm trying to make this car Don's. Put as many unique things in it as you can, so I'm just gonna make them. Make them out of some 1/4-inch steel plate, and really, it's a no-brainer. The whole thing about this setup is strength. Those headlights are nice. You don't want them falling off. So the shock absorber is gonna be pushing and pulling on the headlight mount. It's gotta look cool, it's gotta be super strong. You can't mess with these headlights. Polished stainless steel with the cool little lights on top. Money, it's good stuff. This body is 80, 90, whatever years old. It's super old. We had to take it and do a bunch of work underneath. We got replacement wheel arches, a couple replacement quarters, and it's really just cut and weld. Bodywork, sand, sand, sand. We finally get the thing pretty dialed in. It's time to see how it looks as a roller. Don's got the treasure. He's got this Chevy truck steering box, but it ain't gonna work. The stock truck steering box is just one long rod. It's a straight shot from the steering wheel to the box. The Model A is way smaller, so we gotta bend it a bit. Took the steering shaft, cut it a few times, put in 2 universal joints and a couple mounts. There you have it. It's a bent steering rod, and it works perfect. The whole deal is getting the steering wheel in a comfortable position to drive. The steering box is pretty far off from where it would have been in the stock location. Car's lower, so we had to modify the steering shaft. Getting the steering column together was pretty important. You can research or think about anything as much as you want, but the proof is in the test, and it works great. Once I saw the body on the chassis, all I could think was chop top, but Don's hesitant.
This car is an all original, it's an all steel car. I would like to keep it looking as much like an original car as I can. That's why I'm really dragging my feet on chopping the top on this one.
In the end, Don's looking for a comfortable driving car, so no chop top. I'm just trying to help Don build his car. Every Model A has a hole in the roof. Can't get around it. One of the cool factors is it really gives you an opportunity to kind of make your mark. I've been looking around all over, trying to figure out what's gonna be cool. Don's got a bunch of van roofs, he's got car hoods, car trunks, all kinds of stuff. Looking around, I come up on this Mustang hood, and it's pretty thrashed. This is a '69 Mustang hood. The car got wrecked. I cut it out about the same size as the roof opening in the Model A. It's got a neat crease down the center, and it's worthless as a replacement hood. So we were talking about using it to fill the hole in the roof. The contour fits. And it's got this cool little detail in the roof. The selling point to me was the ridge in the hood. The ridge in the hood immediately made me think of a 50s trick where they would put these little air vents in the roof of the car. So that's really what I was hoping to do. I mean, I already had this thing built in my head.
I'm not really sure about the scoop Ian's talking about on the back. I'm, more leaning towards a original stock car. But as creative as Ian is, you have to step back. He's so creative. I mean, there's times I sit and go, okay, Ian, what are you thinking about? Because he's picking up the strangest part to pick up and put on my car. It amazes me that you never know where he's gonna go with something.
So I'll probably mellow out these two side ridges a little bit, and they'll just have a center peak right through the hood. It's like I can finally get creative on a very conservative build, which is like my release valve. Finally, I can do something inspiring. The whole deal with this roof insert is the car can buckle. This is a pretty structural point, so I'm having to clean out all the old crud. The whole deal is just grinding all the edges, getting it super clean so we can mate the sheet metal up, and it's a good, strong weld. Because if this car goes in a driveway or something, gets some torsional twists, the roof is gonna pop up. It's really important that this is strong, so we're setting it up so it's really strong. This is a huge sheet metal panel, and I don't want to warp it. There's a million ways to jig it up, but I found that tech screws, just screwing it down every few inches, works perfect. So that's the plan. Just screw it down. We'll come back and fill up the holes later with weld. Pretty much it. We'll just weld this on. It's going to take a long time to make all the tack welds. It's about 16 linear feet of welding, so stand by. It's all screwed together and there's no warps or kinks, so it's gonna be a slow welding process, round and round for hours. It takes so long to spot weld a big panel like this. I mean, your thoughts can go anywhere, but mostly for me, it's like the sound of a long, empty hallway with a slight breeze coming through it. It's just nothing. You can't think too much when you're doing this or you go crazy. It takes a long time. The satisfaction comes in the end result, because a lot of guys will want to work through it too fast, and I know what happens. I've been there. So really, I've trained myself to just slow down time. Just take your time and do it right. It's not that hard to weld this on correctly. The whole deal is not heating it up. And if you do heat it up, you got to know how to recover from it. And that's really where the hammer welding comes in. Each time the weld cools down, it shrinks a bit. So nothing's perfect. Some spot welds will be hotter than others. So if you find that it's starting to oil can on you, it gets out of shape, you got to hammer it back before you do the next weld. It's really just keeping the metal under control. It's just a slow process. You got to do it right. Once the welding's all done, you just grind it out. It's the same deal that you don't want to heat it up because you can warp it when you're grinding it. So you got to know where you're going. Just take your time and get it right. When I'm grinding it, I'm just making sure I don't heat it up. I try to keep the edge of the disc on the weld. Never hit the sheet metal. It's really just, you gotta pay attention. Last part of the equation is the Bondo. Mix it up, fill it, go on to primer. The whole purpose of the Bondo is to level the surface. So you mix it up, spread it, cut it back real fast. Get as much of the material off as possible because you want the paint to be as close to the metal as possible. The whole idea with Bondo is using as little as possible, so I like to work fast. I found that I can use this big old saw blade, and it's like 10 grit sandpaper. So if you use it right, it goes really quick. You just sling off the high spots real fast, just go to 36 grit after that. Don's car is bitchin' and all, but it's really not the creative entity that I been looking for. It's like, this is like work, you know? I'm at work here. I'm trying to make a really bitchin' car, but I gotta get back to my shop. There's something I've been looking to finish, and I gotta get to it. Working on Don's hot rod has got me thinking about this car I built about 5 years ago. It's a total show car. It just had some suspension issues, and it's really making me want to bring it back. I took the whole car apart to freshen it up, and what I'm gonna really do is make the suspension work. There's a few really cool ideas, but without the final touches, it's pretty much unusable. This is the freaking mess. It's a pretty nonsensical car. This is the bare frame. The motor and transmission are in it because it's so high fashion, it requires a ton of disassembly to get the engine out. So today, I just gotta come up with a plan. When I originally built the car, I had taken 2 airbags and stacked one on top of the other so they would blow up like an accordion. They were huge. So the airbags, you can see what I did. I just hogged out the threads on this so they just located. So they would fit together like that, a double stack. But the problem was with the arc of the suspension, they would literally turn into a noodle. And if the axle twisted, then they would come apart. They would pop out of the car. So this bag would be here, and then it would just literally break free. The worst thing was that the car could barely even get on the trailer. Even as a trailer queen, it couldn't do that one simple task. The cool factor is it looks like a toy. It looks fake. It was a super simple design. The 2-link is okay, but it needs a third. It needs something to stop it from going left to right. The whole deal with this modification is I do have to put in suspension components and basically busy up the design a little. I'm trying to make it look as cool as it did in the beginning, but without these extra parts, it just doesn't work. My challenge is to make it look as cool as possible and still drive. What I had established, obviously you got plenty of up and down movement, you got articulation in the axle, but I need to stop it from going side to side. So the fix is a 3rd link, some kind of a rod with a joint that as the suspension moves up and down, it swings with it, but it stops it from moving side to side. That's the fix. I might put shocks just inside here. This is all hidden. Might come off with shocks on each side like that. That way it'll give it a little help when it articulates and rises and falls. This is still a show car. It doesn't need to drive across town. It's got no VIN numbers. It's got no license plates. It's not an off-road vehicle. It just needs to get on the trailer. I need to get it out of the storage and back to the show. Goal today is to get this thing to have shocks and a 3rd link in the suspension. I was able to get a couple shocks, Volkswagen front shocks from an early, like 60s bug. I figured they're gas charged, so this isn't a performance car. These were around, and I'm gonna make them fit, even if they wouldn't otherwise. Went digging around in my friend Don's back lot. I was able to come up with an old tie rod from a car. I always like to put a little Volkswagen in every project. I'm using VW front shocks, and I found this tie rod at Don's I'm gonna make into a 3rd link for the suspension. I just cut one end off. I have to cut it to length, but I think this will work perfect for the cross link. I'll have to come up with a couple mounts and mount this crossways in here so that as the suspension travels up and down, it won't go side to side. The first step today is to create an upper shock mount. I'm really trying to make this thing look like it belongs on the car and not an afterthought. So it's got to be strong and it's got to look as cool as the rest of the vehicle. I've really been tossing around a few ideas on how to build this thing. What I really know is that I don't want to grind on the frame. I don't want to disturb the paintwork that's there. So I'm trying to come up with a creative idea that'll bolt on. What this needs to do for functionality is locate the upper bushing on the shocks. I got a whole bunch of this, it looks like 1x3 or so rectangular tube. So if that sits on here, then once the shock is collapsed, it comes out to just about the right measurement. So if I set that up like that with a bolt going through, that should work perfect. They're gas charged, they gotta be really secure. It's gotta be a strong part and it's gotta look cool. Trying to make this thing look like it belongs on the car, and I've got drilled holes all over the thing. Some are dimpled, some are all the way through, so probably gonna come up with some kind of a thing that matches parts of the suspension. I just cut an 11-inch piece of that 1x3 rectangular stock, drilled a bunch of holes. It took a while. I left the ends without holes because I'm gonna put 2 small pieces of tube so I can put a bolt through it. I used a TIG welder to fit the bushings on the end of this rectangular bar. I did that primarily so it's a really neat weld, simple, minimal. There's no finish work, it just looks cool. The whole concept with this from the beginning was to make it look like it wouldn't work. So I'm still trying to keep all these functioning parts kind of minimalistic standpoint. When you look at the car, I don't want you to see a bunch of accessories bolted on. I'm trying to keep it low key. All right. So that worked out good. But the shocks, I think I'm gonna trim these shocks a little bit because that looks too stock. So this whole upper shock looks pretty bulky, and you don't really need this. This is just like a shield for a street car. You'll see what the deal is. I'll just cut this whole top off and it'll look pretty clean. The whole idea is this being a show car, I want you to look at the flashy stuff. This isn't a focal point, this is purely function. Taking these upper shrouds off of the shock just because it makes them look a little lighter, a little cooler. You got a nice shiny chrome rod coming out of it. Just looks cooler. They put these shrouds on it for cars on the street, keeps water, rocks, any kind of crud out of the moving part. But this doesn't have that. This car's never gonna be in the rain or in the mud, so no crud's gonna go down into the shock absorber. So it was primarily for looks. It looks bitchin'. The primary difference in the setup between Don's and my car is I'm using an airbag system. They both have a center mount, but his leaf spring is the thing that locates the axle and keeps it centered. My design for the airbag doesn't have anything to keep the axle centered, so I need to put this third link in. That'll keep it from self-destructing. The whole idea with this being on airbags is it's got to function. It's got to move up and down pretty quickly. It's got to look cool and be strong. Everything seems to be working, but you never know what could go wrong. I mean, this is a raw chassis. Everything seems to be operating, but I'll never know until I get the thing assembled, so we'll see. Spent a bunch of time getting some stuff done on my car, and that's cool. But really, I love to finish projects. Don's car is so close, it's good to get back here. I'm really looking forward to driving the thing.
It's great to have Ian back. While he was gone, I was finishing up on running the brake lines, the fuel lines, some of the electrical that's going into the car. And now that he's here, now we can get down to business on getting that thing closer to being fired up.
Mechanically, Don's got down on all the hoses, wires, brake lines, emergency brake cable. Everything mechanical is complete. Bolting in the drive shaft and modifying the rear forelink are the last 2 things, and mechanically, it's there. Cool factor times 10. We got some Coker tires, installed some radial white walls, 165s in the front, 235s in the back. It's got the classic big and little hot rod look. The diameter of the rear tires looks great. The frame has got the proportions I like. You gotta see it with the body on. That's what makes it all together. That's what makes it count. Well, the body's in good position. I gotta see what this thing looks like. Been waiting a long time. A lot of effort's gone into getting this far, so let's see what it looks like in the sunlight. I like it, sir.
I like it too.
It's so nice to finally see this car going someplace. It's been sitting for 40 some odd years. Now to see it getting so close, I'm so excited about getting that car running and getting it down the road. It is absolutely bitchin'. I couldn't ask for a better car.
You've seen this car kind of mocked up 100 times already, but with the tires and the paint, this thing is ready. It's looking good. The last bit of fabrication is the exhaust dumps. Don's got a bitchin' set of headers, and they need mufflers. We're bolting on the headers, and I'm gonna fabricate the rest of the exhaust. Don got these old school glass packs. and he wants to run them underneath the doors along the frame like that. Took a whole bunch of cut and welds, but it actually gave it a better shape in the end. I trimmed it back until it has this like flowing rearward, kind of a mellow curvature. It looks good. That's pretty much the layout. I'm gonna take it off and finish weld it, sand it up nice. Don's gonna paint the whole assembly black. So the last bit is just to put a gasket on here. I'm not gonna put it together finally until we're really done, but this is the gist of it. So you got it and it's shut off. It flows out through the mufflers. So it's a 2.5 outlet to a 2-inch end pipe and muffler. But if he goes out to the salt flats or just wants to annoy his neighbors, he can open it up. Be like a marching band coming down the street. Without mufflers, this car will be pretty rowdy. You know, everybody would know who's coming through town. Don's looking to be a little more discreet. He's a little more mature than I am.
And we're ready to install this. An aftermarket air cleaner that looks just fantastic.
Usually wiring a car for me is kind of tedious, but I'm gonna try out this wiring harness kit. It looks like it's all there. It's painless, so they say. And all the wires are labeled. Pretty slick. Cool factor number 2, we got a wiring kit from Painless. It's a big hassle to come up and build your own wiring harness from a bare fuse block. So we got this kit and it has everything. The crazy thing about wiring harnesses is there's always a million wires. And this one is color-coded. Each wire is labeled. It's like a tiny little silk screen machine. I don't know how they do it. Every wire tells you what it goes to. So although it looks like a crazy bundle, they're all telling you what to do with them. It's really a time saver. And it's pro, you know it works. They got a great reputation. We're there. All we gotta do is button up a few things, start it, and run it. We're in the closing stages of this car. Don's project is just wrapping up. Today's the day we start it. It's all assembled, pretty much just up to the accessories and then the start.
Today's the day. It's all coming together. We're finally going to fire this thing up and put it on the road. I am so excited about this.
Gotta put the taillights on, the deck lid, gotta put the seat in, and the steering column. Pretty minor nuts and bolts. The only thing left to figure out is this third brake light.
When Ian was gone, I went ahead and I got some LED lights.
In my absence, the hood scoop, this great styling element, has become a third brake light. Very interesting.
I like the practicality of the safety part of it because the car sits fairly low, that I think that's going to work out really good.
He wired some wires up through the body, and he put these LEDs inside. In the end, it's all about craftsmanship. You know, that is a very custom third brake light. Our plan is to take an old taillight from a car and just cut that shape out. We talked about it. Don wanted a third brake light, and I said, there's no way you're putting one in the back window. So hiding it in the hood scoop was a better choice. The first step was to cut out this shape from the whole lens. We only need a small piece of red plastic, basically. Just creeped up on it. First I cut it with like a heavy cutting disc, and then I used a sander to just creep up on the final shape. I put a little bevel in it as it meets the body. It'll be like a 45-degree angle, so it'll sit right up against the flange that is in the body. We'll just glue in the seam with a little bit of silicone and just call that done.
Oh, look at that. Boy, somebody will see me for miles away. Perfect. Another wonderful job by FM Ian.
The final step of the whole freaking build. We're there. Don's gonna set up some tool to raise the oil pressure. The motor's been sitting for years, so Don needs to bring up the oil pressure and then rotate the engine a few times and get everything lubricated. I'm pretty stoked. Don turned the key and the thing popped right off. It fired right away. The compression and everything in the motor seems cool. It's firing fine, but it's not delivering fuel. I'm not sure what the deal is.
It's pulling the fuel up out of the tank, but it's like sort of just pulsing. It's not really delivering
the gas the way it should. For some reason, the gas isn't getting to the engine. Don's gonna set up something with a fuel pump or whatever, but I gotta take off. I gotta pick up a car and deliver it to another client. So I'm gonna come back in about an hour. Should wrap this up and we're gonna run this thing. We're ready to rock. I'd say a significant event occurred in my absence. This fire could have got out of control. Apparently there was too much fuel pressure and the whole engine seems to have caught on fire.
Let's get outside. Yeah, bring it up. What happened was the seat in the carburetor stuck open. So it was pushing all the fuel out of the carburetor, and I think there was a spark when I went to pull off the wire, and I think that's what ignited it.
It takes a lot to get me excited. I'm a pretty mellow dude, so you know, seeing a car that was freshly incinerated, it's pretty exciting. I can't say I was really disappointed because it's exciting, you know. I'm into that kind of stuff. It's a bummer. The car's filthy now, but pretty cool. Not everybody catches their brand new car on fire.
It's not going to run tonight. It will run. It will make it to the show. It's just going to take cleanup time now.
Yeah, well, nothing's burnt. It's just dirty.
No. It's very minor damage.
Well, apparently getting gas isn't the problem now. It seems to get plenty of fuel. So I think we solved that problem. I guess all we got to do is wash it up and run it.
It's running. It's ready to go. We're going to the show. Well, I had to clean up the mess after the fire, and that was a little challenging, but we got all the powder off of the car. Have not fixed one burnt wire yet, but that'll get fixed later on, and adjusted the timing on it, and it's good to go.
I'm really happy with the way this whole build went because the car is easy to get in and out of. It's a nice car to drive. It handles well, it corners well, it stops well, and the wife can get in and out of it well. I'm just so tickled. I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything more, or a person of Ian's caliber to help me with my own personal projects. Working with Ian, he has taught me that you can make things absolutely bitchin' with the simplest tools, the simple material, that you can take something and make the most awesome stuff with it. That I have learned from him. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, this is assembling it for the first time. It's still kind of a mock-up. I don't know if it's actually gonna work, but I got a pretty good idea, so we'll see. This car is really kind of the opposite of what Don's is. His is for the street, this is for the show. It's high fashion. All it does is get off the trailer, show up at the club, and do its dance. It has no other purpose except to get attention. The hardest part about this is that this is a finished, pristine show car. It's not like a mock-up. So I'm really trying to be careful. I want to assemble it, polish it, and show it. I got my car put all back together. The front suspension works great. I got it on the trailer and it's off to the rodeo.
Really excited, fire's out, car runs, and we're here. Very happy. I've had a lot of good reaction. The family just loves it. They can't wait to go for rides in it.
Seeing Don happy with the car, excited to drive it, I mean, that's what it's all about. Working with people and getting that type of response makes it happen for me. How you doing, man?
I guess what kind of engine? Like Pontiac, Oldsmobile?
Oldsmobile.
Okay.
48, yeah. Yeah.
How does it go?
Drives like a jalopy.
Yeah?
It's like
It's got some poop?
It's like an angry little go-kart.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that like about a 38 bone body?
It's a Chevy.
Oh, it's a Chevy?
Yeah, it's a 31 Chevy.
I'll be
See
darned.
all the extra lines in the
Yeah.
body? Yeah.
Well, what was it, a two-door sedan or a?
It was a four-door.
Oh, and you shortened it up?
Everything, yeah. Yeah, I shortened it a little.
Made it
The whole
channel,
9 yards.
chopped it,
Channeled it, sectioned it, and painted the mother pink.
Well, what a car. I've never seen nothing like that in my life, and I've been around for 77 years.
Right on.
That's cool.
To finally finish this monumental task and have people stoked on it is really rewarding. You know, I built the car for me, but the people like it.
Right now on Full Custom Garage, Ian continues the transformation of the T-Bird bubble top, and his client pushes him even further.
It's already been built 2 times. What's one more time? I want it to be like a spaceship.
Some people would think of this abstract idea as like, what? And I'm like, yes. I spent a couple seconds inside that dome and it's hot. So we're having vents in the front that'll vent the cabin, and then vents in the back that'll exhaust it.
But the mission doesn't stop there.
My whole task here is creative metalwork and mad scientist inspiration. He's got a pro interior dude. I meet the guy and it turns out he's deaf. And Victor's like moving around, flailing his hands, this and that.
You know what? I move my hands and I'm a hand talker, if you could see, and we could communicate perfectly.
He's talking about making it look like this is like the main power source for the entire car. It's crystal-powered spaceship.
I'm a subtle guy, if you could tell by my car.
With the finish line in sight, Ian and Victor take the bubble top out of this world.
We're on the final run of the whole game right here. And Victor comes up with another idea.
But now I said, Ian, we need a new element.
He wants to take it one step further, so we're gonna try something unique once more with the roof. I don't know exactly how we're gonna get there, but this car is gonna be amazing. This thing all started when Victor and I went to a car show. Victor is nonstop about wanting this bubble top. He's chewing my ear off about it. And I'm thinking the quickest way to get there is to use one of our old projects. We decided to use this 62 T-Bird that I built from a while back. I figured if I made a bubble top for it, we could put it on and we'd be done. So I built a huge oven structure to heat up the plastic, and we took it to Victor's.
And he said, well, we need some igniters or elements. I said, I got some perfect elements. Let me just finish cooking my steaks.
Victor and I share a lot of the same characteristics. He's always pushing me for more.
And I said, Ian, crank it up. Let's take it to the limit.
Yes, Captain, taking it to the limit. We pushed it too far, so I went to talk to a master, Gene Winfield.
Every day is a school day. Ian's a real good craftsman. I think he's going to go back and rework that bubble, and it'll come out fine for that T-bird.
Seeing Gene was really inspiring. It got me fired up, and I came back and blew a successful bubble. This thing's on the car for 15 minutes. Everybody's praising it, you know, wow, yeah, that was a great experience. Victor wants to go bigger. He wants something better than this.
When I seen it come out, I said we achieved our goal. And if we were normal people, we would say, all right, let's get the hell out of here. We're done, but we're not.
The crazy thing about working with Victor is he's always pushing me. We're sitting there checking the car out, thinking about ideas, and he comes up with this spinning bubble top.
I said, okay, Ian, this one's gonna spin, go up and down and spin.
This is such a crazy idea. I just needed to build it quickly and cheaply to see if it would really work. Literally, this car lifts up, spins around. It's awesome. You've never seen that before. I took it down to Victor's to show it to him. I pull in with the trailer and I see Victor. He's not really jumping for joy, let's say that. But just seeing this wild concept got his brain going in a whole new direction. Accomplishing this bubble top, I think I might have blew a fuse or something in Victor's psyche, because now he's really going off the deep end. He's talking about some wild concepts, and we're only at the beginning of this next stage. The whole thing is detail. I have to remove this foam in the most precise manner possible. This whole car is conceptual. The ring that holds the bubble was looking good. Victor wanted it lower. All right, so Victor changed his mind a little bit, or Victor changed my mind. It's not gonna spin anymore. It's just gonna be a simple up-down motion. It's way safer. Primary issue is safety. This thing is coming around to the car show and does, as it's been doing, it's gonna take somebody's head off. This whole thing I was setting up with the body being raised up and contoured to the ring, he wanted it to be lower. We're gonna cut this whole area out and then lower the ring to the same height as the door. Refitting this metal ring, it's a flat base that the bubble sits on, and the car is a curved surface. So I created this series of steps that allow the ring to fall down into the car and still look like a finished part. Once all these pieces get finished up with the door jambs, and then this whole thing is blended together with fiberglass, it's gonna look really neat. We really refined the way the whole bubble opens. I was trying some crazy stuff with the weight of the car lifting the thing, and it just wasn't safe. We just went to a simple hydraulic ram. It's tried and true, works perfect. He's already got the pump here that used to lift the rear of the car. So we're gonna tap in with another switch. You can see it's big enough for a tractor or a snowplow. It matches the ram that used to actuate the back lid, and they'll both run off the same motor. I spent a couple seconds inside that dome, and it's hot. This thing's a spaceship. There's people inside. There needs to be a way for air to get in and out. I made these vents in the front of the car. Victor loved them. He came up with this concept. He wants some more vents towards the rear. So my challenge is to match them, complement the front with the back. I think I like this idea. The car is so flat that by putting these vents in, it's pretty cool. It kind of lends itself to the louvering thing in the 50s, but this is like new, old, space-age stuff. All these vents work. It looks cool, but it's gonna keep you alive in there. Otherwise, you're gonna cook. Once the ring that fit the bubble was established in the car, it looked great, and it worked so good, we decided to seal the doors up. That's the main point of getting in and out of the car, is through the lid. So the bubble top's gonna be the only way you can get into the car. That'll hinge up and you'll get into it like you would a flying saucer. Should be cool. Well, there's no gravity in space, so you can just like float over the edge and land in the car. So that's the whole thing. There's a lot of metal fab that's gone into this car. It's really been a huge process, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. The plastic part is the real challenge here. Today's whole mission is to get this dashboard in gear. I just finished some really basic structure to just hold this gauge cluster. It's from an early Plymouth. I think it's a 300. This has been used in a couple other really popular show cars. And the reason we're using it is because it's freaking cool.
Since we added the bubble on it, I said, hey, we can't just have a regular car interior.
You want to follow that theme, bring it inside the car. So I want to have some kind of clear plastic elements on the interior. The big challenge with the plastic is creating three-dimensional shapes. I'm using fiberglass for the dashboard. It's going to incorporate an acrylic dome, just like the roof, and who knows what else. The first tests I did of creating this bubble out of acrylic just incorporated a simple metal box with a burner and air inflation. The smaller size is a lot easier to work with, so I figured I'd come up with a really cool twist on what I've already accomplished and showcase it right in the middle of the dashboard. Every bubble I've seen has been blown off of a flat base. I thought, why can't you just do it off a curved base? I'll unscrew it. The main difference being I created a metal backboard with this S-curve, because when it's sitting in the car, this is going to be the center console. So the center console wraps up, and then you have your gauge pod here, and it goes into the dashboard. So this is just a piece of sheet metal, a couple pieces of 55-gallon drum, an old brake line. I pretty much nailed this whole heat and inflate of the acrylic domes. The big challenge here was fitting it up in the curved base plate prior to anything. Usually I would make a wood retaining ring like with the other setups, but the wood wouldn't bend to this drastic curve. So I heated up a piece of acrylic and just let it sag down, and that became the retaining ring. So what the paper does, you can see the holes I punched here. The air comes in, you see the hot air blast, and it just diffuses and gently fills the thing up with air. So it's a gasket, pretty slick. These two got overheated, but it's still the center that I'm looking for. So I'm gonna cut this center out and I'll put it in the car and you'll get a look at it. By building this cool metal backboard, it puts an S-curve in the base of the bubble and it makes a perfect transition from the horizontal dashboard down into the center console. So this is like your center console here. And then to get to the switches and stuff on the gauge, this will lift just like the roof on some kind of a air ram. And then you can turn on your lights and all the other stuff. So it's just like dimensional plastic shapes. You know, you got 1, 2, and then 3. It's gonna be like a real fishbowl in here. This whole thing is really my greatest achievement. It's something I've thought on for years, and here it is. This is a perfect curved base bubble that is going to be the centerpiece for the whole car. The whole concept of the interior, especially the look of the dashboard, is just like alien technology. It's got to look kind of spacey, kind of organic, and I think fiberglass is the only way we're going to get that really curved compound surface. The whole dashboard is fabricated at a solid round stock. It's really easy to form. I can make mirror images of the left and right side simultaneously, so it's just a quick bend, cut, and weld. Setting this whole frame up is typical fabrication. It was a no-brainer for me. The big challenge is in getting this fiberglass to hang there. Fiberglass resin is just a liquid, and the material is super flexible, so it needs some kind of a spine to hang on until it turns solid. The whole thing with this process is if you haven't done it before, you don't know what to expect. A friend of mine, Scott Owens, he showed me this cool trick with aluminum foil and fiberglass. So I'm gonna see if I can't pull something off. The whole idea with laying this subsurface for the fiberglass is using the foil and trying to stretch it across the steel ribs that I made. That way you have this really organic shape, and it just gives the fiberglass a perfect backboard to hang on until it sets up. I have very limited fiberglass experience. I was able to lay up a ring on the bubble for the roof, and so far so good. We created a ring that lifts off that will hide all the screws. That way the bodywork comes right in and it looks like a headlight bezel. It's a nice, clean, simple ring. So you can see here, you got your steel frame. You'll have your fasteners with rubber rings to hold it down. And then this nice, clean ring will snap on top and it'll be perfectly smooth. It's fiberglass with a Bondo cap. I got the foil in place. It was pretty simple to set up. The next step is to trim out the fiberglass and mix the resin. So, we'll lay a little of that in there. This next part's like making a lasagna. You just throw your noodles in there. Toxic lasagna. The whole process with the fiberglass is to mix up the resin properly, cut your mat to size, and you basically just soak it, screed off the excess liquid, and then put it in place. The idea with using the fiberglass on the inside is that it will give us a really organic, multi-dimensional finish that we can paint. That way the outside of the car wraps over the top and comes right in. I really like the idea of doing more fiberglass work. Way faster than metal, and it's lightweight. The whole thing with fiberglass is it's fast. It's a little stinky, but if you were to create these compound curves in steel or aluminum, you'd be at it a lot longer than the 20 minutes I've invested so far. The whole thing with fiberglass and the rate at which you work really is determined by how much catalyst you use and the temperature. It kicks off from a chemical reaction, and the hotter it is, the faster it goes. So it's a little chilly today, but with my laser, I will activate the catalyst and be on to the next step. Fiberglass finally kicked off. It's nice and solid, so the next step is to pull the whole piece and then take out the excess tape, aluminum foil, whatever you don't want. Aha! Pretty sneaky, sis. I pulled it off the dashboard, and it looks like it's a piece that will fit on and off as many times as you need. So I'll let it cure up like that. Then once it's fully hardened, I can sand back the edges, glue her in place. The last step in this preparation is to just bulk it up a little bit with some Bondo. Fiberglass is good and strong, but there's some surface imperfections that I don't really want to sand out because that would make it a little weaker. So I'm gonna build up the surface with some Bondo while the resin's still fresh. That way the initial block sanding of the whole piece will really cut back the Bondo instead of the structure of the fiberglass. The cool factor is the Bondo and the fiberglass are friends. They just bond to each other like the same chemical compound. The whole thing with the original concept of the dashboard was more of a waterfall effect, a typical Art Deco element. I came up with this thing with a center rib, and it's still that flavor, and the sky's the limit at this point. This is where the sculpturing starts. It remains to be seen what Victor thinks of this design. He explained something that was exactly the opposite of what I've accomplished. So we'll see what he says. I have two concaved panels meeting at a rib. He wanted two convex panels, more like a waterfall. Create two puffed shapes, almost like a tuck and roll upholstery job. It could still be done because now we have a structure to work off of. But this might be good enough for him. I really like this look. Just as the dashboard's getting solidified, Victor came in and loved it. Fortunately, I did the right thing. The whole idea with the way Victor and I work is just creative collaboration. You know, it's just conceptualizing and then it's my gig. I make it happen. One of the big challenges in this car design is skirting the front tires. We had to bulge the side panels so the thing would steer. Victor's been kicking around a couple ideas on how to make this work, and I think I got a good concept. The whole idea with these skirts would follow the line of the vents in the front. It'll have the same screen detail on the inside, so the body will come to the vent. You know, we'll just flush out this and blend it right back through the old door jamb. So we're hoping that this will give a little reason for this whole radius on the front fender. Laid out these square tubes that are going to be the base of the floor. I think we're just going to make the seats ourselves. Victor didn't like the seat that was in the car, so I just set up a framework here. It'll be the base of the floor that's going to roll down into the footwell. It's a spaceship, you know? No rules. These are the seats that were in the car. They look cool, but you've seen them before, right? So Victor wanted to do something next level with it. This seat was pretty bulky and it was hitting the perimeter of the bubble, so we would have had to modify the seat back anyway. We talked about it and I came up with a design, still developing. The seat bases are going to be in the car, and then this will be the seat back. So it's a lot smaller. It's just like a little lumbar support. And we're thinking about having them pivot and disappear into the floor of the car. I set up some round rods, just bent it to shape, welded a couple nuts on there for a hinge. I'm gonna cut some holes in here because Victor was saying he wanted some LED lights in the seat back. And you know, it's just developing. We'll see if it actually flies or not. These are on hinges, that way they'll be adjustable. You can hinge them up or down if you need to access the flux capacitor in the back or whatever. This is an 18 gauge sheet. I just put it in the brake. It's got a little curve to it, a little area for your butt to sit. And these are gonna go right in here. The idea being there'll be a 4 or 5 inch foam pad. Make it nice and cozy. My whole task with the interior on this car is really just framing it out. I tried one interior in the past and I really have a lot to improve on, so I'm gonna let the professional handle it. The one thing, anybody who is going to critique a bubble top, the first thing the negative people say is, it's going to be really hot in there. Victor's answer to that is a vintage stainless steel fan. My main plan is to create 2 clear globes in the front and rear of the car, and then have a clear plastic air duct connecting the 2. So everything's following suit with the shape of the main roof bubble. So this is the back wall that will have the air coming from the upper vent down through here. So I'm just gonna shroud this in. That way the fan will draw. You know, this will all be walled off. It'll have no choice but to draw through that vent up there. I've primarily built cars for Victor, and I think he's just getting super creative on this. He's not concerned with driving this to the car show. He's doing something to make a complete spectacle. That's the bottom line here. Looks like Victor's caught the bug. I said it before that my kind of crazy is pretty contagious. He was putting the reins on this thing earlier, and now he's out of control. So that's the concept. The air comes through the back vent, through the fan, into that tube, and then it ventilates the cabin. Feel that breeze, Tony? It's good, nice, right? The big cool factor with having Victor's guys to back me up on the body shop aspect really allows me to try to pull off one last trick. We've made a bunch of successful roofs for this car. We're on the final run of the whole game right here. And Victor comes up with another idea.
The third one came out perfect. It flowed perfectly. But now I said, Ian, we need a new element.
He wants to take it one step further, so we're gonna try something unique once more with the roof. I'm gonna light a fire, man.
Yeah, and actually, I know it's gonna work.
You've seen a clear plastic bubble a million times. He wants something more. He wants like a pattern embossed in the rear of the roof. And it's like a whole new direction. As a last-ditch effort to stop this frame from flexing, I just put in a bunch of wooden shims because the box starts to blow out of shape. There's so much force from this. We got like 180 bolts clamping it together. But the box just needs to get up to 300, 320, and it's good to go. But getting 300 degrees over 32 square feet, that's the real challenge. For this last try, I think we're gonna need more heat. A little more propane, a little more fire. It remains to be seen what's gonna go on once we get up to the proper temperature. The only access I have to the material is through these little portholes. This structure that's inside the oven doesn't allow me to see in there. I really only have my past experience to guide me through this. We're not gonna know if it's a pass or fail until it's done and on the car. I think we're there. All we can do is turn up the air pressure. Ready? I'm gonna do it slow. The good thing is this is working just like all the rest. The heat's even, the thing's inflating, it's looking good. Oh, the front, look at this. Amazing. We're there. I can't push it anymore. I'm gonna raise it up. It's the moment of truth. Oh, we got it, man. Look at that.
Yeah, see, that's what I was looking for.
We get this thing nailed. It looks perfect. I think we're good. I think we got it.
And it's just enough rib. On all of them have ribs. That's what we added on here.
Raise it up out of the oven, and there's like a defect. I put all these reinforcing screws in there, and one of them has pushed the base out of position after it's inflated.
There was one screw that was still poking through, hitting the second bar, which didn't allow it to sit. The bubble came out perfect, but the screw was hitting, so the front of it wasn't straight.
When we put it on the car, it's not gonna fit. It's like an old record on a record player when they get a lump in them. That's what we have in our base. It's not gonna work. Plastic's still warm though. It's very soft. We're gonna throw a clamp on it and reheat it. This is highly unorthodox. So there's always something. This is our last ditch effort. The bubble came out pretty good, but see the base plate gave out right here. It's kind of warped. I got the ovens on high on this side. We're gonna put a piece of steel, clamp it, and lower it back in, and try to get some of that shape to even out. We're gonna try this one little remedy and then take the thing out, see how it looks with that buck off of it.
That was a perfect bubble too. Up more. All right, right there, we're on it. How's she looking?
I think you got it, man. I think you healed it. All that matters with this project is the end result. I mean, once you pull the bubble out of the oven and see this apparatus attached to it, you know it's pretty intense. Everything looks great. It's back into shape. The whole idea is to just cool it off, raise it up out of the box, and unclamp this beast. I took this 1/2-inch MDF board and created a series of templates off of the bubble Victor liked most. I spaced them out 8 inches apart, made a whole bunch of support to withstand the pressure of this bubble pushing against it, and fastened it to the backboard. Good. Getting the buck off of this thing really revealed that it was a successful idea. This was uncharted territory, and the result was ideal. It's pretty crazy. But the real tell is gonna be how it fits on the car. That's what this is all about. So we cut it out, brought it over to the car, and then, yeah, that was what we were looking for. It's freaking awesome. Look at it from this angle, man. This is freaking ridiculous. With the lights coming through,
yeah.
Bend down and look through.
Yeah, and then look what it shows, the other bubbles in there. Bubbles in the bubbles. That's impressive.
The whole idea with these ribs in the roof was that it was going to diffuse light. It was going to look like multiple layers of plastic, and we nailed it. When you look through, you see all these ridges, there's a million reflections, there's the interior bubbles, it's just out of this world. Victor's in love with this thing. I think he was just like gambling, you know, with this last-ditch effort to pull something off, and he won.
I've never seen anybody do that before.
The creative process on getting this bubble top done is there, but this is the whole car. Victor wants to set up the interior on this car to be just out of control, something no one's ever seen before. It's basically a blank canvas and anything goes. My whole task here is creative metalwork and mad scientist inspiration. He's got a pro body guy on the job, he's got a pro interior dude, and he's got a mechanic. I finish my work on Victor's vehicles, and I don't see him for months. I come back, and like there's these amazing paint jobs, incredible interiors, and I've actually never met the people he works with until now. Victor's interior guy is here. I don't know where he learned his craft, but he is like top-notch.
This is my upholstery guy, Lino, which is fanatical about inches, and this car was hand-built, and nothing is precise, it's close. And we're trying to just figure out the details on filling in gaps where we didn't anticipate, you know, area that needs to be filled in or something added to it. You give him an idea, and if it's not right or flows, he'll make it flow and tie into the concept of what we're trying to achieve. He won't do it unless we could do it right.
I meet the guy, and it turns out he's deaf. And Victor's like moving around, flailing his hands, this and that. And it's really how they hash out these ideas. It's pretty crazy. There's like no verbal communication. And the results are outstanding.
Right here's gonna go rubber. I got it. Yeah, no. We got... He's saying here, he told the guy to put steel in here and to clean up this edge. But I told him I got a rubber grommet gonna cover all this stuff, and he says no. I understand what he's telling me. Same with he looks at me, and you know what? I move my hands, and I'm a hand talker, if you could see, and we could communicate perfectly. He understands what our goal is to make an awesome vehicle that we could share with everybody. The diamond. Oh, he wants to put diamonds in there. Let's see.
I think he's caught the crazy too, man. Now he's getting out of control.
Yeah.
He was Mr. Conservative at first.
No, he's like...
Now he's fallen under the spell.
This here, I had to take my old lady's jewelry apart, but she won't figure that out in a while.
The whole concept with the center console is to move air through the cabin. And Victor comes up with these crazy ideas. He's got all these clear crystals. He's got LED lights. He's talking about making it look like this is like the main power source for the entire car. It's crystal-powered spaceship.
There is 100 different variations. But you see how this is in the day, people. Here, let me adjust that. Here we go. Let me see, there's another one. Or maybe you want that, or maybe you want this. Or maybe we'll do that. That's pretty cool there, yeah.
I mean, it's getting like out of control.
And we'll do it subtle. I'm a subtle guy, if you could tell by my car. Every time I look at it, I envision things. And my vision comes from just looking and expressing, this is the way I feel. You know what, I may be an old man on the outside, but inside I have a vision and I'm cool. And this is the way I release my inner vision of what I think of cars.
I've seen what this guy's done on the other interiors, and they've all been fairly conservative. His workmanship is out of this world. There's no limits on this interior, so I can't wait to see what he comes up with.
We're gonna finish up the interior, then we're just gonna get the car wrapped, and just the final detail of just wiring it up, and we're done. We're so close.
I let Victor take the reins in the last step of this project. I came in today, and the thing is freaking unbelievable. This car has been in the works for a long time. It is a concept car. It's gone through so many phases of development, and now to have it finally wrapped, I'm stoked.
The car came out amazingly, beyond my expectation. On the bubble top, the interior, this is a total custom build.
The bubble top is next level.
The car is, like I said, a piece of art. I mean, the car is a masterpiece.
I saw Victor pull in the driveway with this thing. It's like, get out of the way, mister. I want this car.
Well, Ian, when he came in and seen it, all of the ideas all came together, and he was impressed.
The thing drives up, and it looks like a spaceship. I wish it didn't have tires. You open the bubble top and the interior is just going off. There's all kinds of crazy stuff going on in there.
I'm ecstatic, he's ecstatic with it. Everything flows just perfect. At the end, I got my interior guy, Lino, and he was saying, you know what, enhance the bubble by putting chrome around the bubble and putting chrome on all the ribs.
They're perfect. They really highlight the ridges in the bubble. Victor wanted some kind of a crazy alien-inspired paint job.
I seen a car going down the street with a wrap on it. And of course, me, I got the most crazy, elaborate wrap. It almost looked like a reptile.
He had these guys come in and wrap it, and it looked reptilian.
On paper, it looked brown. As we put it on, it was orange. And actually, I had a couple nights of lost sleep because I really hated it. I called Ian, I said, Ian, come look at that, man. I'm really not happy with it.
And I knew we had to do something. This car was going downhill.
And he said, look, I painted over it. I said, paint it over it. And we painted over this wrap, and it came out freaking amazing.
Fortunately, we were able to pull it back, toned it down with a brown candy, and it's on. It looks like some kind of a fantasy lace pattern beneath the clear coat. This clear coat with the candy in it saved the project. That, to me, is the spice of life. I don't want things to go smoothly. I want to hit walls. I want to run through dead ends and recover from it. This is a perfect example.
Ian is so resourceful. Maybe 90% of everything that's on this car that you see in the interior and exterior, besides the actual car, was stuff we made work. From the hydraulic system, from the parts, from the back bumper to the instrument panel. And if he doesn't have the part, he'll come up with something else. He'll walk around the junkyard and find something and put it in there, and it works better and at zero cost.
Since I'm 15 years old, it's been car after car after car. That's just what I do. I can't stop. All of the projects I've done so far have really just expanded my skill level, my creativity, and just the idea of what's possible. So whatever's coming up next is going to be big.